Genesis 1-2. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Genesis 1:1-2. Pause. A breath. An eternal moment where all creation is but a thought unspoken. And then, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, not the light of sun or star. No, but light itself, the essence of clarity, the division of day from night, a statement of order, a declaration of beauty. And God saw the light, that it was good. Genesis 1:4. So began the first day. Genesis 1:3-31. God, infinite in wisdom, spoke into the void, and from nothing came everything. On the second day, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Genesis 1:6. And God separated the waters from above and below. He called the firmament heaven. A canopy stretched over the deep, the breadth between the seas. On the third day, God gathered the waters together, and dry land appeared. He called the dry land earth, and the waters seas. Then the command, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree." Genesis 1:11. Each with seed in itself, each according to its kind. Here, the principle of reproduction of natural law was set in motion. Even before the sun shone, God wove life into the soil, and it was good. On the fourth day, God lit the cosmos, the great lights. Let there be lights in the firmament, to divide the day from the night. Genesis 1:14. He made two great lights, the greater to rule the day, the sun, the lesser to govern the night, the moon. And he made the stars also, billions burning across endless galaxies, and yet not one beyond his grasp. He set them in motion. Seasons, days, years, time as we know it, began to tick beneath the eye of heaven. And it was good. On the fifth day, the waters danced. Life stirred. Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life. Genesis 1:20. Great sea creatures, shoals of fish, creatures unseen by man even today, and birds to fly above the earth in the open firmament. The skies and seas rang with life. God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply." Genesis 1:22. This was not just creation, it was blessing, a divine invitation to abundance. On the sixth day, the earth brought forth living creatures, beasts of the field, cattle, insects, every creeping thing, each according to its kind. But the stage was not yet complete. Creation, for all its wonder, still lacked its steward. And then God spoke again, with deliberate gravity, a statement unlike the others. "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Genesis 1:26. The plurality of divine counsel, Father, Son, and Spirit. And so, from the dust of the ground with hands unseen, he formed man. What does it mean to be made in his image? It is more than shape. It is spirit, will,
moral consciousness,
creativity, purpose. We are the reflection of the divine in time-bound flesh. To be human is to be sacred. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Genesis 1:27. He blessed them. He said, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it." Genesis 1:28. This was not a casual suggestion. It was the first mandate of dominion, a charge to cultivate, to govern with grace. Then God looked upon all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Genesis 1:31. Thus ended the sixth day. Genesis 2:1-3. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work. Genesis 2:2. Not because he was weary, but because the work was complete. He established rest, a divine rhythm, 6 days to work and 1 to remember. This is the first holy thing in Scripture. Not a place, not a temple, but time. He blessed the seventh day, sanctified it, and in that stillness was worship. Genesis 2 verses 4 to 25. Let us now return to the beginning again, a more intimate telling. Genesis 2 recounts the creation not as a cosmic sequence, but as a personal formation. God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul. Genesis 2 verse 7. So tender, so divine. He was not spoken into existence like the stars. He was sculpted, then inspired with breath. And then God planted a garden, eastward in Eden. There he placed the man, a place of beauty, rivers, trees pleasant to the sight, and good for food. And in the midst of the garden, the tree of life, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God gave man responsibility to dress it and to keep it. Genesis 2 verse 15. Work even before the fall was holy, and God commanded, of every tree you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. Genesis 2 verses 16 to 17. God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. Genesis 2 verse 18. So he caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And from his side he took a rib, and from that rib he made woman, not from the head to rule over, not from the foot to be trampled under, but from the side to walk beside. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Genesis 2 verse 23. Thus was marriage born, not merely as contract, but as covenant. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Genesis 2 verse 24. And they were both naked, and were not ashamed. Perfect trust, no fear, no sin, only innocence and glory. Genesis 1 and 2 are not only a record of beginnings, they are a mirror held to what we were meant to be. Formed by God, in his image, blessed, called to dominion, invited into rest,
Planted in Eden.
given purpose, offered love, created for relationship. This is the original human story. And though we have fallen far from Eden, in every heart there is still a longing for the garden. Still the echo of a voice that once said, let there be light. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Genesis 2 verse 4. And the story has only just begun. Genesis chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. From the shadows of Eden's perfection entered a presence, ancient, cunning, and corrupt, a creature unlike the others, the serpent, not crawling yet, not cursed yet, but alive with malevolent intelligence. He was subtle, not by fang or venom, but by question. He did not roar. He whispered, yea, hath God said, the seed of doubt, sown in innocence. He takes what is clear and bends it into a curve of confusion. Not denial, just distortion, a half-turn of the truth. This is how sin often begins, not with defiance, but with a question mark at the end of God's word. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Eve responds, her intent is faithfulness, but the memory stumbles. God had not said, neither shall ye touch it. Her addition, small as it seems, reveals a soft drift from precision, from divine command to human caution. In that subtle shift, the command of God becomes more restrictive than he actually spoke. The serpent now knows the wall has a crack. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. Here the mask drops. Not suggestion now, but contradiction. You will not die. A lie clear, bold, and deadly. The first in all of creation's history. The same voice that whispers still. There are no consequences. God is not serious. His warnings are just fear tactics. And thus rebellion is born. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. The serpent offers divinity without obedience, wisdom without reverence, eyes opened but hearts blind. He accuses God of holding back, of fearing competition. He suggests that God's command was not for protection, but control. And to this day, many fall for the same lie, that God is not generous, but jealous, that his restrictions are chains, not gifts. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. She looked, she desired, she reached, she ate, and so did he. The sin was not just in the fruit, but in the trust that had been broken. They grasped what had not been given. They reached for wisdom apart from worship. And in that moment the world cracked, and the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Their eyes were opened, but not as they expected. They did not see as gods, they saw as sinners. They saw shame, and suddenly what once was holy, their bodies, their union, now felt exposed, vulnerable, wrong. So they sewed fig leaves, man's first attempt at religion, a covering without cleansing, a solution of leaves for a problem of the soul. And they heard the voice of the Lord God, walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. God came, not with wrath but with presence, in the cool of the day.
A familiar rhythm.
Perhaps the same time he always came to walk with them. But this time they did not run to him. They ran from him. They hid from the very one they once adored. And still today humanity hides, in trees of distraction, in forests of excuses, from the voice that walks near, calling. And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? The first question in the Bible is God's voice calling to man. Where are you? It is not a question of geography, but of relationship. God knows where Adam is. But does Adam? This is not condemnation. This is pursuit. A God who seeks the fallen. A God who initiates reconciliation. And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. Adam, once clothed in glory, now trembles in shame. He confesses not with repentance, but with fear. I was afraid. Fear, a feeling foreign to Eden until now. The moment innocence gave way to guilt. He was naked, but not only his body, his soul stood exposed, and he could not bear the gaze of a holy God. So he did what we still do. He hid. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? God's question pierces gently, but deeply. Who told you? No one had told Adam. His own eyes, now opened, had accused him. Sin has a voice of its own. It speaks through shame, even before judgment comes. But God does not accuse, he invites confession. Hast du eaten? A chance for truth, a moment for broken honesty. But that moment is lost. And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. Adam speaks, but his voice shifts blame, not only to Eve, but to God himself. The woman you gave me, the gift once received with joy, this is now bone of my bones, is now used as a shield against guilt. He does not deny the act, but he avoids the responsibility. And the legacy of blame begins. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. The question turns to the woman. What is this that you have done? Not as a thunderclap, but a father's lament. Eve answers, and though she too shifts the blame, she names her deceiver. The serpent beguiled me. There is some honesty here. She was indeed deceived, but she still chose. Deception explains, but it does not excuse. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Now judgment begins. But God does not ask the serpent questions. There is no invitation to confess, no path to repentance, only curse. And so the serpent, once a creature of form and perhaps splendor, is cast down, humiliated, a symbol of what rebellion becomes. Crawling, cursed, groveling in dust. This is the first curse spoken in Scripture, and it is permanent. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Here, in the wreckage, comes the first prophecy of hope. This is the gospel in seed form, known as the proto-evangelium, the first gospel. There will come one, the seed of the woman, who will suffer a bruise to his heel, but will crush the serpent's head. It is a wound for a victory, a cross for a crown. This is Jesus, promised before Abraham, prophesied before law, named only as a seed, yet destined to destroy death. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Now the woman's world changes. The gift of life, childbirth, will now come with pain. The creation of new generations will be soaked in sweat and agony. Desire and dominion twisted. Relationship between man and woman, once perfect harmony, now bears the mark of control and longing. This is not how it was meant to be. This is consequence, not command. God is not creating injustice. He is foretelling what sin has wrought in the human heart. And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Adam's sin touches the earth itself. The soil that once bloomed at his touch now fights back. Farming will be labor. Provision will require pain. And worst of all, death now enters the human story. Dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. The breath of God that gave life will one day leave the body. The ground from which he came will one day claim him back. The wages of sin is death. And so begins humanity's long walk east of Eden. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And yet, even here, Adam speaks a word of hope. He names her Eve Chava, in Hebrew, meaning life or life-giver. Though death has entered the world, he believes that life will continue. This is faith in seed form. Even in exile there will be children. Even in judgment there will be mercy. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins, and clothed them. Fig leaves were not enough. Their shame could not be solved by their sewing. So God himself makes garments for them, but not without a cost. Blood was shed. An animal innocent was slain. For the first time something dies, that another may be covered. This is the first sacrifice, and it points to the last. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. They could not remain in Eden, not because God was cruel, but because mercy would not allow them to live forever in a fallen state. To eat from the tree of life now would lock them in brokenness. So God sends them out of the garden, out of fellowship, into the world of toil and time. So he drove out the man, And he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. Eden was closed, and in its place angels stood watch. Flames danced across a sword that spun in every direction. No path led back. Not yet. Not until another would come, not from dust, but from heaven, to tear the veil and open the gate. Genesis 4. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. The story begins not with vengeance, but with hope. Eve's words echo with wonder. I have gotten a man from the Lord. Her joy is layered. Behind the phrase is anticipation. Perhaps this is the promised seed, the one who will crush the serpent's head. Cain is born, his name meaning acquired, possession created. He is not just a child. He is Eve's expectation. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Two brothers, two callings. Cain, the older, follows Adam's sweat, a farmer working the ground. Abel, the younger, watches flocks, a shepherd, tending the living. Both are born into the same fallen world. Both are sons of hope, but the soil beneath their feet carries the memory of the curse. From the first breath of humanity outside Eden, the world is already divided, not by destiny, but by response. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. Cain brings his offering, not as a rebellion but as a religious act. From the fruit of the ground, the work of his hands. But it is silent. We do not hear of joy. We do not see a heart stirred. It is routine worship, a gesture without wonder. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. Abel brings his offering too, but it is of the firstlings, the best, the fat, the costly. He doesn't just bring a lamb. He brings the first, the most precious. And in his offering is not only obedience, but faith. By faith Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain. Hebrews 11 verse 4. He offers what points forward, a blood sacrifice, a shadow of redemption. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. God sees both offerings and both hearts behind them. And Cain is not rejected arbitrarily. He is rejected because his heart was wrong. God does not correct Cain by fire or thunder. He doesn't rebuke with wrath. He simply looks and does not receive. And Cain burns. His anger ignites, not toward himself, not toward God, but toward his brother. His face falls. His inner world twists. And now jealousy, the quiet poison, begins to rise. This is the first fracture between brothers. The first wound not of flesh, but of comparison. And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wrought? This is one of the most profound warnings in all of Scripture. Sin lies at the door. The Hebrew word implies a crouching animal, ready to pounce. Sin is not passive. It waits. It watches. It wants. It desires you, Cain. It longs to control you, but you can rule over it. Even after the wrong heart, the cold offering, the fallen face, God still gives Cain a chance. Redemption is not blocked. The gate is open, but Cain must choose to walk through it. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. The Bible does not say what they spoke. Perhaps it was silent. Perhaps it was bitter. But the field becomes a theater of tragedy. Cain, the son of hope, the man acquired from the Lord, becomes the first murderer in human history. He kills his brother. And with that blow, the earth receives its first blood.
Abel dies.
Not of sickness, not of age, not of divine judgment, but by the hands of his own blood. The first human death is not natural. It is violent. A righteous man killed for no wrong. His blood soaks the soil. His voice is silenced. And yet, he being dead yet speaketh. Hebrews 11 verse 4. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? God speaks again. Where is Abel? Not because he does not know, but to give Cain space to confess. But Cain lies, I know not. And he adds insult. Am I my brother's keeper? Sarcasm, coldness.
No remorse, no tears, no trembling.
Cain's heart is now stone. He has killed and feels no weight. And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. God's grief is now clear. Abel's blood is not silent. Cries out not in words but in divine justice. What have you done? It is the echo of Eden's. Where are you? But now it is, what have you done? The earth, made from dust, now drinks blood. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. Cain is cursed not just by guilt, but by the very ground he worked. The earth, once his partner, now turns against him. The ground that received the blood will now reject the killer. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. No more fruit, no more peace. Cain is now a wanderer, a restless soul with no home. He sowed death, and now he reaps it, not in his body, but in his existence. He will live, but he will never be rooted again. And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Here is his first honest word, but it is not repentance. It is regret. Not, what have I done? But, what has happened to me? He mourns the consequence, not the crime. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth. And from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass, that every one that findeth me shall slay me. Cain fears for his life. He fears being hunted, though he was the hunter. Yet even now, he does not ask for mercy. He asks for protection. And still God listens. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. God gives Cain a mark, not of shame but of protection. Judgment and mercy walk side by side. God will not allow vengeance to replace justice. Even Cain, the murderer, is not beyond God's restraint. This is not approval. This is grace. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. Cain walks away from presence into exile. He lives, but he lives without the face of God. And still the eastward spiral continues, from Eden to Nod, from God's presence to distance. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. Even Cain, fallen, cursed, wandering, builds. A city rises, not from faith, but from fear. He tries to forge identity through legacy, not holiness. But the name of his son Enoch means dedicated. A longing still lingers to belong somewhere. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. 5 generations pass. Names echo through time. The line of Cain continues, but it is a shadowed path. From Adam to Lamech, the tone will now darken. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. Here comes the first polygamy. God made 1 woman for 1 man. Lamech takes 2. Culture is advancing, but holiness is declining. And Ada bare Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Music,
Agriculture,
industry, civilization rises, art and metal, skill and beauty. But without God, man is still creating, but apart from his creator. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. Ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. Violence escalates. Lamech boasts of murder, and dares God to avenge more than Cain. What Cain did in guilt, Lamech does in pride. Sin has evolved, and blood now flows without remorse. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son and called his name Seth. For God, said she, hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And yet hope returns. Eve names her third son Seth, appointed, not the firstborn, not the murderer, but a new beginning. God's plan continues not through violence, but through mercy. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. And now a spark of revival. For the first time since Eden, men begin to call on God, not just knowing of him, but calling upon him. The blood-soaked ground still speaks, but now so does prayer. Genesis 4 is a mirror. It reveals how quickly worship can turn to wrath, how envy can kill, how sin lies at the door and waits. But it also shows this: God warns, God speaks, God protects, God gives another seed. Cain's line gives us cities and weapons, but Seth's line gives us worship. One leads to Lamech, the other will lead to Christ. Genesis 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. The chapter begins not with death, but with identity. This is the book, a divine genealogy, a registry of breath and bone, each name written into eternity not by accident, but by design. This is not merely ancestry, this is covenantal memory. In the likeness of God made he him. Adam, though fallen, still bore the stamp of the divine. The image marred, but not erased. The resemblance of God in will, reason, and soul remained in man. Male and female created he them, and blessed them and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. They were two, yet one name was spoken over them, Adam. In unity they bore the mandate. In union they reflected the image of God, as male and female together. And they were blessed. Before the first sin, there was the first blessing. That divine favor was not revoked, it was remembered. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. Now Adam, once made in the image of God, brings forth a son in his own likeness, not perfect, not innocent, but human, bearing both the breath of life and the stain of sin. Seth, his name means appointed, a son born not to replace Eden, but to preserve the promise. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. 800 years, a stretch of time our modern minds cannot comprehend, but even centuries cannot prevent what comes for all flesh. Sons, daughters, legacies, generations. The family of man begins to multiply, but the question hovers: will they walk with God or forget him? And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died, and he died. 3 words, 9 centuries of life, and they still end the same. And he died. Adam, the first man, who once walked in Eden, who saw creation in its glory and fall in its grief, returns to dust. The prophecy of Genesis 2 verse 17 is fulfilled. In the day thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Death has begun its dominion. And Seth lived 105 years, and begot Enos, another generation. Enos, meaning mortal man, frailty. Seth's faith is now passed on. Though time moves forward, the spiritual memory continues. And Seth lived after he begot Enos 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And he died. The refrain begins, a liturgy of mortality, a rhythm of genealogy with a common end. Life blossoms, then fades. 900 years, and still the earth groans. And Enos lived 90 years and begot Cainan, And Enos lived after he begot Cainan 815 years, and begot sons and daughters, and all the days of Enos were 905 years. And he died. Another name, another legacy, another death. The pattern is unbroken. It is not punishment, it is reality. The wages of sin is death, even for the righteous. And Cainan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalaleel. And Cainan lived after he begot Mahalaleel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Cainan were 910 years, and he died. Generations pass, yet God's eyes remain on each name. Nothing is forgotten. Each life a spark in the unfolding light of prophecy. They lived, they bore fruit, and they died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years, and begot Jared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begot Jared 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And he died. 8 centuries of breath, love, labor, worship, and he died. But behind this repetition is a spiritual point. Man cannot escape mortality. Each generation falls as a leaf in time's wind, until one will not. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begot Enoch. Enoch, a name that will break the pattern, a life that will defy the curse. His name means dedicated, and he will live up to it. And Jared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And he died. Even the father of the miraculous still walks the same path. But now, the story pauses. The rhythm shifts. For a man steps forward whose life will not end like the others. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. Methuselah, his name is a prophecy. When he dies, it shall come. And indeed, Methuselah's death will coincide with the flood. He will be the longest living man, and a symbol of God's patience. But his father Enoch will be unlike any man before him. And Enoch walked with God after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and begot sons and daughters. Enoch walked with God. He did not just believe in God. He walked with him, through valleys, through silence, through faith, a steady, sacred journey of obedience. He was not perfect, but he was consistent. He walked with God. He did not just live, he journeyed in holy fellowship. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years, a life of 365 years. 1 year for every day in our solar year, a symbolic completeness. And then, something divine happens. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. No death, no grave, no, and he died. He walked, and then he was gone, taken, caught up, received into glory. This is the first rapture in Scripture. A man who walked so closely with God that heaven simply opened and welcomed him home. By faith Enoch was translated that he should not see death. Hebrews 11 verse 5. Enoch becomes the first to conquer death, not by sword, but by intimacy with God. He walked until earth could no longer contain him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. Methuselah lives longer than any human being, 969 years, a monument of divine patience. The flood waits for his final breath, and he dies on time, not before his purpose is complete. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begot a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, "This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed." Now enters Noah. His name means rest, comfort, and Lamech speaks prophetically, "This same shall comfort us." Already hope is rising again. The curse is not lifted, but a child has come who will carry a promise. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. and he died. But his son will soon face a world unlike any before, a world of flood and judgment. The rhythm of death continues until only one family remains. And Noah was 500 years old. And Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth, 3 sons, 3 branches of humanity. The stage is now set. The next chapter will shift from genealogy to global catastrophe. But before the rains fall, we hear a whisper. One man walked with God, and was not. Genesis 5 is not a boring list of names. It is a map of mortality, a catalog of consequence, a reminder of the fall, and a foreshadow of grace. And he died reminds us. Sin has spread, but every faithful name reminds us God has not forgotten. In the middle of death, a man walks with God. He defies the curse, not by strength, but by intimacy. And through his line, a man named Noah will rise. Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. The earth was growing. Humanity, born of dust and glory, now multiplied. Cities expanded. Generations filled the land. But what grew was not only life, it was pride, ambition, and distance from God. The sons of Adam had forgotten the voice in the garden. The world had grown wide, but its heart had grown cold. That the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. A strange union begins. Sons of God, a phrase cloaked in mystery, perhaps angelic beings, perhaps corrupted kings. Whoever they were, they saw beauty but not holiness, and they took, not by covenant, not by blessing, but by choice alone. Lust, not love, ruled their unions. Desire, not devotion, shaped their homes. The sacred line began to blur. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. God speaks, not in wrath, but in weariness. My spirit shall not always strive. He had contended with mankind. He had waited. He had called. But now he sets a limit. 120 years remain. A window of grace. A divine countdown begins. Judgment is not instant, but inevitable. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. Giants walked the land, the Nephilim, legends to the people, warriors, kings, conquerors. But might does not make righteousness. The world admired them, but heaven wept. The earth was filling with heroes of violence, not heroes of faith. Their fame echoed, their power expanded. But their hearts were far from God. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Here, the diagnosis of divine grief. God sees beneath the surface. He reads not just action, but intention. Not just deeds, but desire. Every imagination, only evil, continually. The thoughts of men had become a furnace of darkness. A generation of people whose minds were soaked in sin. Not sometimes, but always. Not a few, but all. The heart, once shaped to love God, now dreamed only of itself. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. These are some of the most sorrowful words in Scripture. It repented the Lord, not that God had erred, but that man had fallen so far, so deep, so violently. This is divine sorrow, not human regret, not surprise, but heartbreak. He who formed man with breath now mourns his creation. It grieved him at his heart. The pain of a parent whose child has chosen destruction. The ache of a creator watching beauty dissolve into blood. God is not distant from pain, he is pierced by it. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them. And now the decree falls. God, who had once blessed all that he had made and called it very good, now speaks of undoing, not because he delights in judgment, but because holiness demands it. Sin has spread like a plague, infecting every breath, every beast, every place. The earth itself groans under the weight of evil. God will cleanse it, not abandon it. He will restart, not resign. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. One verse, one man, one miracle. But Noah, while the world burned with pride and violence, one man walked in grace. He did not earn it. He did not rise by power. He found it grace in the eyes of God. He was not perfect, but he was obedient, not sinless, but sincere. The future of mankind now hung on one faithful heart. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. Noah walked with God. Like Enoch before him, he journeyed not alone. He did not follow the crowd. He followed the whisper of the Holy One. In a world without worship, he offered faith. In an age of giants, he stood tall by grace. Just perfect, walked with God. These are not titles of pride, but testimonies of intimacy. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. A new trio. 3 sons, 3 futures, 3 branches from which the world will be reborn. But not yet, for the flood has not come, and sin is not done. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. Corrupt, violent, 2 words. Not just kings or criminals, but all. The way of truth was forsaken. The paths of peace were abandoned. The covenant of Eden was forgotten. Every heart had chosen its own road, and none led to righteousness. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And, behold, I will destroy them with the earth. God speaks to Noah not in riddles but in clarity. The end of all flesh. These are not just words of judgment. They are words of warning. God is about to act. But first, he reveals his plan to his servant. Noah is not left in the dark. He is not swept away by surprise. He is called to build. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. God gives Noah a blueprint, not only of wood, but of salvation. The ark will be large. The work will be long. The task will seem impossible, but it will preserve life. This is more than a boat. It is a foreshadow of Christ. One way, one door, one vessel of rescue in a world about to drown. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. Details, precision, instruction. God is not vague. He gives Noah exact dimensions. He speaks clearly. The ark is not a metaphor in this moment. It is real wood, real labor, real faith. And it has only one door. Like salvation, there is only one way in. And, behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life, from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. God declares what is coming. I, even I. This is not nature gone wild. This is judgment with purpose. The flood will not be random. It will be righteous. Every breath, every beast, all will be swept away. But even now, the ark is being prepared. But with thee will I establish my covenant. And thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons, and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. Amid destruction, a promise is born. My covenant. This is the first time the word covenant appears in Scripture. It is God's vow, his oath to preserve, to protect, to restart. Noah will not just survive, he will carry the future. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. God cares not only for man, but for creation. He instructs Noah to preserve the animals, male and female, ready for new beginnings. This is not just judgment, it is preparation. The ark will carry not only souls, but seeds. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Even in the face of catastrophe, God cares for the details. Food for every mouth, provision for every day. Nothing escapes his care. Thus did Noah. According to all that God commanded him, so did he. Here is the greatest line of this chapter. So did he. Noah did not argue. He did not delay. He obeyed. And because he obeyed, the world would be saved. Genesis 6 is not just about judgment. It is about the heart of God. A heart that grieves. A voice that warns. A plan that rescues. And a man who walks in quiet obedience. While the world rages, God speaks. And somewhere, in silence, a hammer begins to strike wood. The ark is rising. Grace is taking shape. Genesis 7. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark. For thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. The door stands open. After decades of faithful labor, after years of ridicule, after silent obedience while the skies remained clear, the moment has come. God speaks to Noah with tenderness and authority. Come. It is not a cold command. It is an invitation. God does not say, Go into the ark, but come. As if he is already inside waiting, the Creator himself abides in the place of refuge. For thee have I seen righteous. In a world of wickedness, Noah stood out not for power or brilliance, but for faith. He obeyed when no one else would. He listened when the world was loud. His righteousness was not loud, it was steady. And now, his obedience would carry his entire household into salvation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, the male and his female. And of beasts that are not clean by two, the male and his female. God gives further instruction. 2 of every kind, male and female, for the survival of life. But the clean animals, those acceptable for sacrifice, are brought in by sevens. Even before the law is given to Moses, God shows Noah the difference between clean and unclean. Why sevens? Because worship will follow survival. There will be sacrifice after salvation. The journey ends not with relief, but with an altar. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. Birds are not forgotten. Their wings once filled Eden with sound. Now they are gathered again. Pairs, sevens. Fluttering hearts entering the ark 2 by 2. To keep seed alive. This is about more than survival. It is about the future. God is not merely sparing lives. He is planting continuity, preserving a living seed of the world. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. 7 more days. A final countdown. The clock of mercy ticks once more. 7 days of stillness. The door remains open. The sky remains silent. Yet the message has been clear, the time of judgment is near. I will cause it to rain. Then, a thing the world had never seen. Not mist, not dew, but the skies themselves would weep. The heavens would roar, and the earth would drown in its own violence. And Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. Simple, profound. Noah did, not because he understood, not because he saw proof, but because he trusted the voice that spoke. Obedience in the face of silence is the highest form of faith. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. 6 centuries of life. He had lived long enough to see generations rise and fall, cities built, names forgotten, violence grow like thorns. And now, at 600, he would enter the most important chapter of his life. He was not too old to begin again. No one is too old to obey God. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. 8 souls, a righteous remnant. Noah, his wife, his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives. 8 people would walk into the ark and carry the weight of the entire future. Not priests, not warriors, not kings, but a family chosen by grace. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. The animals came not by force but by divine calling. They obeyed the Creator's whisper. From across the land they walked, crawled, and flew. 2 by 2 they entered the ark. Order in the midst of chaos. Peace before the storm. Even creation obeyed while mankind rebelled. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. 7 days passed. Stillness. Then the storm. First a drop. Then a wind. Then the skies broke open. The heavens wept as they never had before. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. It was the 17th day of the 2nd month. This was no myth. It was marked in time. The fountains of the great deep, the windows of heaven. The judgment came not just from above, but from beneath. The waters rose from the ground and fell from the sky. Creation itself convulsed. The earth, groaning under the weight of sin, broke apart. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. For 40 days the heavens did not stop. Day and night the roar continued. Waves crashed against the ark. Wind howled over the plains. The earth was being washed, not by accident, but by judgment. 40 days of divine reckoning. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, into the ark. On the day the flood began, they entered. Not before, not after. God's timing is precise. He did not abandon them to chance. He called them on the very day the earth began to flood. The righteous will never be forgotten when judgment falls. They, and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. All flesh, wherein is the breath of life. Not just biology, but divine breath. What God had once breathed into Adam now took refuge in an ark. Life was not being destroyed, it was being preserved. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him. And the Lord shut him in. And then the Lord shut him in. Not Noah, not his sons. God closed the door. This is not just a door, it is a symbol. When God closes the door of mercy, it is final. There would be no second chance. No cries heard through wood. Judgment had begun, and grace was now sealed inside. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. The ark rose, from dirt to waves. It was not steered. It had no rudder, but it was held lifted by mercy, carried by promise. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went upon the face of the waters. The waters prevailed. The earth, once so solid, was now an ocean. Cities, altars, towers, fields, all gone. Only the ark remained, afloat in judgment. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth. And all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. Mountains vanished. Pride was swallowed. Elevation offered no safety. Even the highest place was not high enough. Only those in the ark were saved. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. All flesh died. What had once lived in the garden, what had once been blessed to multiply, was now undone. The breath of life had returned to its giver. The dry land was no more, and every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. Noah remained, he and his family, floating above a sea of silence. The world had ended, but a new one was already waiting to be born. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. 5 months, 150 days of drifting, of waiting, of wondering if the rains would ever stop. But the ark held, and God remembered. Genesis 7 is not just a flood story. It is the death of the old world and the preservation of a new one. It is the justice of God and the shelter of obedience. The ark is not just wood, it is grace made visible. It is the only way to survive what we cannot endure. Just as there was only one ark, so there is only one Savior. And just as Noah was invited in, so we are invited too. Come into the ark still echoes to every soul. Before the rains come, Genesis 8, and God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. Silence, stillness, floating for 150 days in endless water. No sign of land, no voice from heaven. And then these words, God remembered Noah. He never forgot. But now heaven moves. To remember in Scripture is not mental recall. It is divine action. It is mercy on the move. And so, God sends a wind, the same Hebrew word used for spirit in Genesis 1 verse 2. The spirit that hovered over the waters at creation now breathes again over the deep. Creation is not being abandoned, it is being recreated. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. The storm obeys its master. The fountains close, the skies dry. He who opened the heavens now restrains them. Judgment is not forever, it has its end. Even wrath bows to God's timing. And the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. Slowly, steadily, the waters recede. The judgment does not vanish in an instant. It withdraws with purpose. The earth, once drowned, begins to breathe again. It is the beginning of the end of destruction and the birth of renewal. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. After months of motion, the ark rests. This is not random. It is on the 17th day of the 7th month. Many Jewish scholars and early Christian fathers believed this date would later become associated with resurrection. The same calendar date, some say, as the resurrection of Christ. The ark rested, not just physically, but the story itself finds a pause. It comes to Ararat, a name that may mean high or sacred ground. After judgment, grace finds a place to land. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. 3 months later, the mountains appear. After months of only sea and sky, the first glimpse of earth breaks through the water. The world that had perished begins to resurrect. God is restoring order slowly but faithfully. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. Noah waits. Even as the ark rests, even after months of drifting, Noah does not leave without God's word. He opens a window not to escape but to watch, to look, to discern, to wait. Faith obeys not only when God says go, but when God says wait. And he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro, until the waters were dried up from off the earth. A raven flies, restless, circling. It does not return. It flies to and fro, a symbol of impatience, of seeking self-preservation. Ravens are scavengers. It found something to land on, perhaps even corpses. But Noah is not looking for death. He's waiting for the sign of life. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. Now a dove, gentle, clean, peaceful. She searches for what the raven ignored, dry ground, but she finds no rest, and so she returns. Noah does not punish her for failure. He reaches out with patience and draws her back in. The dove becomes a symbol of the spirit of peace, of purity. It is not yet time to land. And he stayed yet other 7 days. And again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. 7 more days. Noah waits, then sends the dove again. This time she returns, and in her mouth is an olive leaf, green, fresh, plucked. Not only is there land, there is life. The olive leaf becomes a symbol of hope, of peace, of reconciliation. Heaven has remembered the earth, and now new creation is growing. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. 7 more days. The dove is released, and does not return. This is the signal Noah has waited for. The earth is now ready. The dove has found rest, and Noah now knows it is time to move toward it. But even now he waits for God's voice. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. A new year dawns. The 1st day of the 1st month, a new beginning. Noah removes the covering. For the first time in over a year, he breathes open air. The face of the ground is dry, but still he waits. He will not step off the ark until God speaks. This is faith, not in signs alone, but in the timing of heaven. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. 1 year and 10 days since the flood began. The earth is dry. Judgment has ended. Restoration is visible. The ground once cursed is now waiting for footsteps. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife and thy sons wives with thee. And now God speaks again. Go forth. What God shut, he now opens. The same God who said, Come into the ark, now says, Go. This is not just permission, it is commissioning. Noah is not just stepping onto dry ground. He is stepping into a new covenant world. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. The command echoes Eden. Be fruitful and multiply. This is the rebirth of the world. The animals exit not into chaos, but into renewed blessing. Creation is given another chance. God is not only a judge, he is a restorer. And Noah went forth, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Obedience again. Noah steps out not because the door is open, but because God said go. The ark was a refuge, but it was not a home. Faith walks when God says walk. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. The procession leaves. Noah watches as the creatures disembark. One by one they walk into the sunlight. What went in by pairs now comes out as living proof of mercy. The ark had done its work, and Noah builded. Blood is spilled, not in judgment now, but in thanksgiving. The ark saved his body. The altar sanctifies his soul. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. God receives the offering, not as smoke, but as a sweet savor, a symbol of pleased acceptance. And he speaks, not to Noah, but within himself, I will not again curse the ground. Judgment is done. Wrath is satisfied. The flood will not be repeated. God knows that man's heart is still sinful, but he responds with mercy. This is grace over guilt, favor over failure. While the earth remaineth, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Here is the first promise of stability. God declares a covenant of rhythm. While the earth remains, seasons will continue. The sun will rise. Harvest will follow seed. Day will follow night. God is not just preserving life, He is reestablishing order. This is not just survival, this is the beginning of covenant history. Genesis 8 is a chapter of hope after horror. The storm ceases. The ark rests. The dove returns. The altar rises. The voice of God speaks again. In this chapter we see the patience of Noah, the faithfulness of God, the renewal of creation, and the first post-judgment worship. The flood was not the end. It was the beginning of something deeper, a world where grace would carry mankind forward toward the cross. Genesis 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. The flood had ended. The waters had dried. The ark had rested. Now God speaks again, and His first word is blessing. God blessed Noah. He does not begin with rules. He does not begin with judgment. He begins with the same commission given to Adam in Eden. Be fruitful, multiply, replenish. The human family is invited again to fill the earth. It is a chance to begin anew, not by might but by mercy. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Now God reshapes the relationship between man and creation. Before, animals may have lived in harmony with man. Now there will be fear. The wild will no longer walk close. The creatures will flee. But God still grants dominion. The covenant is not just spiritual, it's practical. Even the animals know that a new age has begun. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. Now meat is added to man's provision. Before, in Eden, only plants were food. But in this world of survival, of sacrifice, of seasons, God allows flesh to be eaten. But it is not indulgence, it is stewardship. Man is given permission, not license. Every bite must be remembered as a gift from above. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. Here comes the sacred line. Though meat is allowed, the blood is not. Blood is not nutrition, it is life. The soul of the creature is in the blood. It belongs to God. Even now, long before Leviticus, long before Calvary, the reverence for blood is deeply embedded. It is not merely biological. It is sacramental. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Blood is not only sacred in animals, it is sacred in man. God will hold accountable every taker of life, animal or human. Life is not disposable. It is divine. It is image-bearing. God says, I will require it. He is not distant. He is not silent. He will act on behalf of the innocent. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. Here is the foundation of justice. Not vengeance, but divine consequence. For in the image of God, to strike a human is to strike the image of God. It is to desecrate what is sacred. Every life, rich or poor, young or old, carries that mark. And so God defends it. This is not just law. This is theology in action. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. Again, God repeats His command. The emphasis is clear. Life must go on. The post-flood world is not to be feared. It is to be filled. What sin had sought to erase, God commissions again to grow. And God spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you. Now comes the heart of the chapter. The covenant. I establish my covenant. This is more than a promise. It is a binding oath from God to man, unbreakable, undeniable, unshakable, and it is generational. Not just Noah, but his sons, and their sons. Even us today are beneficiaries of this moment. And with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. This covenant is not just for man. It is for every creature that walked out of the ark. God remembers all he made, not just his image bearers. His mercy is broad. His love stretches across all breadth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. Here is the promise. Never again. No matter how evil the world may become, God will not repeat the flood. This is not because man is better, but because God has chosen to relate to us through grace, not global wrath. Judgment has an end. Mercy does not. And God said, "This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth." God gives a sign, not a sword, not a scroll, but a bow, painted in color, strung across the sky. The rainbow is not just a natural phenomenon. It is a sacred signature. When we see it, we remember God keeps his word. The bow, once a weapon, is now pointed upward, toward heaven, never again downward, toward the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud, and I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Clouds will come. Storms will rise again. But above them, God places a reminder. The rainbow is not just for us, it is also for God. He says, "I will remember." Not because he forgets, but to show us that his heart is eternally committed. Even in the storm, there is grace above it. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. This covenant is everlasting, not based on man's obedience, but on God's character. The rainbow stands as an eternal bridge between justice and mercy. It reminds us, though we deserve judgment, he offers peace. And God said unto Noah, "This is the token of the covenant, which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth." And God reaffirms it. 3 times he repeats his covenant. 3 times he declares its permanence. This is no small promise. This is a vow etched in creation itself. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. Now the narrative turns. We descend from mountaintop covenant to human frailty. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the new fathers of the world. But not all lines will carry the same story. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. All peoples, all nations, every language and tribe will come from these 3. Noah is now not only the father of sons, he is the ancestor of the world. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. The flood is over. Life begins. Noah plants a vineyard, a symbol of blessing, joy, and danger. Vineyards require time. This is not impulsive, this is a long labor, but it will soon bear bittersweet fruit. And he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. Noah, the righteous man, the ark builder, the preacher of judgment, now lies drunk, naked, in his tent. The Bible does not hide this. God's heroes are still human. This is not mockery, it is honesty. Even the greatest fall when they forget the altar. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. Ham does not act with reverence. He sees shame, and instead of covering it, he broadcasts it. Sin is not just in what we do, but in how we treat those who fall.
Honor covers.
Pride exposes. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Shem and Japheth act differently. They protect. They walk backward. They refuse to look. They honor the one who once stood for them. This is what grace does. It covers, not to excuse sin, but to preserve dignity. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Noah awakens and sees the truth, and from his lips comes a curse, not upon Ham directly, but upon Canaan, his son. This will echo into history, through battles, through kingdoms, through generations. Honor and shame have lasting consequences. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Noah speaks destiny. Shem, the spiritual line from whom Abraham will come. Japheth, the enlarged one, representing the nations of Europe. Canaan, the humbled one, often in opposition to God's people. These words are not vengeance. They are prophetic vision. The future unfolds through families. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. And so,
Noah dies.
950 years. He saw the world before the flood, and the world after. He preached, he built, he obeyed, he stumbled, he worshipped, and now he sleeps. Genesis 9 is a chapter of divine promise and human weakness. It gives us the first covenant, the first rainbow, the dignity of life, the sorrow of sin, and the beauty of new beginnings. It reminds us that even after judgment, God still chooses grace, that even after obedience, man still needs mercy, and that through covenant, God lays the foundation for the coming of Christ. Genesis 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. A new world had begun. The ark had come to rest. The ground was dry. Worship had risen. And now, from one family, the world begins to multiply again. Genesis 10 is not a list. It's a map of destiny. From Shem, Ham, and Japheth will come tribes, languages, empires. This chapter is the seed of history. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshech and Tiras. Japheth, his name means enlarged. He becomes the father of the Indo-European peoples. Each name here echoes across ancient history. Gomer, ancestors of the Sumerians, spread into Europe. Magog, later associated with lands far north. Prophetic significance in Ezekiel. Madai gives rise to the Medes of Persia. Javan, ancient Greeks. Tubal and Meshech, names linked to regions near modern-day Russia and Turkey. Tiras, possibly connected to early Thracian peoples. These are not just names. They are the birthplaces of nations. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah. Ashkenaz, later associated with Germanic tribes. The Ashkenazi Jews take their name from here. Togarmah, linked to Armenia and parts of eastern Turkey. And the sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Dodanim. Tarshish, a western seaport mentioned in Jonah. Kittim, often connected with Cyprus and Mediterranean islands. Dodanim, associated with the Aegean peoples. The sons of Japheth fill the islands, coasts, and westward lands. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. Here, for the first time in the Bible, Gentiles. From Japheth come the nations outside Israel, the non-Hebrew peoples. And God, even here, speaks of languages, lands, and tribes, long before the Tower of Babel. And the sons of Ham, Cush and Mizraim and Phut and Canaan. Ham, once dishonored, now listed as a father of powerful peoples. Cush becomes Ethiopia/Nubia. Mizraim, Egypt. Phut, Libya and North Africa. Canaan, the peoples displaced by Israel's conquest. These are the nations that would come into both conflict and connection with Israel. And the sons of Cush, Seba and Havilah and Sabta and Rama and Septeka. And the sons of Rama, Sheba and Dedan.
Seba, Sheba.
Lands rich in gold and spices, tied to Arabia and Ethiopia. Dedan, future site of commerce. Even here, God lays the foundations for prophecy, trade, and biblical encounter. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. Nimrod, the first great ruler, the first name marked by fame and force. A mighty one, yet not in faith, but in dominion. A mighty hunter before the Lord. This is no compliment. It suggests defiance. A man of ambition, building cities, chasing control. The first human kingdom builder. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. From Nimrod comes Babel, the root of Babylon, symbol of man's pride. Erech, Uruk, ancient Samaria. Akkad, Akkadian Empire. Shinar, Mesopotamia, site of the future Tower of Babel. He builds kingdoms, not altars. This is the contrast between Noah's legacy of worship and Nimrod's legacy of control. Out of that land went forth Ashur and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth and Calah, and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. Ashur, likely founder of Assyria, builder of Nineveh. These cities will rise, and one day fall under God's judgment. Nineveh, the city Jonah would visit. Calah and Rezin, seats of ancient pride. These are the foundations of prophetic confrontation. And Mizraim begot Ludim and Anamim and Lahabim and Naphtahim and Pathrusim and Casluim, out of whom came Philistim and Caphtorim. From Egypt, Mizraim, come many peoples, some lost to time, others infamous. Philistim, the Philistines, Israel's enemies. Caphtorim, believed to be Crete or Cyprus. Nations that will become part of Israel's storyline of struggle. And Canaan begot Sidon his firstborn, and Hate, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite, and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. These are the tribes of the promised land. Sidon becomes a coastal trade empire. Hate, father of the Hittites. Jebusites, original inhabitants of Jerusalem. Amorites, Hivites, etc., tribes Israel would later conquer. Their existence is not a mistake. It is part of prophecy. Even opposition is woven into the plan of redemption. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. The Canaanites spread far, from Phoenicia to Gaza to the cities of the plain, even to Sodom and Gomorrah, whose story will come soon. Here we see a map of tension, a line drawn for future battle. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Each family, with their own language, their own story. This is not confusion yet, this is divine distribution. Before Babel scattered mankind, God planted nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. Shem, the spiritual line. From him will come Eber, ancestor of the Hebrews. Shem becomes the father of faith, not just by biology but by calling. The children of Shem, Elam and Ashur and Arphaxad, and Lud and Aram. Each of these names becomes a nation. Elam, eastern Persia. Ashur, Assyria. Arphaxad, the direct line to Abraham. Lud, Asia Minor. Aram, Syria. This is the Middle East map forming. And the children of Aram, Uz and Hul and Gether and Mash. Uz, land of Job. The others fill out the Semitic peoples. God is preparing stories, not just tribes. And Arphaxad begot Sulla, and Sulla begot Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. and his brother's name was Joktan, Eber, father of the Hebrews. His son Peleg, his name means division. In his days was the earth divided. This may refer to the coming Tower of Babel, the scattering of languages, the separation of nations. Peleg marks the turning point of global unity. And Joktan begot Almodad, and Shalef, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Joktan's sons spread south into Arabia. Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, names tied to wealth, trade, and biblical encounter. Ophir, source of Solomon's gold. Even in the genealogies, treasure is hidden. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. They settle in the east mountains, deserts, trading routes. History is already unfolding across terrain and time. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. Another family, another language, another path of God's unfolding plan. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. This chapter ends with a declaration. By these were the nations divided. From one man, Noah, came 70 nations, each a branch, each a direction. Each will someday encounter the God who called their father through the flood. Genesis 10 is not a list, it's a blueprint. It shows that God sees all peoples, that every tribe has a place in his plan, that even through fallen men like Nimrod and forgotten names like Diklah and Mash, destiny flows. And above all, it shows this: from Shem will come Abraham, from Abraham a people, from that people a savior, and through that savior all the nations shall be blessed. Genesis 10 is the table, the gospel is the feast. Genesis 11, Babel falls, a family rises. One and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. At first there was unity, one people, one tongue, one mind. In the aftermath of the flood, humanity began again. A second chance, a new world. And they shared more than blood, they shared understanding. A world where every voice echoed with the same words. And yet, even this great harmony would soon turn into rebellion. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar. And they dwelt there. They journeyed. Together, they wandered from the mountains of Ararat into the wide, open land of Shinar, the region later known as Babylon. The plains of Shinar were flat and vast, a perfect place for settling, for building, for dreaming. But their dream would soon become defiance. And they dwelt there. The decision was subtle, but it defied God's original instruction to fill the earth. What God called them to scatter, they chose to settle. And they said one to another, "Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly." And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. Innovation flourished. They learned to build, to burn bricks until they hardened, to create mortar from tar and bitumen. With new tools came new ambition. What should have been used to build homes would now be used to build a monument to themselves. And they said, "Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." These words pierce like thunder. Let us build, let us reach, let us make a name. They did not say, "Let us seek God." They said, "Let us reach the heavens ourselves." Their unity was no longer rooted in worship. It was driven by ego. Their greatest fear was obedience, to be scattered, just as God had commanded in Genesis 9. This tower, it was more than architecture. It was a rebellion in stone. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. God came down, not because he couldn't see from heaven, but because this act required divine confrontation. The God who had spoken galaxies into being now stoops to observe a pile of bricks. The irony is sharp. Man's highest ambition still required God to descend. And the Lord said, "Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. God saw the danger not in their building, but in their unified pride. Now nothing will be restrained. When the imagination of man runs without the fear of God, it leads to chaos. This was not divine insecurity, it was protective judgment. God knew the path of pride leads to destruction. Let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. Heaven speaks again. Let us go down. Echoes of Genesis 1 verse 26. Let us make man, but now man will not be made, he will be divided. The judgment is strategic. God does not strike with lightning, he confuses with language. Suddenly, clarity becomes confusion. Cooperation becomes conflict. What once united them now divides them. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth. And they left off to build the city. God finishes what man refused. Scattered. The very thing they feared becomes their reality. The tower is abandoned, half-built, half-dreamt, fully broken. They wanted to build a name, but all they left behind was a ruin. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. Babel. The name means confusion. What was meant to reach heaven has become a monument to misunderstanding. The tower stands unfinished. The dream dies unanswered. But God's purpose, to fill the earth, to humble the proud, to prepare the way for faith, continues. And now the focus narrows. From the scattered nations to one family. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. The family of Shem, blessed by Noah, chosen by God. From him, a holy lineage is preserved. Through his son Arphaxad, the seed continues. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begot sons and daughters. Long life, quiet obedience.
No glory.
No tower, just generations of faithfulness. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Sulla. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Sulla 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. The rhythm of genealogy continues, not rushed, not dramatic. Each life matters. Each soul carries a piece of God's plan. And Sulla lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Sulla lived after he begot Eber 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. Eber, from whom the Hebrews are named. The identity of a people begins in this quiet birth. And Eber lived 34 years, and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years, and begot sons and daughters. Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. His name marks the moment of Babel, the scattering remembered in every generation. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begot Ru. And Peleg lived after he begot Ru 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. Ru, a name barely known, but the story cannot go forward without him. And Ru lived 32 years, and begot Serug. And Ru lived after he begot Serug 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And now we arrive at a turning point. Terah, a man who will leave idols behind and birth a son of destiny. And Terah lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Here he is, Abram, not yet the father of many nations, but chosen. His name will soon become a covenant. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. Abram, Nahor, and Haran, 3 sons, 3 paths. Lot, Haran's son, a future companion and complication. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. A sorrowful death. Before the journey begins, grief marks the family. Ur, a city of idols and prosperity. The the place where God will call Abram out of comfort. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, Sarai, barren, beautiful, bold. Her womb is empty now, but her life is about to be filled with promise. But Sarai was barren. She had no child. A shadow lingers. In a world where legacy is everything, Sarai has no heir. But where man sees impossibility, God sees preparation. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, and Sarai, and they went forth from Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran, and dwelt there. The journey begins, but does not finish. Terah starts toward Canaan, but stops in Haran. The name is familiar. The location is comfortable. But comfort is not destiny. And the days of Terah were 205 years. And Terah died in Haran. And so Terah dies short of the land he aimed for. His story ends in pause. But Abram's story is about to begin in promise. Genesis 11 is a tale of two responses to God. The people of Babel try to reach God without obedience. The family of Shem and ultimately Abram quietly walks forward in faith. From pride to promise. From scattered people to a chosen seed. From tower building to altar building. This is the moment before everything changes. The setup before the call. The whisper before the word. And that word is about to come to Abram. Go from your country to a land I will show you. A new nation will be born. A new covenant will rise. And the world, still scattered from Babel, will begin to find its way home. Genesis 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee. The silence breaks. The God who scattered the nations now speaks to a man. Get thee out. It is not a request. It is a command that will split history. Abram, surrounded by idols in Ur, hears the voice of the invisible God, and that voice calls him out of everything familiar, his country, his place of birth, his kindred, his network of safety, his father's house, the weight of tradition. God does not even name the destination. He says only, a land that I will show thee. Faith does not always know the finish, it only obeys the voice. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. God's promise unfolds. I will. This is not man's ambition like Babel. This is divine initiative. A great nation, though Abram has no child. A great name, though he has no city. A great purpose, not just to receive blessing, but to become one. The covenant begins here. A man, promise, a mission. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Here is the heartbeat of redemptive history. In thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. This is more than land, more than lineage. This is the seed of the gospel. Through Abram will come the Messiah. All nations, scattered at Babel, will find their unity again in blessing. So Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. He went, no hesitation, no condition, no delay. So Abram departed. At 75 years old, he begins again. Not because of youth, but because of faith. Lot joins him, a choice that will shape their future. Obedience always has witnesses. Sometimes it brings complication. Always it invites destiny. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. The journey is long. They carry not just belongings, but people, servants, animals, legacies. This is not a pilgrimage, it's a migration of purpose. And finally, they enter Canaan, the land of promise. Still a mystery, still filled with others, but now walked by the feet of a man God chose. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. Abram does not conquer. He walks. He enters a land not his, watched by people not his own. The Canaanite was then in the land. But God is not afraid of obstacles. He sends his servant through opposition to see what will one day be his. Sikhem. The future site of altars, kingdoms, and renewal begins as a foreign plain. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. For the first time, God appears, not just a voice, a vision.
A manifestation.
And with that appearance comes a promise. He has no child.
No heir.
Yet God speaks as though it already is. And Abram's response? He builds, not a tower, not a house, but an altar, because when God speaks, worship rises. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. He keeps moving. Faith is not static, it pitches tents and builds altars. Bethel, the house of God. Ai, Aruin. Abram lives between glory and brokenness, between promise and delay. But again, he builds an altar. Every step of obedience becomes a place of worship. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. The journey continues. There is no clear end, no mapped cities, only footsteps on holy ground. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there. For the famine was grievous in the land. And then famine. Even the land of promise has trial. This is the test of faith, when the place God sends you begins to lack what you need. Abram chooses to go down to Egypt, a land of provision but also of pressure. He sojourns there, temporarily. But even temporary choices have lasting effects. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Fear speaks. Sarai's beauty becomes a threat. Abram, the man of faith, begins to reason in the flesh. He looks at Egypt, not through the lens of promise, but through the eyes of self-preservation. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. He imagines the worst. Faith has given way to fear. Rather than trust the God who called him, he now plots to protect himself through deception. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. He makes Sarai complicit. A half-truth, for she is his half-sister, but a full deception in intent. Here, Abram falters. Even the heroes of faith have feet of clay. And it came to pass that, when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman that she was very fair. Just as he feared, the eyes of men noticed Sarai, her beauty undeniable even in a foreign land. 15 The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Sarai is taken. The promise, through whom the seed is to come, is now in the hands of Pharaoh. Abram's fear has placed the future in jeopardy. But God will not let his covenant be broken. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses and menservants and maidservants, and she asses and camels. Abram grows richer. But at what cost? Favor comes with compromise. Gifts pile up while Sarai is not beside him. Prosperity is not always proof of blessing. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues. Because of Sarai, Abram's wife, God intervenes. Pharaoh is struck, not because he sinned knowingly, but because God protects his promise. The Lord defends Sarai and the future that rests in her womb. Even when Abram fails, God remains faithful. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Rebuke comes from a pagan king. Abram, the man of faith, is corrected by the very man he feared. Even in foreign lands, truth prevails. 19 Why saidst thou, She is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore behold thy wife, take her, and go thy way. Pharaoh gives her back. untouched. Take her and go. God restores what fear nearly stole. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away and his wife and all that he had. Abram leaves Egypt. He returns with Sarai with wealth and with a renewed awareness. Obedience is not only about hearing God's voice, it's about trusting it even when the land runs dry. Genesis 12 is the birth of faith's journey. A man hears, a man obeys, a man fails, and still God moves. Abram will become Abraham. Sarai will become Sarah. The land will become Israel. The seed will become Christ. But it begins here not with certainty, but with obedience. And every believer's journey echoes this chapter. Go to a land I will show you. I will bless you. You will be a blessing. Faith begins not with knowing all the answers, but with saying yes to the call. Genesis 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. From Egypt they rise, not just in location, but in spiritual awareness. Abram leaves behind the land of compromise. He returns to the journey of faith, to the land where altars were built. The famine is past. The failure is behind. But the promise remains. And Lot with him, the nephew, still walks beside the man of covenant. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. God did not strip him of blessing even after his mistake. Very rich. This is the first time in Scripture that wealth is measured this way. But more than his riches, it is what he does with it that will define him. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning between Bethel and Hai. He returns to where it all started. Back to Bethel, the place where his tent had been. When the journey goes wrong, go back to the last place God met you. Bethel, the house of God, is not just a location. It is a spiritual checkpoint, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. He finds the altar. He finds his posture again. And there Abram called. He calls not on silver or livestock, not on schemes, but on the Lord. Worship is restored. Faith tested in Egypt is now renewed in Bethel. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Lot had prospered too. Proximity to obedience brings blessing, but it also reveals hearts. Lot has all the signs of success. Flocks, herds, tents, but no altars. There's wealth, but no worship. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together. For their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. The blessing has outgrown the land. 2 herds, 2 households, 1 narrow space. Wealth is not just a gift. It can become a source of friction. Here, the cost of prosperity comes into focus. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. Strife begins with the servants, unseen by many, but loud in consequence. And it happens under the watchful eyes of unbelieving nations, the Canaanite and Perizzite. What testimony does it show? When those called of God cannot live in peace. Abram sees it clearly. Peace must be chosen, even if it comes with a cost. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen. For we be brethren. This is not just humility, it is maturity. Abram is the elder, the one with the promise, the one who hears God, but he steps down from his right to protect the relationship. We be brethren. Peace is more powerful than possession. Unity more eternal than territory. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. Here, the covenant man offers first choice. He could have claimed the best land. Instead, he gives Lot the freedom to choose. This is what faith does. It trusts that wherever God places you, the blessing will follow. Abram doesn't need to grab land. He walks with the one who owns it all. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zor. Lot lifts his eyes, but not in prayer. He chooses based on what he sees lose. And so they part. Lot walks toward prosperity. Abram walks in promise. Sometimes separation is not failure, it is clarity. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. Lot pitches his tent toward Sodom. He's not in Sodom yet, just facing it. But where your tent faces, your heart follows. Sodom will soon pull him in. For now the path is set. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. This verse stands alone, a warning. Lot's chosen paradise hides rot at the roots. Wickedness festers in the cities of the plain, and soon it will demand everything he has. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. Lot lifted his own eyes and chose. Now God invites Abram to lift his eyes by faith and receive. God does not speak until Lot departs. Sometimes, separation precedes revelation. Look in every direction. The land is not lost. It is promised. For all the land which thou sayest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. This is divine inheritance. Abram gave up the plains. God gives him the earth. The land is not a prize for ambition. It is a gift from the God of eternity. To thy seed. Still he has no child, but the promise remains sure. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. From one man, a multitude. From an old man with no children, generations like the dust. God promises the impossible because he is the one who fulfills it. Abram does not need to count dust, only to trust the God who created it. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. God tells him to walk, to claim it by faith and obedience. Every step becomes sacred. Every footprint marks a future inheritance. Walk. Faith is not idle. It moves, it explores, it believes. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. He moves again, not to claim, but to worship, and built there an altar. This is the third altar Abram builds. Wherever he goes, he leaves behind worship. Mamre, the place of strength. Hebron, the place of fellowship. God has separated him, blessed him, and confirmed the covenant. And Abram responds the only way faith knows how. He builds an altar. Genesis 13 is a chapter of choices. Lot chose by sight. Abram chose by surrender. Lot walked toward sin. Abram walked in worship. Lot sought the best land. Abram trusted the best God. The true inheritance isn't measured by how green the grass is, but by how deep the faith runs. And God sees. When you choose peace over position, when you trust God over gain, when you let go of what you could claim, God says, lift up your eyes. I will give. Walk the land. Build the altar, because faith may not always win quickly, but it inherits everything in the end. Genesis 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel king of Shinar, Arioch king of Elasa, Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of nations. The scene shifts. No longer the quiet hills of Hebron or the peaceful plains of Mamre. Now the world stage opens. For kings powerful, ancient, rulers of rising empires and established cities. Their names are unfamiliar to us, but in their day they were giants. Amraphel of Shinar, a shadow from the Tower of Babel. Kedorlaomer of Elam, the overlord, feared and fierce. Tidal, king of nations, a coalition unto himself. The earth trembles as kingdoms clash. That these made war with Bera king of Sodom, and with Bersha king of Gomorrah, Shernab king of Admah, and Shemeber king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zor. War brews on the Jordan plain. 5 city kings rise to defend their land, Sodom among them. Their sins are many, but now their pride is wounded. They will not bow to the east. All these were joined together in the Vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. The battlefield is set. The Vale of Siddim, low, sun-baked, bitter with salt, a basin that will soon run red. This is the land near the Dead Sea, once fertile, soon cursed. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. 12 years of tribute, 12 years of silence. Then came the 13th, the number of rebellion. They rose, they refused. But empires do not release their grip lightly. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Eames in Shave Kiriathaim. Kedorlaomer strikes with fury and precision. Like a storm sweeping across the map, he crushes the Rephaims, giants of legend. He decimates the Zuzims and the Eames, fierce tribes long feared. This is no battle. It is a conquest. And the Horites in their Mount Seir unto Elparan, which is by the wilderness. The campaign moves south, even the mountains cannot shelter the Horites.
No traïve stands.
No city is safe. This is the crushing boot of imperial wrath. And they returned and came to Enmishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazazontamar. Having conquered, they return not to rest but to dominate. The Amalekites fall. The Amorites are routed. And the people tremble as the armies march back toward Sodom. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zor. And they joined battle with them in the Vale of Siddim. 5 kings gather their forces. They cannot match the might of the east, but pride will not let them submit. The 2 sides meet again in Siddim, where dust becomes mud, and blood flows thick. With Kedorlaomer the king of Elam, and with Tidal king of nations, and Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasa. 4 kings with 5, for against 5. But it is not the numbers that matter, it is the strength. Kedorlaomer has crushed all opposition. This battle is his to win, and so he does. And the Vale of Siddim was full of slime pits. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. The battlefield turns against them. The ground itself becomes their trap, pits of tar, slick and deadly. Kings fall into the earth. Soldiers scatter into the hills. The coalition collapses. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. The cities are plundered. Gold, silver, food, livestock, all taken. The invaders leave nothing untouched. Their victory is complete. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And here the story becomes personal. Lot, the nephew of Abram, has pitched his tent too close. Now he is caught in the consequences of Sodom's war. He is taken, a prisoner, a spoil of war. What began as a separation becomes a rescue mission. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew. For he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner. And these were confederate with Abram. A messenger escapes. He finds Abram the Hebrew the first time this title appears. Living quietly in Canaan, Abram is not a king. But he is known. He is respected. And he is not alone. Allies surround him. Men of integrity, local leaders, Mamre, Eshcol, and Aner. Together, they form a fellowship for righteousness. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. Abram does not hesitate. No army, no national banner, no official rank, just faith, loyalty, and 318 men. Born in his house, trained by his hand, he becomes more than a patriarch. He becomes a warrior. From Mamre to Dan they pursue, not for land, not for glory, for Lot, because covenant is not only vertical, it moves horizontally in love. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. Under cover of night he strikes. Divided tactics, military brilliance, faith and strategy unite. The kings of the east, unbeatable by armies, are routed by a shepherd and his servants. They flee to Damascus, chased by justice.
Habrán pruebas.
Righteousness is not weakness. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also and the people. The rescue is complete. Not just Lot, but all the captives. Not just family, but strangers, cities, women, children. Abram returns with everything the enemy took. Victory without vengeance. Power used for restoration. This is the mark of a covenant man. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shave, which is the king's dale. The king of Sodom appears again. Once fallen in the pits, now he comes to reclaim his people. But another king approaches, one of a very different kind. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest of the Most High God. Here he is, Melchizedek, king of Salem, peace, priest of the Most High God. Before Levi, before the tabernacle, he brings bread and wine, symbols that will echo into eternity. He is king, he is priest, a mystery and a foreshadowing. This is not just a blessing, this is revelation. And he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth." Melchizedek speaks blessing not from men, but from heaven. He names God as El Elyon, the Most High, and calls him the possessor of heaven and earth. He places Abram's victory in the hands of God. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. Abram responds with worship. He gives a tenth, the first tithe in Scripture, not by law but by gratitude. This is worship not born of obligation but of awe. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, "Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself." Sodom's king speaks now casual, transactional. He offers a deal. Keep the goods. Give me the people. But Abram sees deeper. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, "I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth." Abram refuses. He repeats Melchizedek's words, not Sodom's terms. He lifts his hand in oath, not to a king of earth, but to the king of heaven, that I will not take from a thread even to a shallachet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, "I have made Abram rich." He will not accept a thread, a sandal strap, nothing. Because when God blesses, it must be clear that no man receives the glory. Abram refuses earthly shortcuts to divine destiny. "Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion." Abram honors his allies. He does not impose his vow on them. He speaks for himself and gives honor where it is due. Genesis 14 is a chapter of kingdoms and choices. It begins in war, climaxes in rescue, ends in worship. Abram shows us that faith can wield a sword when justice is required, that the man of God does not partner with Sodom, even when it is convenient, that the victory belongs to the Most High God. And in the shadow of this story, Melchizedek stands, king and priest holding bread and wine. His appearance is brief, but his legacy reaches through time all the way to the Messiah. "Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek." Psalm 110 verse 4. Genesis 14 does not just tell a tale of kings. It reveals a kingdom, one not of conquest or compromise, but of faith, covenant, and eternal peace. Genesis 15. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, "Fear not, Abram. I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward." After the dust of battle settles, after kings have bowed and tithes have been given, there is silence. Abram stands in the night, victorious but vulnerable. He has refused the riches of Sodom. He has walked away from reward, and in that sacred stillness the word of the Lord comes. Fear not. God does not wait for fear to grow. He speaks before it overtakes. Abram may fear retaliation, emptiness, loneliness, but God addresses it all. I am thy shield, not I will give you protection. God himself is the protection. Not I will give you riches. God himself is the reward. In these words, heaven assures earth, I am enough. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? But faith is not silence. Abram speaks honestly, boldly, because faith allows us to bring our pain to God.
I go childless.
This is not a casual observation. It is a cry. The promise has been made, but time is passing. The only heir in his house is a servant. How can the stars be filled with descendants if he has none? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. The ache deepens. Thou hast given no seed. He does not blame. He does not accuse. But his words carry the weight of waiting. Abram is not doubting God's ability. He is struggling with delay. Here we see the rawness of faith, believing while barren. And, behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. God answers with clarity. This shall not be thine heir. The servant may be faithful, but the promise is personal. God reaffirms, Your own child will carry the covenant. Not a substitute, not a workaround, a miracle. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. God calls Abram outside, out of the tent, out of logic, out of limitation. Look toward heaven. The stars are not a metaphor. They are a promise in the sky. As Abram gazes into that endless canopy, he sees more than points of light. He sees legacy. He sees impossibility made visible. So shall thy seed be, not just a child, a nation, not just descendants, a destiny. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. Here is one of the most profound moments in all of Scripture. He believed. No child yet.
No proof. No timeline.
Just trust. And that trust, that faith, is counted as righteousness. Not his works, not his perfection, his belief. This is the foundation of salvation, before the law, before Moses, before the cross. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. God now ties the past to the future. He reminds Abram, I brought you out. This is not a new journey. It is a divine unfolding. God's hand has been guiding since Ur, not just to wander, but to inherit. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? Again, Abram speaks. Faith does not mean silence. It invites questions born of relationship. He is not doubting God's character. He is asking for confirmation. Whereby shall I know? It is the heart of every follower of God. I believe, but I long for assurance. And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove and a young pigeon. God answers not with a sermon, but with a ritual. He calls Abram to prepare for a covenant ceremony. These animals, diverse and symbolic, are not for sacrifice only. They are for a sacred oath. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. Abram obeys. He knows the custom. In ancient times, a covenant was sealed by blood. The divided pieces formed a path, and both parties would walk between, saying, May this be done to me if I break this covenant. This is not poetry. It is binding, sacred, irreversible. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. The waiting begins. Birds come drawn by the blood, but Abram stands guard. Even in covenant, there is opposition. Even in obedience, there is patience required. Faith does not sleep, it watches. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. Now God brings Abram into another realm, not the vision of stars, but a dream cloaked in dread. Darkness falls not just on the land, but on Abram's spirit. A horror of great darkness. This is not fear of death. It is reverence, awe, the weight of revelation. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. God reveals the future, not just the glory but the pain. Thy seed shall be a stranger. Before inheritance comes slavery. Before promise is fulfilled, there will be oppression. God does not shield Abram from this truth because his covenant includes the long view. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. But deliverance is also promised. Egypt will not have the final word. They shall come out. The Exodus is written into the covenant centuries in advance. God sees beyond the suffering. He speaks of plunder, of freedom, of vindication. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. God reassures Abram personally. You will not see this slavery. You will rest in peace. Amid the grandeur of future prophecy, God sees the individual's journey. Peace is promised not just to a people but to the man who believes. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. God reveals another layer, his justice. He is not rushing the conquest of Canaan, because he is patient with its inhabitants. Their iniquity is not yet full. The judgment of nations waits for full measure. Even when Israel is ready, God waits until the moment is righteous. And it came to pass that, when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. Here is the holy moment. The fire appears, not consuming, but passing between the pieces. A smoking furnace like Mount Sinai, a burning lamp like the pillar of fire in the wilderness. These are God's footsteps. Abram does not walk the path. God walks it alone. This covenant is one-sided. This fulfillment rests on God alone. Even if Abram fails, the covenant will stand. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The promise is sealed. The land is named from border to border, river to river, not just territory but in inheritance, identity, destiny. This is not a wish. It is a covenant. 19 The Kenite and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites, 20 and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaims, 21 and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites. God lists the current occupants, tribes and giants, warriors and kings. But they are not the end of the story. Each name is a barrier that will one day bow to promise. Genesis 15 is not just a chapter. It is a holy encounter, one of the most sacred in all of Scripture. Here we see the heart of God speaking comfort into fear, the soul of man longing for assurance, the mystery of faith believing before seeing, the beauty of covenant, God binding himself in promise. The stars above Abram were silent, but God's word was not. And in the silence of night, fire passed between broken pieces, declaring that God alone will uphold his word. This covenant points forward to Moses and the Exodus, to David and the throne, to Jesus, who would walk through death alone, sealing a greater covenant in his blood. And like Abram, we are invited to believe. He believed the Lord, and it was counted unto him for righteousness. So too for us, not by sight, not by works, but by faith alone. Genesis 16. Now Sarai Abram's wife bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. The story opens with absence.
No laughter.
No child's footsteps. No fulfillment of the stars God promised. Sarai, wife of the covenant bearer, remains barren. And the ache is more than physical. It is spiritual, emotional, daily. Time passes. Promises hang unanswered in the silence. And so, she looks for a solution. A servant, Egyptian, foreign, young. Her name is Hagar, flight, as if destiny foresaw her future. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. It begins not with rebellion, but with desperation. The Lord hath restrained me. This is not anger. It is grief wrapped in resignation. And like Eve, Sarai turns to the man beside her with a solution of the flesh. Go in unto my maid. This was not uncommon in ancient custom. But this is no mere tradition. This is an attempt to fulfill divine promise by human planning. And Abram listens, not to the voice of God, but to the voice of his wife. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. 10 years. 10 years of obedience, of tent dwelling, of altar building, of waiting. Faith that once surged now flickers. Sarai gives Hagar, not in cruelty but in cultural strategy. But this step, though legal in their world, begins a journey of division and pain. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Hagar conceives, and suddenly the invisible servant becomes significant. The slave becomes a mother of Abram's child, and with that new role comes pride. Her mistress was despised. Hagar's eyes shift. She sees herself as more than a servant. Sarai, still barren, now bears the added weight of disdain from the very woman she elevated. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. The plan has backfired. Pain gives birth to blame. My wrong be upon thee. Sarai confesses, but also confronts. The tension in the tent explodes. The woman who bore the burden of barrenness now carries resentment and rage. And she cries for justice to the Lord. But this is not the Lord's doing. It is human intervention in divine territory. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. Abram steps back, passive, detached. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. This man of faith, who pursued kings to rescue Lot, now retreats from responsibility. And Sarai, wounded and angry, lashes out. She deals harshly. The Hebrew implies affliction, oppression. Hagar runs. Alone, pregnant, rejected. She becomes the first recorded runaway in Scripture. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. She flees toward Egypt, back to what was once familiar. But in the dry wilderness, by a spring of water, he finds her, the angel of the Lord. This is no ordinary messenger. Throughout Scripture, this figure speaks as God, receives worship, offers covenant. He is God revealed, Jesus, pre-incarnate, stepping into a pregnant girl's pain. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou, and whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. God speaks her name, Hagar. No one else in the text has done that. Not Sarai, not Abram, but heaven sees her. Whence camest thou, and whither wilt thou go? He does not ask because he doesn't know, but because she needs to, and she answers simply, I flee. It's not rebellion, it's wounded escape. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. This is not the comfort she expected. Return, submit. But this command is not cruel, it is strategic. God is sending her back, not to be oppressed, but to be protected. Back into the story because her child is part of the covenant's future. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. This is a familiar sound, a covenantal blessing. The same language given to Abram is now given to Hagar. I will multiply thy seed. The God of Abram speaks to an Egyptian servant girl, and gives her a legacy. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And here the name is spoken from heaven. Ishmael, God hears. Not just hears prayer, he hears affliction. Heaven has listened to the sobs in the desert. She is not unseen. Her pain is not wasted. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. This child will not be gentle. He will be strong-willed, independent, a fighter. His life will not be easy, but he will endure. And he will not be alone. He will dwell among his brothers, meaning he will be part of the unfolding promise. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God sayest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? This is one of the most profound moments in all of Scripture. Hagar, not a patriarch, not a prophet, becomes the first person in the Bible to name God.
El Roy, thou God sayest me.
This is not a name born from theology, it is born from encounter. In a world that ignored her, God looked at her, and she saw him. Wherefore the well was called Bir-Lahai-Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. The place is marked forever. Bir-Lahai-Roi, the well of the living one who sees me. Hagar may return to service, but she carries a revelation. A well in the wilderness becomes a memorial of mercy. And Hagar bare Abram a son. And Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. She returns. And when the child is born, Abram honors the name Ishmael. Though the conception was flawed, the child is not forgotten by God. And Abram was 86 years old, when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. Abram is now 86. The child of impatience is born. But God will not abandon him. Still, the covenant waits. The promised child, the seed of Sarah, has not yet arrived. And heaven waits for another 13 years before speaking again. Genesis 16 is a story of broken faith, broken relationships, and unbroken mercy. Sarai acts out of impatience. Abram acts out of passivity. Hagar suffers in silence and flees in pain. Yet in the wilderness God comes. And when he comes, he does not rebuke. He sees. He listens. He names. He promises. The first person God personally finds and speaks to in Scripture is not a man, not a priest, not a king, but a pregnant Egyptian maid. And the first name he gives a child is Ishmael. God hears. For every listener who has ever felt abandoned, used, overlooked, or cast aside, this chapter sings, He sees you, He hears you, He knows your name. And even when the path is messy, even when the promises feel far away, even when the plans go wrong, the God who sees, El Roi, walks through the wilderness with grace in his eyes, and a name written in his hand. Genesis 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. 13 years of silence. 13 years since Hagar returned, since Ishmael was born. 13 years of waiting, wondering if the promise had passed. And now, at 99, the silence breaks. The Lord appears. His voice cuts through time. I am El Shaddai, the Almighty God. This name is new, intimate, powerful. It means all-sufficient one, the God of abundant provision, unstoppable power, and perfect timing. Walk before me, and be thou perfect, not sinless but blameless, whole, surrendered, obedient. This is not a God who blesses from a distance. This is a God who walks with us. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. God renews the covenant. Though Abram aged, though Ishmael grew, though doubt crept in, The promise has not weakened. Multiply thee exceedingly, not only a son but a nation. The vision hasn't shrunk, it has matured. And Abram fell on his face. And God talked with him, saying, Worship comes first. Before questions, before response, Abram falls, face to earth, flesh silenced by awe. He does not speak. God talks with him, a conversation not between equals, but between a father and his chosen. As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. God speaks identity, not just geography, not just descendants. He speaks destiny, a father of many nations, not just Israel, but a spiritual legacy that would reach across generations and borders. The covenant is no longer just about land. It's about people, purpose, and permanence. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. Abram becomes Abraham. His name, once meaning exalted father, is now father of a multitude. With one divine breath, God rebrands the man. This is the first time a human is renamed by God. And it's not cosmetic, it's covenantal. God doesn't just give a promise. He gives a new identity to hold it. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee. And kings shall come out of thee. Kings, not just herdsmen, not just tribes, but royalty will come from Abraham's line. David, Solomon, and ultimately a king of kings born in Bethlehem. Exceeding fruitful. The imagery returns to Eden, to the original blessing. Be fruitful and multiply. Abraham becomes the new seed-bearer of restoration. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee, in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. Here is the heart of the covenant. To be a God unto thee. God is not just offering land or posterity. He is offering relationship. This is not a temporary contract. It is everlasting. It will stretch from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob to Israel, and beyond to all who believe. And I will give unto thee, and to thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. And I will be their God. God claims the land and the people. The land is not earned, it is given. It's not a temporary inheritance. It's eternal. And again, the greatest treasure is not the territory, but the relationship. I will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. Covenant has responsibility. God has pledged himself, now Abraham must respond in obedience. Faith is not passive. It walks, it lives, it obeys. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep, between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised. Now comes the sign. The covenant will be marked in flesh, personal, irreversible. Circumcision is not just tradition. It is identification, a physical reminder of a spiritual reality. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. The token is personal, hidden, and sacrificial. It touches the source of reproduction, the very area where the promise of descendants will be fulfilled. It is a daily reminder that fruitfulness flows from covenant. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed, that he that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. From free to servant, young to old, no one is excluded. All in Abraham's household come under the sign of the promise. This is not about status, it's about belonging. And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. Covenant cannot be half-kept. The sign is a requirement, not for salvation, but for participation. God invites, marks, and expects obedience. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. Now God speaks her name. Sarai becomes Sarah, shifting from my princess to simply princess. Not just a wife of a patriarch, but a matriarch of nations. God does not forget the women in his story. He renames, honors, and calls them into purpose. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. God specifies, the child will not come through Hagar, but through Sarah. I will bless her. The double blessing echoes heaven's certainty. Sarah's womb, though barren, is now royal ground. Then Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? Abraham laughs, not in mockery but in astonishment. It is joy mixed with disbelief, hope wrapped in age. A 100-year-old man, a 90-year-old woman, and yet God says yes. And Abraham said unto God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. But Abraham still holds a father's heart. He loves Ishmael. He asks for him, not as a substitute, but out of concern. Let Ishmael live before you. Even when God reveals more, Abraham does not discard what already is. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. God does not rebuke, he clarifies. Sarah shall bear.
No ambiguity, no elegei.
And God names the child Isaac, meaning laughter, a name that echoes joy, wonder, and even the sound of God's promise defying logic. Isaac will carry the covenant, the child of promise. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. God's compassion covers Ishmael. He will be blessed, multiplied, honored. Though not the covenant carrier, he is still heard and seen. I have heard you. A father's prayer moves the heart of God. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. The timeline is now clear. This set time next year. The wait is almost over. No more uncertainty. No more waiting for someday. The promise now has a calendar. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. The conversation ends. But something has changed, not just in Abraham, but in the world. God has spoken. The covenant has been sealed. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. Obedience follows immediately, the selfsame day.
No delay, no debate, no differing.
Abraham responds with action. The man of faith becomes the man of discipline. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son, and all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Abraham leads by example. 99 years old, still obedient. Ishmael 13 still included. Servants, foreigners, family, all come under the knife, all come under the covenant. It is painful, personal,
Permanent.
but it is also holy. Genesis 17 is a chapter of revelation and responsibility. God appears as El Shaddai, the God of power and provision. He changes names, from Abram to Abraham, Sarai to Sarah. He gives a timeline, next year. He asks for a response, circumcision, the mark of covenant. And Abraham, now old in years but young in faith, obeys immediately, completely. In this story, we are reminded that God never forgets his promises, no matter how long they seem delayed. that He is the God who renames us according to our destiny, that His covenant is not just spiritual but marked in our lives, in what we do, in how we live, and that His blessing stretches beyond just our Isaac. He still hears for our Ishmael. When God speaks, our response is not just belief, it is surrender. When God calls us by a new name, we must leave behind the old. And when He marks us as His own, our lives carry the sign of the promise. Genesis 18. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. The story opens in the stillness of the noonday heat. Abraham sits at the entrance of his tent, under ancient oaks in Mamre. The world is hushed. Time slows in the desert sun. Then God appears, not in thunder, not in visions, but in human form in the heat of a common day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground. 3 figures stand before him.
No announcement.
No sound, just presence. And Abraham, 99 years old, rises and runs. Hospitality in the ancient world was sacred, but this is more than custom. Something stirs in his spirit. He bows not just in courtesy, but in reverence, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. The language shifts. He addresses them with divine reverence. My Lord. He doesn't fully understand who stands before him. Not yet, but his heart responds before his mind catches up. Stay, he says. Please don't pass me by. He calls it a morsel, but he will prepare a feast. This is humility, offering his best while minimizing the effort. And the visitors accept. Heaven says yes to earthly kindness. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. Sarah, now nearly 90, is summoned. She prepares bread by hand with fire. There is beauty in this moment. The covenant couple hosts the eternal word in their own home. And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. Abraham runs again. Age is no barrier to honor. He selects the best calf, ensures swift preparation. Nothing is too much when God is your guest. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. The meal is served: bread, milk, meat, simplicity and sacredness. And then the divine mystery. They ate. The eternal dines with the temporal. God, veiled in flesh, enjoys a meal under the shade of an oak. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. They know her name. This is not small talk. It is revelation. He hasn't introduced her, yet they know. And Abraham now realizes, this is no ordinary visit. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. This is the moment. Not perhaps, not if, but I will certainly return. The words slice through time, slicing through decades of barrenness and silent tears. Sarah listens, not with expectation, but with caution. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Humanly speaking, it's over. The womb has long closed. Nature has retired. But when God speaks, nature is not the final word. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? She laughs, not in mockery, but in disbelief laced with pain. It is not joy yet. It is defense. Laughter is her shield, and it's silent, within herself. No one hears, except God. And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? The divine guest pierces the tent wall. He repeats what she thought was private. No condemnation, just a question. a question meant to unearth unbelief and replace it with wonder. Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. This is the beating heart of Genesis 18. Is anything too hard for the Lord? Not age, not barrenness, not time, nothing. He repeats the promise, this time with certainty and grace. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. Fear grips her. She denies the laughter, but God knows. Still, he does not scold. He simply affirms, You did laugh, and soon she will laugh again. Not in doubt, but in delight. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. The meal ends, but the mission continues. The three men look toward Sodom, a city swollen with sin. Abraham walks with them, perhaps sensing that something solemn is coming. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? He speaks, perhaps to the angels, perhaps to himself. Shall I hide from Abraham? God invites Abraham into the divine council, not just as a servant, but as a friend. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him, this is not flattery, it's covenant recognition. Abraham will shape nations. He is not just a recipient of blessing, he is a channel of it. So, God invites him into his justice. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. God knows Abraham, not merely intellectually but relationally. He trusts him to pass on righteousness. This is spiritual legacy, not just in name but in teaching. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. God declares his intent. The cry of injustice, immorality, and corruption from Sodom has reached heaven. He will go down, not because he doesn't know, but to demonstrate that his judgment is always just. And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. The two angels leave, but Abraham stays. He stands before the Lord, the judge of all the earth, and prepares to do something extraordinary. He will intercede. And Abraham drew near and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? He comes close, not physically but spiritually. He dares to question God, not in defiance, but in compassion. Will you destroy the righteous? He's thinking of Lot, of course, but also of justice. Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? He makes his case. What if there are 50 good men in the city? Would God destroy the guilty at the expense of the innocent? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? This is boldness rooted in trust. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? This line echoes into eternity, a reminder that God is not only powerful, he is perfectly just. And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And heaven answers, I will spare the whole city for the sake of 50. This is mercy on a scale unfathomable. God is ready to preserve thousands for the sake of the faithful few. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. He recognizes his place. Dust and ashes, yet he still speaks. This is humility mingled with courage. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. The negotiation begins. Abraham moves gently, 50 to 45. And still God agrees. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. The numbers fall, and God's mercy rises. And he said unto him, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it, if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. The final request. If 10, surely 10, surely, but God knows what Abraham does not. Still, for 10 he would have spared them. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. The conversation ends. God departs. Abraham returns. But something eternal has happened. Man has stood before God and spoken for a city. Genesis 18 is a chapter of divine nearness and holy tension. God comes close. He eats under a tree. He listens at a tent flap. He walks toward Sodom. And Abraham, the friend of God, hosts, listens, believes, and intercedes. We are reminded that nothing is too hard for the Lord, that God invites us to participate in his justice, that he listens to the prayers of those who dare to stand in the gap. Abraham did not save Sodom, but he revealed the heart of God, merciful, patient, willing to spare multitudes for the sake of even a remnant. And in Sarah's laughter and the dust of hospitality, we hear again, God is closer than we think. He knows our thoughts. He waits under our trees, and he responds to our prayers. Genesis 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. The day is dying. Shadows stretch across the plains. And into this city, infamous for sin, come 2 heavenly visitors. Lot, once the man who chose the fertile valley, now sits at the gate, a position of authority, a man of influence. But something in their approach stirs his spirit. He sees not strangers, but something otherworldly. He bows low. His spirit recognizes what the city will not. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. Lot offers hospitality, shelter in a city where safety no longer exists. The angels decline, testing the city, knowing what awaits. But Lot insists, because he knows this place. He has seen the night consume innocence. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him and entered into his house. And he made them a feast and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. Lot compels them, pleads, urges, not just out of custom but desperation. He knows what happens after sunset in Sodom. Behind closed doors, he prepares a meal, simple but sincere. Unleavened bread, hurried hospitality. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. The darkness comes quickly. Men from every corner, old and young, swarm like locusts. This is not rumor. This is not exaggeration. This is total depravity. The city, unashamed, now demands violence. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. The words are chilling. There is no pretense, no disguise. Bring them out, that we may know them. This is more than lust. This is domination, perversion, a city crying for its own judgment. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Lot steps out alone, a single man between angels and the mob. He calls them brethren, an echo of misplaced compassion. But his plea is clear. Do not so wickedly. Even now he believes perhaps they might listen. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. The words disturb, they horrify. In a twisted effort to protect the divine, Lot offers the vulnerable. It is a tragic moment, the weakness of a man caught between his culture and his conscience. Even the righteous falter in the presence of darkness. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. The mob turns. Their lust becomes rage. Who are you to judge us? The city rejects correction, rejects righteousness. Now they move to break the door and Lot with it. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. The angels intervene. They reach out with supernatural swiftness and pull Lot to safety. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. Judgment begins. Blindness falls, but not repentance. They grope for the door, desperate to continue their sin, even when their eyes fail. They are blind, and yet still seeking wickedness. This is how far a city can fall. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? Son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. The command comes with urgency. Do you have anyone else here? It is the beginning of mercy, but mercy that must move quickly. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. Heaven has heard enough. The cry has reached God's ears, and now it reaches its conclusion. Judgment will fall soon. And Lot went out, and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. Lot warns, but they laugh. The world has shaped them too deeply, and they think it's a joke. The offer of salvation becomes mockery in the ears of the foolish. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife, and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. Dawn approaches. The angels hasten him. No more delays. Take them now. Judgment is near, and hesitation is dangerous. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. Lot lingers. The human heart struggles to leave what it knows, even when it's killing it. So God grabs them, not because of their righteousness, but because of his mercy. The angels drag them from the flames that haven't yet fallen. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. The command is simple. Escape. Don't look back. Don't stay in the plain. This is not a time for nostalgia. It is a time for obedience. The mountain represents safety and separation. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shewed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Lot still negotiates, fearful, hesitant. He pleads for a nearby town, a little one. Mercy bends again. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also. Haste thee, escape thither. For I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. God waits. I cannot do anything until you arrive. Even judgment is delayed for the sake of the righteous few. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Morning breaks. The world looks unchanged, but heaven sees differently. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire. From the Lord out of heaven, the sky opens, not with rain, but with fire. Brimstone, sulfur, burning falls from above. This is not nature. This is judgment from heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. Everything is consumed. Cities, fields, crops, people. Sodom is not just destroyed, it is erased. The very soil cries no more. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. She looked back, not a glance of grief but of longing, of heart still tied to what God had condemned. In one moment, disobedience crystallizes into death. She becomes a statue, a warning. Never let your past become your anchor. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. Abraham watches. The place where he had interceded, now filled with rising smoke. As the smoke of a furnace, justice has fallen. But mercy rescued one family. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. God remembered Abraham. Lot was saved not just for his sake, but because of Abraham's intercession. Prayer matters. It shifts destinies, pulls lives from fire. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. He ends up in the mountain after all, not by obedience but by fear. The journey God wanted originally, now fulfilled through fear and loss. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. Sin repeats. Desperation becomes perversion. The daughters, shaped by Sodom, now act in darkness. The city was left behind, but its culture remained in them. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in, and it came to pass on the morrow, that the younger did likewise. Incest, deceit, drunkenness. Lot, once righteous, now falls into silence and shame. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Benammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Out of darkness come 2 sons, Moab and Ammon, 2 nations born from shame. And yet, even they are not forgotten by grace. For from Moab will come Ruth, and from Ruth, David, and from David, Christ. Genesis 19 is a chapter of sobering power. God visits, God rescues, God judges. Lot lingers, his wife looks back. His daughters fall forward into sin. Abraham watches and remembers, and we are reminded that God's mercy is urgent. It grabs us when we hesitate, that his justice is final but never rushed, that our choices echo through generations. The fire of judgment burns, but the hand of God still reaches. Will we linger, or will we run? Genesis 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. After fire fell on Sodom and Gomorrah, after the smoke cleared, after the silence settled, Abraham moves. He journeys into the south to Gerar, a Philistine region. Still a stranger, still walking by faith, still waiting on the promise of Isaac. But here, in this quiet region between deserts and oases, Abraham will falter again. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is a visiting prophet, a sister wife, a diplomatic marriage, perhaps. but heaven sees everything. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. Night falls, and into the king's sleep God steps. You are a dead man, not for theft, not for war, but for taking a prophet's wife. This is the voice of God's jealous protection, because his covenant runs through Sarah. This is more than marriage, it is the integrity of redemptive history. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Abimelech defends himself. He had not touched her. He pleads his innocence, and he uses the same words Abraham once spoke. Wilt thou slay a righteous nation? He appeals to God's justice, because even kings fear when God interrupts their sleep. Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And even she herself said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. He presents his case. Lot argued for Sodom, now Abimelech argues for himself. They lied to me. I acted in innocence. And he's right. But innocence doesn't prevent consequence, only God does. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. God affirms the king's integrity and reveals something profound. I withheld thee. Even when we don't see it, God restrains sin. He steps into moments unseen to protect futures. This verse echoes through generations. It was not your will that saved you. It was my restraint. Now therefore restore the man his wife. For he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. God lays out the terms. Return Sarah. Recognize Abraham as prophet. Receive his prayer. This is the first time the word prophet appears in Scripture, and it is tied not to prediction but to intercession. God doesn't disqualify Abraham for his failure. He still calls him prophet. Grace does not erase consequences, but grace still claims the called. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. The dream is no dream, it is a declaration. Abimelech wakes, urgently, immediately, and warns his house. Fear grips the court. The king is shaken, and now everyone listens. Heaven has spoken, and the earth trembles. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. The confrontation begins. Abimelech speaks with righteous anger. Why did you do this? Why risk our kingdom with your lie? You, prophet, brought us to the edge of judgment. Even pagans recognize the weight of holiness. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou, that thou hast done this thing? What did you see in us, that made you lie? This is a piercing question, one that Abraham must answer. Fear can make even righteous men misread others. And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. Abraham speaks honestly. I assumed. He thought Gerar was godless. He expected murder. But his assumptions led to deception. Sometimes fear paints false portraits of others. Even prophets can misjudge the world. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. Abraham explains the half-truth. Sarah is technically his half-sister, but wholly his wife. This mixture of truth and fear is the recipe for compromise. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt shew unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. This lie was planned, a standing agreement from the day they left Ur. It was a fear-born strategy, wrapped in marital agreement. Abraham's faith brought him out of his father's house, but his fear followed him. and fear will always build backup plans, just in case God doesn't act. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. The king responds with generosity. He gives gifts not out of obligation but honor. Restitution is more than apology. It's repentance with action. Sarah is restored. Honor is reestablished. And Abraham, despite his flaw, stands again as blessed and favored. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee. Dwell where it pleaseth thee. This is remarkable. A foreign king offers Abraham land, liberty, peace. Where Abraham feared slaughter, God produced favor. Where he expected rejection, God planted honor. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. To Sarah dignity is restored. 1,000 pieces of silver. A public gesture that says, You are not shamed. You were not taken. You are covered, honored. Abimelech becomes a vessel of God's restoration, even without knowing him fully. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife, and his maidservants, and they bare children. And now the prophet prays. The man who lied intercedes, and God heals. We learn something here. Failure does not disqualify us from ministry. Repentance restores spiritual authority. Abraham's prayer opens wombs. Mercy flows not through perfection, but through intercession. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah Abraham's wife. Judgment had already begun quietly, but now healing spreads. A divine pause lifts. A holy reset begins. Genesis 20 reminds us of many things, that even the faithful can fall into old fears, that even kings can act in integrity, that God restrains sin even before we know it, that intercession, even from flawed people, still holds power. This chapter is not about Abraham's greatness. It is about God's protection, restraint, and grace. The womb of Sarah, central to God's plan, is protected at all costs, and the prophet, though imperfect, is still used. God does not throw away his servants when they falter. He restores, teaches, and still calls them to pray for others. May we be people who learn to trust, not lie, to walk in integrity, not fear, and to believe that the God who restrains is also the God who restores. Genesis 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. Time had passed. Laughter had been scoffed. Wombs had been closed. Hope had flickered low. But God does not forget. As he had said, as he had spoken. The repetition is thunderous. What God says, God does. What he speaks, he performs. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. It happened, the impossible now cradled in her arms. At the set time, not early, not late. Heaven's clock struck, and eternity moved into her body. Isaac was born, not by strength or science, but by promise. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. They name him Isaac. He laughs. What was once disbelief is now delight. The name is a memory, a reminder of the joy born from faith. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Obedience follows birth. Abraham, now seasoned by grace, does not delay. On the 8th day he follows the covenant pattern. God's promises must be marked, in flesh, in faith, in action. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Isaac was born unto him. 100 years of living, a century of faith, fear, faltering, and finally fulfillment. Isaac comes not to a young warrior, but to a weathered patriarch. And still the promise is right on time. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. Sarah's laughter now erupts with joy. She invites the world to join her laughter. Not mockery, but marvel. God hath made me to laugh. This is not the world's joke. This is heaven's joy. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. She marvels aloud. Who would have dared to predict it? She the barren, he the old. And yet here is the child at her breast. The dream she buried now stirs in her arms. And the child grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. Time moves forward. The boy grows. He is weaned, a symbol of survival, of strength. Abraham celebrates a great feast. Joy overflows. But just beyond the laughter, a shadow watches. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Ishmael, now a young man, likely around 16 or 17, watches this new celebration. And he mocks, perhaps from jealousy, perhaps confusion, perhaps because he sees his future shifting before his eyes. Sarah sees it, and it cuts deep. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. The celebration halts. Sarah speaks sharply, without hesitation. Cast them out. There is no diplomacy, only protection of the promise. This may sound cruel, but it is prophetic. Paul would later call it a symbol. The child of the flesh must not inherit with the child of the promise. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. Abraham is torn. Ishmael is still his son, his firstborn. He loves him, he helped raise him. The thought of casting him out is a grief too great. Faith often asks us to let go of what we love, for what God has chosen. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice. For in Isaac shall thy seed be called. God speaks, and with clarity. Listen to Sarah, not because she's angry, but because she's right. Isaac is the covenant child. The line will pass through him. But this is not rejection. God will care for Ishmael. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. God honors Abraham's love. He will make Ishmael into a nation. There will be legacy, not covenant. Blessing, not election. Even outside the chosen line, God still sees and provides. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread, and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. Morning comes. With grief and obedience, Abraham sends them out. He gives them bread and water, provisions for a journey into the unknown. Hagar walks again, this time not fleeing, but exiled. Beersheba, the dry place, becomes her road. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. The sun beats down. The water runs out. The wilderness swallows hope. She lays Ishmael under a bush, not to rest, but to die. She can't watch. And she went and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lift up her voice, and wept. Hagar, who once encountered the angel by a spring, now sits in the heat, broken, weeping. Let me not see the pain of a mother's helplessness. Her voice lifts, a cry not toward man, but toward the God who sees. And God heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. God hears, not Hagar's cry, but Ishmael's. He hears the boy, and answers his mother. What troubles you? The God who names children, the God of mothers and outcasts, now speaks again to the Egyptian. Fear not. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand. For I will make him a great nation. The promise repeats. God will not let Ishmael die. He is not forgotten. His line will live. His story continues. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. The well was there all along, but now her eyes are opened. Sometimes the miracle is not new provision. It's new vision. She fills the bottle. Life begins again. And God was with the lad. And he grew and dwelt in the wilderness and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. Ishmael lives. He grows. He thrives. He becomes strong, skilled, self-sufficient. He marries from Egypt, a full circle back to his mother's people. His story will continue for generations. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. The scene shifts. The same king who once rebuked Abraham now returns with respect. God is with you. Even outsiders recognize the divine hand upon Abraham. Faith, though faltering, leaves a trail of God's fingerprints. Now therefore swear unto me here by God, that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me. Abimelech wants peace and promise. He asks for truth, for legacy, for protection. He recognizes Abraham's influence and seeks alliance. And Abraham said, I will swear. A simple answer. Covenant agreed. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. But Abraham has his own concern. A well vital in the desert had been seized, and now truth meets tension. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing. Neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. Abimelech listens. He hadn't known. This is conflict resolved by honor, not war. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. Peace is not just words, it's action. Gifts are exchanged. Covenant made. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? A gesture beyond custom. Abraham separates 7 lambs, a symbolic offering. And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have digged this well. The lambs become witnesses, proof that the well is his, dug by his hand, owned by his labor. A peaceful resolution, marked by covenant and clarity. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Beersheba, well of the oath, a new name for a new peace. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol the chief captain of his host. And they returned into the land of the Philistines. They depart in peace, a treaty sealed, a well secured, God's presence witnessed by kings. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. He plants a tree, a sign of permanence, and he calls on El Olam, the everlasting God. This is not just about water, it's about worship. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. He remains peacefully. The man who once feared now rests. The promise has begun. The boy is born. The nations are watching. Genesis 21 is the hinge of hope. Isaac is born, the laughter of promise. Hagar weeps but finds a well. Ishmael walks into destiny, though outside the covenant. And Abraham secures peace with kings. God shows us he keeps his word even across decades. He hears cries in wildernesses. He provides what we do not yet see. He calls his people to be covenant makers, not just promise holders. Isaac laughs. Ishmael survives. And Abraham plants a tree in a place now called Oath. Genesis 22. And it came to pass after these things, that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. After years of waiting, after laughter fulfilled, after wells and peace treaties, God speaks again. But this time it's not about promise. It's about proof. Abraham. And the aged patriarch answers, without hesitation, Here I am. The voice he trusts, the one he follows. He does not yet know what will be asked, but his heart is available. And he said, "Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering, upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. The command is thunderous. Take your son, your only son, the son you love. Offer him." Isaac, not just a child, but the promise itself. Everything rides on him. Now God asks for the unthinkable. Lay him on an altar. This is more than obedience. It's absolute surrender. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him.
No argument. No delay.
Abraham rises early. He prepares, saddles, gathers wood, takes servants, and brings Isaac. The silence between the verses is deafening. What did he think? What did he feel? Faith does not always come with feelings. Sometimes it comes with steps. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. 3 days. Every step, a slow march to surrender. 3 days of watching Isaac walk beside him, knowing. Then the mountain appears. And Abraham said unto his young men, "Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you." He leaves the servants. The next act is too sacred for spectators. "We will go, and we will come again." Faith speaks. He doesn't know how, but he believes. If Isaac must die, then God must raise him. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. Isaac carries the wood, the very burden of his sacrifice. Abraham carries fire and knife, the instruments of death. Together they climb, a father and a son, in silent obedience. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, "My father." And he said, "Here am I, my son." And he said, "Behold the fire and the wood. But where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" The silence breaks. "My father." Isaac speaks with trust, but also with question. Where is the lamb? A question asked on Moriah, and echoed for generations. And Abraham said, "My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering." So they went both of them together. Abraham answers with prophecy. Chotvil. This is not a child. Isaac is strong enough to resist, but he does not. He trusts. Isaac becomes the willing offering. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. The knife is raised. Time slows. This is the climax of faith. No angel yet. No ram yet. Just the blade ready to fall. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Here am I." Heaven shouts. Twice the name, urgency in the repetition. Abraham, stopped in a single breath, answers again, "Here I am." And he said, "Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me." The test is complete. Now I know. God never intended Isaac's death. He intended Abraham's surrender. Isaac lives, and Abraham has proven God is worth everything. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. A ram caught, not chance, not coincidence. Provision at the last possible moment. The ram dies, Isaac lives. Substitution. This is the foreshadowing of the cross. Another father, another son, but next time the knife would not be stopped. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh. As it is said to this day, "In the mount of the Lord it shall be seen." Jehovah-Jireh. The Lord will provide. He names the mountain, not for what almost happened, but for what God did. Provision, substitution, presence. This place becomes legend. And later, Golgotha will rise nearby. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, saith the Lord. For because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, heaven speaks again. God swears not by another but by himself. Because you have not withheld, God mirrors Abraham. Abraham gave his only son, and now God will one day do the same. That in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed. As the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. The covenant echoes again. Stars, sand, nations, possession, victory, global blessing. But now it is sealed in fire and faith, because he obeyed, because he climbed, because he surrendered. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. He returns. Isaac walks beside him. No words are recorded, only presence. The son who was as good as dead is alive. The father who held the knife walks home in peace. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bare also Tebah, and Gaham, and the Hash, and Maachah. The chapter closes with a genealogy. Rebekah is named the future wife of Isaac, the next chapter of the covenant. Even after the mountain, the story continues. God is always moving history forward. Genesis 22 is the altar of faith. Abraham proved willing to give the promise back to God. Isaac trusted enough to be bound. And God provided not just for them, but for us. This mountain points forward to another, where a father did not stop the knife, where a son did not resist the wood, where the lamb did not escape the thicket. On Mount Calvary, the prophecy of Moriah was fulfilled. God will provide himself a lamb, and he did. Let every altar we face remind us that faith walks uphill, that surrender means everything, and that God always meets us at the top with mercy. Genesis 23. And Sarah was 107 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah, 127 years, the matriarch of a nation, now gone. Sarah, who laughed, who doubted, who waited, has finished her race. No other woman in Scripture has her age recorded at death. That honor belongs to her, the mother of nations. And Sarah died in Kirjatharba. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. She dies in Hebron, the heart of Canaan, the land of promise. Abraham, the father of faith, stands not with triumph, but with tears. He mourns. The text is simple but profound. He came to mourn and to weep. Faith does not prevent sorrow. Believers cry, prophets grieve, and even patriarchs stand in silence before the grave. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spake unto the sons of hate, saying, From grief comes resolve. Abraham rises. His wife is gone, but honor must follow. There must be a resting place, not in tents or borrowed land, but a place of belonging even in death. I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. He speaks with humility. I am a stranger and sojourner. Though promised all of Canaan, he owns none of it. So he asks, not demands, for a burial site, a place to lay her to rest, a permanent piece of land in a life of wandering. And the children of hate answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my Lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. The Hittites honor him. They call him a mighty prince, not because of land or armies, but because of character. They offer their tombs freely, a gesture of respect, a willingness to share sacred ground. But Abraham wants more than a favor. He seeks a legal, lasting claim. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of hate. And he communed with them, saying, "If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar." He bows again, a sign of reverence, not weakness. He requests not just a tomb, but a specific one. Ephron owns the cave of Machpelah, and that's what Abraham desires. Not a borrowed place, purchased one, family tomb, a stake in the land, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. The request is clear, not a gift, not temporary, a full transaction. For as much money as it is worth, Abraham insists on paying, because the promise is not to come by flattery or favor, but through faith and integrity. And Ephron dwelt among the children of hate. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of hate, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, "The negotiation becomes public." Ephron, surrounded by witnesses, steps forward. "This is no backroom deal, this is before the city elders. Nay, my lord, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein, I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead." Ephron offers it freely, a generous offer, culturally appropriate, but also, perhaps, strategic, because the law of the land might later dispute ownership of gifts. Only a full sale ensures future rights. Abraham knows this, and Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, "But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there." Abraham bows again. He respectfully declines the gift, insisting, "Let me pay. Ownership must be clear. The ground must be secured." This isn't just about Sarah. It's about a future for generations. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, "My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead." Ephron finally names a price, 400 shekels of silver, a substantial sum, possibly more than the land's market value. And yet he shrugs. What is that between friends? The implication, if you're serious, pay it. Abraham does not haggle. He pays, because legacy matters more than bargaining. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of hate, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. Abraham pays in full.
No hesitación.
No installment plan. Silver is weighed, exact, accountable, witnessed. This is not just a grave. This is the first footprint of God's people in the Promised Land. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure. Every detail is recorded. The field, the cave, the trees, the borders, the transaction is sealed. Made sure. It is now undisputed property, unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of hate, before all that went in at the gate of his city, in front of everyone, legally, publicly, securely. No man can challenge it. Not today, not tomorrow, not generations from now. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Only then, after grief and gold and law, does Abraham lay her to rest, in a cave in Canaan in ground he now owns. This is not just burial. This is covenant geography. Sarah's bones are planted like a seed in the Promised Land. And the field, and the cave that is therein, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of hate. The final verse is repetition, but not redundancy. The writer wants you to remember, this was lawful, this was sealed, This was the first possession in Canaan by God's chosen family. Genesis 23 is not loud. It has no fire,
no flood, no ladder,
no ram in a thicket, but it is sacred. Here we learn that the promises of God often begin with pain, that grief and faith are not opposites, that land bought for death becomes the foundation for life. The cave of Machpelah becomes the family tomb. Abraham will be buried there. So will Isaac, and Rebekah, and Jacob, and Leah. A burial site becomes a symbol. We belong to this land, even in death. Faith plants its hope not just in heaven, but in the earth God has promised. Abraham bought land in sorrow, but that land would one day echo with the footsteps of 12 tribes. Faith pays the full price because it believes in a future not yet seen. Genesis 24. And Abraham was old and well-stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Abraham, once a wandering nomad, is now aged and full of years. The promises made to him had not failed. He had wealth, peace, and a son. But the covenant needed one more layer, a bride for the promise-bearer. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven, and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. Abraham turns to his most trusted servant, likely Eliezer of Damascus. A sacred task is at hand. Find a wife for Isaac, but not just any woman, not from Canaan, the land of idols. The bride must come from his people, from faith and covenant. The hand under the thigh is a solemn vow, a gesture of oath beneath the loins, the seat of future generations. This is more than a job. It is a mission of destiny. But thou shalt go unto my country, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. Return to the land of Nahor, to Haran, where faith first stirred. There, among his family, the right woman would be found. And the servant said unto him, Peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? The servant is practical. What if she won't come? Should he take Isaac to her? But Abraham knows that is not the way. And Abraham said unto him, Beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. Do not take my son back. This is a one-way journey from Haran to Canaan. The land of promise must not be forsaken. Abraham is resolute because he believes, The Lord shall send his angel before you. Faith expects divine guidance. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. Obedience is required, but Abraham releases his servant if the woman refuses. Still, the boundary remains. Isaac must stay in the land of promise. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swear to him concerning that matter. The oath is sealed, covenant preserved, mission commissioned. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed. For all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor, with camels loaded. A sign of wealth and intention, the servant departs. He journeys northeast across desert terrain, to the city of Nahor in Mesopotamia. The search for a bride has begun. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. Evening settles. The well is quiet. Women will soon come, pitchers in hand, the daily ritual of drawing water. The servant waits, not just for them, but for a sign from God. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and shew kindness unto my master Abraham. He prays, not to idols, not to the stars, but to YHWH, the covenant God of Abraham. Send me success. Show kindness. His prayer is not self-centered. It's rooted in honor and covenant loyalty. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my master. The prayer is bold and specific. Not just any girl, but one who shows initiative, kindness, and service. Let her offer water not only to me, but to my camels. 10 camels, weary from travel, would drink gallons. This is no small act. The sacrificial kindness. The servant seeks a sign, but also a character trait. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that, behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. Before he finishes praying, the answer walks into view. Rebekah, Abraham's grandniece. God is not late. His provision moves in perfect synchronicity with prayer. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. She is beautiful, but more importantly, pure. She moves with grace and discipline, drawing water without fanfare. Beauty alone is not the qualification, but character in motion begins to reveal God's chosen. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. He asks exactly as he prayed. The moment of divine alignment begins. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. Drink, I will draw for your camels also. The sign is fulfilled, but even more, she does it with haste, initiative, and abundant generosity. She doesn't know she's being watched, but heaven is observing. She doesn't know her actions are prophetic, but they are opening the door to destiny. And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. He watches silently. The prayer is being answered before his eyes, but he pauses. Is this truly the one? Discernment waits, even when signs appear obvious. The servant doesn't rush. He watches for God's full hand. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? Gifts are offered, not to bribe, but to honor. Now comes the question of lineage. Whose daughter are you? Her identity will confirm the final sign. And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. The answer strikes like lightning. Bethuel, son of Nahor, Abraham's brother. This is family. This is covenant bloodline. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. Rebekah extends hospitality, further revealing her generous heart. Her kindness is not a one-time gesture, it is a way of life. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. He bows right there at the well. Praise erupts. He doesn't wait until he returns to Abraham. He worships in the moment of answered prayer. I being in the way, the Lord led me. God doesn't steer parked camels. He moves those who are already walking in obedience. And the damsel ran, and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. Rebekah runs to tell her family. And Laban, her brother, hurries out to meet this visitor. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, And when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. Laban notices the gold, but also listens to the story. The family is being drawn into the unfolding promise. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. Laban agree. A sacred welcome for a man on a sacred mission. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. Before eating, the servant insists, Let me speak my mission. This is no casual visit. His heart is fixed on the task of covenant. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great. And he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and menservants and maidservants and camels and asses. He begins with identity. Then he testifies, God has blessed Abraham greatly, and now a bride is sought. And Sarah my master's wife bare a son to my master when she was old. And unto him hath he given all that he hath. Isaac, the miracle son, is the heir of everything. And now a wife is sought worthy of that inheritance. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. The servant explains the covenant oath, why he's here, not just for marriage, but for a covenant continuation. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord, before whom I walk, will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Abraham's confidence is recounted. The Lord will send his angel. Faith speaks future before it is seen. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go. The servant now recounts his prayer at the well. This is testimony word for word how God answered. Behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. He repeats the prayer in full. This is not redundant, it's confirmation. When God answers clearly, we testify thoroughly. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth. The timing is emphasized again. Before his prayer ended, Rebekah appeared. This is divine orchestration. And I made haste, and let down my pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. He recounts her exact words and actions. No detail is missed, because every detail confirmed God's answer. And I asked her, and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. He confirms her lineage, gives the gifts, and now the path is clear. And I bowed down my head, and worshipped the Lord. He worships again in the retelling. The testimony of God's providence leads always back to praise. And now if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Now comes the moment of decision. Will Rebekah's family release her? Will they honor this divine appointment? Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. They recognize the hand of God. This is not negotiation, it's surrender to divine will. Let her go, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass, that, when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. Worship again, not ritual, reverent response. He has traveled, prayed, waited, and now rejoices. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. Gifts are given, not as bribe but as honor, a bride price, a gesture of value and preparation. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. The servant is ready to return. Mission accomplished. Now comes the journey back with the bride of promise. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. Delay is natural, but not permitted. When God has moved, do not stall the obedience. And they said, We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah, and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. Rebekah speaks, I will go. This is not forced. She chooses freely. Like Ruth will later say, Where you go, I will go. Faith walks willingly toward the unknown. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men, and they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. They bless her. The prayer echoes prophecy. Mother of thousands of millions, possess the gate. They speak over her a destiny she cannot yet imagine. And Rebekah arose and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah and went his way. She rides out, not toward comfort, but toward covenant. The journey of faith continues, with camels, prayers, and promises. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahai-roi, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and, behold, the camels were coming. Evening falls. Isaac, quiet, reflective, is found meditating in the field. He lifts his eyes and sees the camels coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. Their eyes meet. She veils herself, a sign of modesty, respect, and sacred anticipation. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Isaac hears the full story. He takes Rebekah as wife. He loves her, and in her, he finds comfort after Sarah's passing. The promise continues not just through bloodlines, but through hearts knit by divine appointment. Genesis 25. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. Even in his old age, Abraham lives on. Keturah, a name meaning fragrance, becomes his wife. She is not Sarah. The covenant has passed through her womb already. But Keturah represents life after grief, legacy beyond the expected. And she bare him Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Midian and Ishbak and Shua. A new list of names, a new wave of sons. Each name a stream that will trickle into the nations. Midian, whose descendants will later shape Moses' exile. Shua, perhaps the ancestor of Bildad, Job's companion. These sons are real. Their stories ripple through scripture, though not from the line of promise. And Jokshan begot Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Lumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. Genealogies matter. Every name matters. This list is not to be skimmed. It is a map of legacy. These names would eventually birth cities, tribes, cultures. The seed of Abraham spreads far and wide, but only one line carries the covenant flame. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. Isaac alone inherits the blessing. All the other sons receive gifts, but the covenant is singular. Not because of favoritism, but because of divine choice. But unto the sons of the concubines, which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. Abraham ensures separation, not in hatred but in preservation. Isaac must not contend for the inheritance. The covenant must not be confused. So Abraham gives gifts and sends the others eastward, where they become great peoples, but not covenant bearers. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years, 175 years. From Ur to Egypt to Hebron to Moriah to Beersheba, his was a journey of faith through every season. He lived fully, long meaningfully. Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. There is no greater epitaph. Full of years. He dies with peace. He dies in faith, and his soul is gathered to his people, a poetic phrase meaning reunion in the afterlife. Abraham joins the waiting halls of faithful saints, and his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Het. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. Isaac and Ishmael reunite. Their stories are separate, even divided, but in death they meet. Together they bury the patriarch. In Machpelah, the cave of legacy beside Sarah. The chapter closes for Abraham, but the story surges forward through his seed. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahai Roi. The mantle passes. Abraham has died, but the blessing lives. Isaac now receives God's direct hand. He dwells by Lahai Roi, the well of the living one who sees me, first named by Hagar. Even here, God's eye is on the next chapter. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth and Kedar and Adbeel and Mibsam and Mishma and Duma and Massa, Hadar and Tema, Jetur, Naphish and Kedema, 12 sons. Echoing the structure of future Israel. Though not the line of promise, Ishmael is not forgotten. God had promised Hagar, he will be a great nation, and now we see it in full. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles. 12 princes according to their nations. They are not wanderers. They are princes, builders of towns and fortresses. Nations rise from Ishmael, some of whom will one day war with Israel. But here we see promise fulfilled, even outside the line of covenant. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. Ishmael dies at 137. He too is gathered unto his people. Though often misunderstood, Ishmael was still a son of Abraham, and his life mattered. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. His people stretch across the land east of Egypt. They remain distinct, present, powerful, a fulfillment of prophecy. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. Now the narrative zooms in, from many nations, back to one man, Isaac, the child of laughter, the seed of promise. He is now 40, married to Rebekah, a woman of faith and courage. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. Another barren womb, another prayer, another miracle. Isaac prays. He does not seek another Hagar. He does not scheme. He goes directly to the Lord. And the Lord listens. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. 2 children, 1 womb, a battle already begun. Rebekah feels war in her body, pain, conflict, and she does the right thing. She goes to God. Why is this happening? And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Prophecy in the womb. 2 nations, 2 people, one weaker, one stronger, and a reversal of norms. The older will serve the younger. This is divine sovereignty, not preference, purpose. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. 2 boys, twin in time, opposite in nature. Esau red, hairy, wild. Jacob grasping the heel, reaching already for destiny. Their names tell the story. Esau, rough one. Jacob, heel grabber, or later, supplanter. The stage is set for lifelong conflict and sovereign fulfillment. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. They grow, but grow apart. Esau rugged, impulsive, physical. Jacob quiet, reflective at home. 2 paths, 2 temperaments, 2 destinies. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Parental division. Isaac loves the hunter, drawn by taste. Rebekah loves the tent dweller, drawn by prophecy. This favoritism will become fuel for deception and heartbreak. And Jacob sod pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom, a moment of weakness. Esau is hungry, ravenous, vulnerable. He sees stew and begs for it. Red stew, red man. Hence, Edom. And Jacob said, Sell me this day thy birthright. The tent dweller makes a deal. Not deception yet, but negotiation. Sell me your birthright. The birthright was spiritual and familial authority, a double portion and priesthood. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? Esau despises the birthright. What good is it if I'm starving? He lives for the now, not the future, for appetite, not inheritance. And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. It's done. The birthright, the line of covenant, is sold for stew. Esau eats, drinks, and walks away. No grief, no regret, just appetite satisfied. Esau despised his birthright, and with that, Jacob, though imperfect, is positioned for legacy. Genesis 25 is the pivot. It buries a patriarch and births a pair of rivals. It shows us that God's promises outlast people, that birth does not always equal blessing, and that from womb to table, God's sovereignty moves through faith, not flesh. What is your birthright worth? Are you living for now, or for the inheritance unseen? Let Jacob's grasp and Esau's appetite teach us. God values the heart that longs for the promise, even if it limps to get there. Genesis 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech king of the Philistines unto Gerar. A famine once again sweeps the land. Not the first, a second wave. History echoes. Isaac, like his father, faces a test. Hunger presses in, and the instinct is to run, to seek relief. And so, Isaac journeys to Gerar, to the court of Abimelech, king of the Philistines. And the Lord appeared unto him, and said, Go not down into Egypt. Dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. God intercepts his direction. Do not go to Egypt. Egypt, the place of provision but not promise. God redirects Isaac's steps. Sometimes the shortcut is the greatest detour from destiny. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. God now speaks the promise not to Abraham but to Isaac directly. I will perform the oath. The covenant is not dead. It has not expired with Abraham's bones. The blessing is alive, and it's now Isaac's to carry. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. The full promise is spoken. Land, seed, global blessing. God anchors Isaac's future in Abraham's obedience. The blessing is not just a gift, it's a legacy of faithful response. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. Obedience begins with staying where God says. He does not go to Egypt. He remains, even in famine. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my wife. Lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. The same lie, a new generation. Isaac repeats Abraham's mistake. She is my sister. Fear distorts truth. Rebekah's beauty becomes a cause for deception. And though Isaac walks in promise, he also stumbles in his father's pattern. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech king of the Philistines looked out at a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. Time reveals truth. The king sees not a sibling, but a husband and wife sharing affection. Isaac is exposed. What is hidden in fear will always be uncovered by time and light. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, Behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidst thou, She is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. The rebuke comes from a foreign king. Why did you lie? Isaac confesses, I was afraid. Fear, again, drives the chosen into dishonor. Yet God is still present. His covenant is not broken. And Abimelech said, What is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. Abimelech sees the danger. Sin hovered close. Integrity protected them. The king shows more righteousness than the patriarch. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that toucheth this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Despite Isaac's failure, God protects him. Rebekah is shielded. The covenant bearer is preserved. Grace covers even when fear compromises. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year an hundredfold. And the Lord blessed him. And now and the Philistines envied him. He prospers. Wealth grows. Flocks multiply. Servants abound. And with blessing comes envy. Those who watched Isaac struggle now watch him succeed, and resentment follows. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. They sabotage his inheritance. They fill in Abraham's wells, the very lifelines of the land. The enemy will always try to block what God gave you, but inheritance can be reclaimed. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. Fear turns into rejection. Leave us. You are too powerful. Isaac is not just blessed, he is becoming a threat. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. Isaac does not fight. He relocates not in defeat, but in meekness. He carries peace with his promise. And Isaac digged again the wells of water, which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. He reclaims the past. Isaac redigs the wells. Where the enemy tried to bury legacy, Isaac unearths it, and he renames them, preserving memory, identity, and covenant. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. Fresh water flows, not just old wells restored, but new ones discovered. The God of Abraham is now revealing himself as the God of Isaac. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Ezek, because they strove with him. Conflict follows blessing. Ezek, meaning contention. Not all victories come without battle. But Isaac names the strife, he does not let it define him. And they digged another well and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sitnah. The digging continues, but so does the strife. Another well, another fight. He names it Sitnah, meaning opposition or accusation. It's more than physical conflict. It's spiritual resistance. When God is blessing, don't be surprised when the enemy pushes back. And he removed from thence and digged another well, and for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. Isaac moves again, not out of fear, but out of peaceful resolve. And finally, a well with no quarrel. He names it Rehoboth, broad places, room. The Lord has made room for us. The path of perseverance leads to peace and productivity. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. That night, a divine visitation. God affirms Isaac's identity. I am the God of Abraham. Fear not, I am with you. Isaac doesn't just inherit land, he inherits relationship. Not second-hand faith, but a first-hand encounter. And he builded an altar there, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants digged a well. Isaac responds in 3 ways. He builds an altar, worship. He pitches a tent, settlement. He digs a well, provision. This is how covenant is walked out. Worship, dwell, and labor, all under the presence of God. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzzath one of his friends, and Phicol the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? Unexpected guests. Abimelech, with his entourage, comes back. Isaac, honest and unafraid, asks them, Why are you here? You drove me away. He doesn't hide his wounds. He speaks truth with clarity. And they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou wilt do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord. Enemies turn to peacemakers. They've watched Isaac, and seen the hand of God. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord. Even adversaries confess it. When God's presence is on you, even your rivals must acknowledge it. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. Isaac responds with hospitality. Peace is sealed over a table. What was once tension becomes fellowship. This is more than diplomacy, it's God-breathed reconciliation. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. A covenant of peace. The one who was envied now becomes the one who blesses. Isaac doesn't hold offense. He walks in restorative power. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. On the same day of peace, a new well bursts forth. Reconciliation is often followed by fresh provision. Isaac's journey from famine to fullness now has a spiritual rhythm. Test obedience, worship, peace water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. He names the place Sheba, meaning oath or sevenfold. Beersheba, the well of the oath. Where Abraham once dug, Isaac now seals. A multi-generational promise anchors into geography again. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judith the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Bashemath the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah, a quiet turn of sadness. Esau, the firstborn, marries outside the covenant line. 2 Hittite women, foreign to the promises. And this brings grief to Isaac and Rebekah. This is not a small ending. It's a foreshadowing. Though Esau was strong and blessed, he still walks away from the promise. And next, the struggle for the blessing will reach its boiling point. Genesis 26 is a mirror of Abraham's life, but it's Isaac's own chapter of obedience. He follows during famine, fails in fear, reclaims the wells, builds altars, makes peace, finds water, and through it all, God says, I am with you. This chapter reminds us, faith doesn't have to be flawless to be fruitful. God's blessing flows not just through great men, but through those who choose to dig, dwell, and believe. Genesis 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here am I. The scene opens in quiet shadow. Isaac is old. His eyes, once sharp, are clouded by time. He calls to Esau, the strong, rugged firstborn, his favorite, a father fading, a son answering. And he said, Behold, now I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. Isaac's words tremble with urgency. I may not have long. Go hunt for me, prepare the meal I love. Then I will bless you. This is no ordinary meal. This is a ritual, a final moment before the transference of power, of covenant blessing. But there is a problem. Esau is not the chosen one. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. Rebekah hears. She has always favored Jacob, the younger twin, the quiet one. But her favor isn't based on preference. It's rooted in prophecy. She remembers God's words. The elder shall serve the younger. Now the moment has come, and she acts swiftly. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Rebekah reveals the plan. She is not asking. She is commanding. This is bold, risky, possibly wrong. But behind her urgency is an unshakable belief. Jacob is the chosen. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. She will cook. He will deliver. The deception is meticulous. Food, timing, voice, touch. Rebekah does not merely believe in the promise. She tries to ensure it by human hands. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me and not a blessing. Jacob hesitates, but not out of righteousness. What if I get caught? He fears the consequences, not the sin. The blessing matters. He wants it, but deceit wears heavy clothes. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. Rebekah owns the risk. Let the curse fall on me. Her urgency deepens. She believes the promise so fiercely, she's willing to carry Jacob's consequence. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. The disguise is complete. Jacob wears Esau's clothes. His arms and neck are wrapped in goat skins. The smell, the feel, all to deceive a blind man. This is not just costume. It is desperation cloaked in faith. The food is ready, the plan in motion. Jacob steps toward his father, trembling. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. The moment arrives, and the lie is spoken. I am Esau. 3 words that change history. Jacob deceives, not for money, not for food, but for the blessing. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. A second lie, this time invoking God. The Lord gave it to me quickly. Jacob attributes deception to divine speed. His voice trembles, but the food is in hand. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. Isaac is suspicious. The voice does not match the hands. The smell, maybe. He reaches, the blind patriarch now dependent on touch. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father. And he felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. Doubt whispers, but Isaac overrides it. The voice is Jacob, but the hands. Sometimes deception is convincing, especially when we want to believe. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. The blessing is given. With a touch, a lie becomes a legacy. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. Isaac asks again, Are you really my son Esau? Jacob doubles down on the lie. The tension thickens. The blessing stands within reach. But at what cost? And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. The old man eats. Each bite brings them closer to a point of no return. What began in hunger now leads to inheritance. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. A kiss, the final gesture of closeness. But also, in this context, a tragic echo of another kiss in the future. Judas would kiss Jesus in betrayal. Here, Jacob kisses his father, but the mask remains on. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. The scent of Esau's clothes, stained with wilderness, confirms it for Isaac. And now the blessing pours forth. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. It is done. Heaven's dew, earth's richness, authority over nations, lordship over brothers, covenant protection. The blessing meant for Esau now belongs to Jacob. And once spoken, this word cannot be revoked. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. The timing is divine, immediate, tragic. Jacob exits, Esau enters. The twin stories pass each other like ghosts in a hallway. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. Esau is cheerful, proud, still unaware. He stands offering his best, but his blessing is already gone. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. Everything freezes. Who are you? Reality strikes like thunder. The deception is uncovered. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison, and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. Isaac trembles, not from age, but from spiritual realization. He doesn't try to revoke the blessing. He shall be blessed. The words, though gained by deceit, have divine force. Isaac sees it now. Jacob is the chosen. The blessing has gone where God willed it. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. Esau weeps bitterly. His cry echoes through time, a scream of loss. Bless me too. But blessings aren't mass-produced. There's only one inheritance of covenant. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. Isaac explains, Your brother took it. Esau the hunter was outmatched by Jacob, the schemer, and he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and, behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? Esau names him true. He is Jacob the heel-catcher, the supplanter, twice displaced, twice outrun, the birthright sold, but the blessing stolen. And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? Isaac can offer no reversal. The blessing has reshaped the future. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. The room is filled with weeping. This is not a tantrum. It's the ache of a man who's lost his place. Yet even here, God hears. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. A secondary blessing. Esau will live wild and strong. He will serve, but someday break free. This is a mixed prophecy, survival and submission, but with a spark of hope. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. Hate is born in the womb of grief. Esau, full of rage, plots revenge. When father dies, so will Jacob. The cycle of Cain and Abel threatens to repeat. And these words of Esau her elder son were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Rebekah hears of the threat. She saved Jacob once. Now she must save him again. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice. Arise, flee thou to Laban my brother to Haran, and tarry with him a few days until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? Rebekah sends him away. What was meant to be a brief exile will stretch for 20 years. She never sees him again. And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of hate. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of hate, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? She plants the seed for Jacob's next journey, marriage. But her weariness reveals her sorrow. She fought for the promise, but paid dearly. Genesis 27 is the costliest chapter in Jacob's journey. He gets the blessing, but at a price. His brother's hatred, his mother's grief, his exile from home. Yet in all the deception, God still works. The blessing could not be undone. Destiny moves forward not because of perfection, but by divine design. Jacob deceived, but God had already chosen. Genesis 28. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. The tension of deception still lingers, but now the father calls the son again, not to curse, but to charge. Isaac, having been deceived, now blesses Jacob willingly. Do not marry a Canaanite, a command to preserve the covenant. Jacob is being sent out, not just away from Esau's wrath, but toward destiny. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban thy mother's brother. A journey begins. Go east, go to family, go find your wife. Jacob is walking in Abraham's footsteps, not in geography, but in purpose. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. Now Isaac speaks the blessing of Abraham over Jacob directly. Not stolen, not disguised, spoken in full light. Fruitfulness, inheritance, the land, the covenant line. Jacob is now truly the heir in title and trust. 5 And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan-aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan-aram. Esau is watching. He sees Jacob obey, and senses that the blessing is now settled, final. He sees not only what he lost, but how obedience matters to the covenant. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath the daughter of Ishmael Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. A move of desperation. Esau tries to make it right, not through repentance but through adjustment. Maybe if I marry someone related to Abraham, but Ishmael's line is still outside the promise. Esau's solution lacks revelation. He acts to please, not to transform. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. Alone, exiled. No riches, no caravan, only the clothes on his back and the blessing in his soul. A deceiver walks, but God is not far behind. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. This is the lowest point. He sleeps on stones. A fugitive, a lone man without a home. And yet, here, God will find him. He sleeps in the dark, but heaven is just above him. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. A ladder, a divine highway. Earth touches heaven, and heaven sends messengers. Angels ascend first, then descend. This is holy activity, not just God watching, but interacting. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. God introduces himself personally. I am the God of Abraham and of Isaac. And now of Jacob, God speaks directly. This land where you lie in exile will one day be yours, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. The promise is reaffirmed. The covenant lives. Jacob, the heel-grabber, the deceiver, becomes the carrier of Abraham's legacy. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. What grace! God promises. Presence, I am with you. Protection, I will keep you. Return, I will bring you again. Completion, I will not leave until it's done. God speaks to Jacob not based on his past, but on his future. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. Jacob stirs from the dream, overwhelmed. God was here, and I didn't even know it. So often this is true of us. In pain, exile, exhaustion, we sleep on stones, unaware that God is near. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. Fear and awe seize him. The place of loneliness becomes the house of God. The cold desert floor becomes the gate of heaven. Bethel, house of God, is born out of dream and stone. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. He anoints the stone. A former bed becomes a memorial. The most ordinary object now carries divine memory. And he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. The renaming is powerful. Luz, twisted, almond wood. Bethel, house of God. One encounter redefines location, identity, and legacy. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then shall the Lord be my God, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that thou shalt give me I will surely give the 10th unto thee." Jacob's response is not just worship, it's a vow. He commits to follow this God, acknowledge him as Lord, give back a 10th of all he receives. He is no longer just a deceiver, he is now a pilgrim. And his story is only beginning. Genesis 28 teaches us that exile can lead to encounter, that grace often appears when we are most undeserving, that the lowest places can become sacred altars. Jacob did not earn the dream, he did not earn the blessing, but God chose him, and now that ladder between heaven and earth remains. A symbol of Jesus, the only true bridge. God speaks in deserts. He appears above ladders. He builds houses in lonely places. Genesis 29. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. Jacob is moving forward, away from his home, his guilt, and his brother's fury. He carries only a staff and the blessing of God. His journey is not just physical, it's a pilgrimage of destiny. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. The scene shifts to a well. Just like Abraham's servant before him, Jacob's journey intersects with water. And waiting there, shepherds, flocks, and something divine. And thither were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. The shepherds wait for all the flocks to gather before the stone is moved. Unity precedes refreshing. But Jacob has not yet seen what or who he's truly come for. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. Jacob has arrived at his destination, and providence meets him at the well. We know Laban. This is no coincidence. It is divine precision. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter cometh with the sheep. And now the moment arrives. Rachel, not just a name, but the answer to Jacob's years of loneliness and longing. She is coming, not knowing the man waiting will one day love her fiercely. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. Jacob questions their delay. Why wait? But the answer is custom, community, timing. Even here, God waits for the right moment, and Rachel is that moment. And while he yet spake with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. Jacob sees her and acts. He moves the stone alone, a feat requiring many. Love gives strength. Destiny gives urgency. Jacob waters her flock, the same act that once found Rebekah for Isaac. Now he is the one serving. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. Emotion breaks through. A kiss not romantic but overwhelmed. He weeps. Alone, no more purpose taking shape. After years of running, Jacob touches his future. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. Laban runs, the same man who watched Eliezer bring wealth for Rebekah. Now his sister's son stands before him, tired, empty-handed, but blessed. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month. Jacob is welcomed, but beneath Laban's embrace lies calculation, family ties, and hidden agendas. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? Now the negotiation begins. Laban asks, What do you want? But Jacob wants only one thing. And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. 2 sisters, 2 destinies. Leah, gentle eyes, soft presence. Rachel, radiant, magnetic, beloved. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter.
No hesitaschen.
Jacob offers 7 years, a bride price of love. Not money, not livestock, time and labor. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. Laban agrees, but does not promise. His words are vague, his heart already plotting. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. Time bends in love's presence. 7 years pass, but they feel like days. This is the purest picture of love in Jacob's life. He works, he waits, he dreams. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. The time has come, the labor is complete, the desire is holy. Jacob asks for his bride. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. Deception returns. The deceiver is now deceived. Under veil and night, Laban gives Leah, not Rachel. Jacob reaps what he once sowed. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. Zilpah enters, a servant in a house built on mixed love. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? Morning light reveals betrayal. It's Leah. Jacob's cry mirrors Esau's years earlier. He was once the deceiver, now the deceived. And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn.
Laban klogs deceit in Tradition.
We don't marry off the younger first. The irony burns. Jacob, who took a birthright out of order, is now trapped by the same reversal. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. Laban sets new terms. 7 more years for Rachel. 1 week of celebration, then the second marriage. And Jacob did so and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. 2 wives, 2 maids, 1 heart split in preference. Jacob loves Rachel more. Leah is loved by contract, not by choice. The home is now a battleground of hearts. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb. But Rachel was barren. God sees Leah. He hears the silent ache of the unloved. He gives her children while Rachel waits. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. Reuben, see a son. Her hope cries out, Maybe now he will love me. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. Simeon heard. She sees her pain reflected in God's response, but not yet in Jacob's arms. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. Levi, joined. But Jacob's heart remains elsewhere. 3 sons, 3 cries for belonging. And she conceived again and bare a son. And she said, Now will I praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah, and left bearing. Judah, praise. Finally, her gaze turns from Jacob to God. The 4th son marks a shift, from striving to surrender, from pain to praise. and from Judah will come kings. From Judah will come Messiah. Genesis 29 is a mirror of pain and providence. Jacob meets love, faces betrayal, starts a family in division. But through it all, God is working, through Leah's tears, through Rachel's beauty, through Jacob's labor. God births a nation through a broken home. The Redeemer will come from the unloved wife, because God sees what man forgets. Genesis 30. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. The scene opens in heartbreak. Rachel, the beloved wife, is barren. Her beauty has not protected her from pain. She sees Leah's arms full and her own empty. Envy festers. Longing erupts. Give me children, or I die. This is the soul's deep cry when dreams feel denied. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel. And he said, Am I in God's stead, who hath withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? Jacob snaps. Even love can't shield him from frustration. Am I God? He's helpless. He can work 14 years, but he cannot open a womb. Only God gives life. And she said, Behold my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. Desperation mimics history. Just as Sarah gave Hagar, Rachel now gives Bilhah. She will bear, and I will claim. This is not divine instruction, it's human solution. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife. And Jacob went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived, and bare Jacob a son. And Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. Dan, God has judged. Rachel interprets this as justice, not grace. She names from her sense of vindication, not yet peace. And Bilhah Rachel's maid conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. Naphtali, my struggle. The rivalry with Leah fuels her identity. She is not parenting, she is contending. Rachel counts her victories through another's womb. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to wife. Leah responds, not from joy, but from insecurity. She mimics Rachel using her maid Zilpah. The competition intensifies, and Zilpah Leah's maid bare Jacob a son. And Leah said, A troop cometh, and she called his name Gad. Gad, troop or good fortune. She sees strength in numbers. Leah is trying to win Jacob's heart through offspring, not intimacy. And Zilpah Leah's maid bare Jacob a second son. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. Asher, happy, but is she? Her joy is still rooted in recognition, not relationship. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes. Mandrakes, believed to aid fertility. Reuben, Leah's son, unknowingly becomes a pawn in this ancient rivalry. Rachel sees the mandrakes and sees hope, and she said unto her, Is it a small matter that thou hast taken my husband? And wouldest thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. Bartering begins. Leah, scorned and sidelined, accuses Rachel of taking Jacob's affection. You have his love. Now you want my son's gift. Rachel offers a trade, Jacob, for a night. Love has become currency. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, Thou must come in unto me. For surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. Hired. Jacob, the patriarch, has been reduced to a transaction. But even here, God sees Leah. And God hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bare Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. Issachar, wages. She names her son from her deal, not her delight. Yet God responds to Leah, not to her bargains, but to her sorrow. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said, God hath endued me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. Zebulun, dwelling. Still she waits for Jacob to choose her in heart, not just duty. 6 sons, and still longing for love. And afterwards she bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah. Dinah, the only daughter mentioned. Her story will echo painfully in a later chapter, but for now, she represents completion to Leah's womb. And God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened to her, and opened her womb. Finally, not because of mandrakes, not through Bilhah, not by trade. God remembers, God hears, God opens. Rachel's waiting is not ignored. And she conceived and bare a son, and said, God hath taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add to me another son. Joseph, he will add. Rachel's first son, born of faith and pain, will one day save nations. But she already looks ahead. God gave me this. May he give me more. Gratitude mingled with longing, still not at rest. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go unto mine own place and to my country. Jacob's spirit is stirring. Years have passed. Children are born, but he is still not home. He longs for his land, and for the God of Bethel. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served thee, and let me go. For thou knowest my service which I have done thee. He's ready to leave, to walk in full independence. But Laban is not ready to let go. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, tarry. For I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. And he said, Appoint me thy wages, and I will give it. Laban admits it, his wealth is because of Jacob. So he makes an offer, name your price. But again, deception lurks beneath flattery. And he said unto him, Thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. For it was little which thou hadst before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And the Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. And now when shall I provide for mine own house also? Jacob wants more than survival, he wants legacy. He's built Laban's fortune. But now it's time to build his own name. And he said, What shall I give thee? And Jacob said, Thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep thy flock. I will pass through all thy flock today, removing from thence all the speckled egg. When it shall come for my hire before thy face, every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. Jacob places his integrity on the line. Let the animals speak for me. This is the beginning of God's strategy for wealth, not through deceit, but discernment. And Laban said, Behold, I would it might be according to thy word. Laban agrees, perhaps thinking Jacob won't succeed. But God is about to invert expectations. And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. Laban sabotages the deal, removing the very animals Jacob is owed. But God is watching. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and pilled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs. When the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. This strange breeding strategy is not sorcery, it's strategy. It shows Jacob's understanding of animal behavior and divine favor. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. The results are miraculous. Laban's trickery is reversed by supernatural increase. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. Jacob selectively breeds. He strengthens his flock, while Laban's weakens. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Wisdom prevails. God blesses discernment, not deceit. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle and maidservants and menservants and camels and asses. Jacob, once alone and exiled, is now wealthy and powerful. But the next chapter will reveal that prosperity brings envy, tension, and movement. Genesis 31. And he heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's hath he gotten all this glory. Whispers begin. Laban's sons see Jacob's flocks growing, his wealth increasing, and envy poisons their speech. He stole our father's glory. But Jacob stole nothing. God gave. Still, accusation breeds tension. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and, behold, it was not toward him as before. Laban's face has changed. The welcome has cooled. Suspicion now simmers. What once was family now feels like a prison. And the Lord said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. God speaks. Go home, not just because of danger, but because the season has shifted. And with the call comes the promise. I will be with you. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before, but the God of my father hath been with me. Jacob speaks openly now. He gathers Rachel and Leah, not in the home, but in the field, neutral ground. He testifies, Your father's favor has turned, but God has never left me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But God suffered him not to hurt me. Jacob recounts the injustice. Wages changed, tricks played, years stolen. Yet he says, God protected me. He changed terms, but God didn't let him win. If he said thus, the speckled shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring-straked. Thus God hath taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. Jacob reveals the secret. It wasn't manipulation. It was miracle. God turned every crooked deal into a path to abundance. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes, and saw in a dream, and, behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. God showed him in a dream, even before the breeding began. Jacob's success wasn't just hard work. It was divinely directed. And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see, for I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. Heaven saw the injustice. Jacob wasn't alone in the silent battles. God watched every moment. I have seen what Laban has done to you. I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointedst the pillar, and where thou vowedst a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. God connects the command with a memory. Remember Bethel? God reminds Jacob of the vow he made when he had nothing. Now that he has everything, it's time to fulfill it. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money. Rachel and Leah agree, shockingly united. They feel discarded by their father. He sold us like slaves. There's nothing left for us here. For all the riches which God hath taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. They affirm God's call. Go, take us. Follow the word of the Lord. Jacob now knows he does not walk alone. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels. And he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten. The caravan moves quietly, suddenly. 12 children, 2 wives, servants, flocks. Hope, this is not escape. It is exodus. And Laban went to shear his sheep. And Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. In secret, Rachel takes the household gods. Why? Superstition, revenge, fear. Even amid obedience, old habits linger. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian. In that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and passed over the river. The escape begins.
No farewell.
No discussion. Sometimes separation must be clean and fast. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. Laban gives chase. 7 days, driven not just by loss, but by control. The one who never let Jacob go, now comes to take him back. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. But God steps in. He warns Laban in a dream, Don't touch him, don't threaten him, don't bless or curse him. Heaven draws a boundary. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount of Gilead. The moment of confrontation has come. 2 camps, one journeying toward freedom, one chasing control, stand face to face on the mountain. And Laban said to Jacob, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters, as captives taken with the sword? Laban plays the victim. Why did you steal my daughters like prisoners of war? But it's not his love that grieves him. It's his loss of power. Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp? And hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. He paints himself as the generous patriarch. Flutes, harps, kisses, but behind the words is resentment, possession, loss, fury. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the God of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. Laban admits it. He could have acted, but God intervened. Jacob is not protected by chance, but by divine defense. And now, though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? And now the deeper accusation emerges. Why did you steal my household gods? The irony is sharp. A man rich in flocks, accusing the chosen of God of idol theft. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Peradventure thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou findest thy gods, let him not live. Before our brethren discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. Jacob speaks boldly, unaware of Rachel's act. He even pronounces judgment. Whoever took them, let them die. A vow of integrity that will later echo with prophetic tragedy in Rachel's story. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the 2 maidservants' tents. But he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. The search is thorough, every tent, every space. But Rachel sits calmly, over the idols, hidden in her saddle. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched but found not the images. She offers an excuse, unclean, untouchable, and Laban stops short. The gods that were so powerful now sit beneath a woman, silent, useless. It's not just deception, it's satire. False gods can't even save themselves. And Jacob was wroth and chode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin, that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Now Jacob unleashes years of anger. He's had enough. What have I done? Why chase me down like a criminal? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. 20 years of faithful service, with no theft, no loss. Jacob has held himself to honor even under injustice. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Jacob absorbed every cost. No matter who erred, he paid the price. Thus I was. In the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. This is Jacob's testimony. Drought by day, frost by night.
No sleep, no stability, no fairness.
Yet still he endured. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac, had been with me. Surely thou hadst sent me away now empty. God hath seen mine affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. Jacob now gives glory where it's due. If God hadn't been with me, I'd be empty. God has defended, provided, and spoken. And last night he rebuked you, Laban. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou sayest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Laban's pride remains. He still claims ownership of wives, children, flocks, but he also concedes defeat. He cannot act. God has drawn the line. Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. Laban shifts to peace. A covenant is proposed not out of friendship but out of necessity. And Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, Gather stones. And they took stones and made an heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. The memorial rises. Stones mark the boundary. And Laban called it Jegar-sahadutha, but Jacob called it Galeed. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galeed. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between me and thee, when we are absent one from another. Mizpah, watchtower, sounds poetic, but it's actually a warning. God will watch you when I can't. This is not about trust, it's about divine surveillance. 50 If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness betwixt me and thee. Laban lays conditions, threats masked in covenant. But Jacob doesn't flinch. He knows who truly watches. And Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me, for harm. The line is drawn, neither will cross again with intent to harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. And Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. 2 names, 1 God. But Jacob swears by the fear of Isaac, a deep reverence, born not of tradition but of trembling awe. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Sacrifice, bread, rest. The moment ends with farewells. Laban kisses his daughters and grandchildren, and leaves. The man who once loomed large walks away empty. Genesis 31 is a story of God's deliverance from manipulative control. Jacob, once a deceiver, walks in integrity. He leaves not just a man's house, but a season of silence, shadows, and striving. The God of Bethel has come full circle. What began with a dream on a rock is now marked by a pillar on a mountain. Jacob is free. Genesis 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. As Jacob leaves the shadow of Laban, heaven opens once more. This is not a dream, not a vision. Angels appear to accompany him. Jacob is not alone. And when Jacob saw them, he said, "This is God's host." And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. Mahanaim, two camps, God's camp and Jacob's. Heaven marches beside him. The journey ahead is holy, but also terrifying. For now, Jacob must face Esau, the brother he wronged. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now, and I have oxen, and asses, flocks, and menservants, and womenservants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in thy sight. He reaches out in humility. Thy servant Jacob, gone is the trickster. Here speaks a man bowed by life. He does not demand peace, he asks for grace. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. The response is thunderous. Esau is coming, with 400 men. Is it war? Is it welcome? Jacob doesn't know, but fear floods him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him and the flocks and herds and the camels into 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. Jacob prepares not for reunion but for survival. Divide the camps, just in case. Even now, strategy mixes with fear. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saidst unto me, Return unto thy country, and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. And then he prays. This is one of the most personal, powerful prayers in Scripture. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth, which thou hast shewed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. I am not worthy, Jacob confesses, humbles himself. He remembers the day he crossed the Jordan with nothing but a staff. Now he returns with 2 companies. Grace has multiplied him. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. He does not hide his fear. Deliver me, I am afraid. Prayer becomes a shelter, plea for mercy. And thou saidst, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. He reminds God of the promise, not arrogantly, but as a child clings to the words of a father. You said you would do me good. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 foals. Jacob prepares a gift, extravagant, lavish, over 500 animals, a peace offering, not a bribe, but a gesture of repentance. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants. Every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. He spaces the gifts wave after wave, a procession of honor to soften Esau's heart. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, Whose art thou? And whither goest thou? And whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and, behold, also he is behind us. Again Jacob calls himself servant and Esau Lord. He does not manipulate, he seeks peace through humility. And so commanded he the second, and the third, and all that followed the droves, saying, On this manner shall ye speak unto Esau, when ye find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me, and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. Perhaps he will accept me. Jacob doesn't presume reconciliation. He hopes, he prays, he plans, but he does not control. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. The night begins. But something holy is about to take place. Jacob is not just preparing to meet Esau, he's about to meet God himself. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the brook, and this is God in human form, a heavenly being cloaked in flesh, and he wrestles Jacob all night, dust rising, limbs tangled, hearts pounding. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. A divine touch dislocates Jacob's hip. Power surges, pain ignites, yet Jacob holds on. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. Here is Jacob's moment of truth. He is wounded, alone, wrestling God, and still he says, I won't let you go until you bless me. This is no longer a man chasing birthrights or manipulating promises. This is a man desperate for transformation. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. The question pierces. What is your name? Jacob, the supplanter, the heel grabber, the deceiver. He speaks his name, and in doing so confesses his identity. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. A new name, Israel. He who wrestles with God. Jacob is no longer defined by what he did, but by the encounter that changed him. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. God does not answer. Some mysteries remain veiled, but the blessing is given. In the silence, Jacob is transformed. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel. For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. Peniel, face of God. Jacob has seen what no man should survive, and yet he lives. And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day. Because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. The sun rises. Jacob limps, permanently marked. But he is no longer running, no longer deceiving. He is walking with a limp and a blessing. A man wounded by grace and renamed by God. Genesis 32 is the heart of transformation. Jacob began this chapter afraid of Esau, but ended it changed by God himself. The greatest battles are not with men, but with God. The greatest victories are not in strength, but in surrender. Genesis 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. The moment Jacob dreaded has arrived. Across the horizon, Esau approaches, not alone, but flanked by 400 men. This is not merely a family reunion. This is judgment day in Jacob's eyes. He braces his household, and he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. Strategically or protectively, he arranges his wives and children. Those dearest, Rachel and Joseph, are placed furthest from danger. Even now, the order reveals Jacob's heart, his fear, his favorites, and he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And then the limping man walks ahead of them all. Jacob, once the deceiver, now leads in humility. 7 bows, the posture of a servant, the posture of surrender. With every bow he is saying, I am sorry, I am not above you, I am your servant. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. Then, the unthinkable, Esau runs, not with a sword but with open arms. He embraces the brother who stole his blessing, and they wept. Years of pain, fear, separation, melt in tears. This is not wrath. This is reconciliation. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with thee? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Esau lifts his eyes and sees Jacob's legacy. Jacob, still calling himself thy servant, gives God the glory. These are not just children. These are gifts of grace. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. One by one the family bows. This is a sacred choreography of peace. Each life steps forward in humility, in hope. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. Esau is puzzled. Why the gifts? Jacob replies simply, he wanted grace. He wasn't trying to buy love, he was acknowledging wrongs. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. Esau's response is noble, generous. I have enough. These are not the words of a bitter man. This is a man who has made peace with his past. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Jacob insists, and he says something profound. To see your face is like seeing the face of God. He doesn't mean Esau is divine. He means this moment, this forgiveness, this unexpected grace is divine. It reflects heaven. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. Jacob calls the gift my blessing. The irony is thick. Years ago he took Esau's blessing. Now he insists on giving his own. And Esau finally accepts, not as payment, but as peace. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. Esau now suggests unity. Let's travel together, he says. A journey restored, a brother's bond mended. But Jacob has other plans or other reservations. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Jacob offers a gentle refusal. He speaks of the children's pace, of the delicate animals. But behind his words may lie fear or wisdom. Perhaps he isn't ready to trust completely. Or perhaps he knows reconciliation doesn't require full reunion. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. Jacob says, You go ahead, I'll follow. But history will show Jacob never goes to Seir. His words are diplomatic, peaceful, but calculated. Jacob has changed, but he is still Jacob. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. Esau offers guards, perhaps out of love, but Jacob politely declines. Again, grace without dependence. He wants peace, but he also wants distance. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him an house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. Esau returns to Seir Edom. Jacob builds shelters in Succoth, booths. Their paths diverge again. Peace has been made, but separation remains. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. Jacob enters Canaan, the land of promise, the land his grandfather walked. He is no longer a fugitive, he is a patriarch. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it Elilohizrael. Jacob buys land, settles, and then he builds an altar. He names it Elilohizrael, God, the God of Israel, not the God of Jacob, but of Israel, the man who wrestled, the man who overcame, the man with the limp and the new name. This altar marks the first time Jacob publicly names God as his own. He is no longer the God of Isaac and Abraham only, he is Jacob's God. Genesis 33 is not a battle. It is a miracle. Esau's mercy, Jacob's humility, God's fingerprints on a fragile piece. This is what reconciliation looks like. Not denial, but repentance. Not revenge, but embrace. Not erasure, but grace remembered. The face of Esau became, for Jacob, like seeing the face of God. Genesis 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. The moment Jacob dreaded has arrived. Across the horizon, Esau approaches, not alone, but flanked by 400 men. This is not merely a family reunion. This is Judgment Day in Jacob's eyes. He braces his household, and he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. Strategically or protectively, he arranges his wives and children. Those dearest, Rachel and Joseph, are placed furthest from danger. Even now, the order reveals Jacob's heart, his fear, his favorites, and he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And then the limping man walks ahead of them all. Jacob, once the deceiver, now leads in humility. 7 bows, the posture of a servant, the posture of surrender. With every bow he is saying, I am sorry, I am not above you, I am your servant. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. Then, the unthinkable. Esau runs, not with a sword but with open arms. He embraces the brother who stole his blessing, and they wept. Years of pain, fear, separation, melt in tears. This is not wrath. This is reconciliation. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with thee? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Esau lifts his eyes and sees Jacob's legacy. Jacob, still calling himself thy servant, gives God the glory. These are not just children. These are gifts of grace. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. One by one the family bows. It is a sacred choreography of peace. Each life steps forward in humility, in hope. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. Esau is puzzled. Why the gifts? Jacob replies simply, he wanted grace. He wasn't trying to buy love, he was acknowledging wrongs. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. Esau's response is noble, generous. I have enough. These are not the words of a bitter man. This is a man who has made peace with his past. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Jacob insists, and he says something profound. To see your face is like seeing the face of God. He doesn't mean Esau is divine. He means this moment, this forgiveness, this unexpected grace is divine. It reflects heaven. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee. Because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. Jacob calls the gift my blessing. The irony is thick. Years ago he took Esau's blessing. Now he insists on giving his own. And Esau finally accepts, not as payment, but as peace. And he said, "Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee." Esau now suggests unity. "Let's travel together," he says. A journey restored, a brother's bond mended. But Jacob has other plans or other reservations. And he said unto him, "My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die." Jacob offers a gentle refusal. He speaks of the children's pace, of the delicate animals. But behind his words may lie fear or wisdom. Perhaps he isn't ready to trust completely. Or perhaps he knows reconciliation doesn't require full reunion. "Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir." Jacob says, "You go ahead, I'll follow." But history will show Jacob never goes to Seir. His words are diplomatic, peaceful, but calculated. Jacob has changed, but he is still Jacob. And Esau said, "Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me." And he said, "What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord." Esau offers guards, perhaps out of love, but Jacob politely declines. Again, grace without dependence. He wants peace, but he also wants distance. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him an house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. Esau returns to Seir Edom. Jacob builds shelters in Succoth, booths. Their paths diverge again. Peace has been made, but separation remains. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. Jacob enters Canaan, the land of promise, the land his grandfather walked. He is no longer a fugitive, he is a patriarch. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it Elilohizrael. Jacob buys land, settles, and then he builds an altar. He names it Elilohizrael, God, the God of Israel, not the God of Jacob, but of Israel, the man who wrestled, the man who overcame, the man with the limp and the new name. This altar marks the first time Jacob publicly names God as his own. He is no longer the God of Isaac and Abraham only, he is Jacob's God. Genesis 33 is not a battle. It is a miracle. Esau's mercy, Jacob's humility, God's fingerprints on a fragile peace. This is what reconciliation looks like. Not denial, but repentance. Not revenge, but embrace. Not erasure, but grace remembered. The face of Esau became, for Jacob, like seeing the face of God. Genesis 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. The camera opens on a young girl, Dinah, daughter of Leah, the only daughter named among Jacob's 12 sons. She wanders out, not in rebellion but in curiosity, to see the daughters of the land. A moment of innocence becomes the spark of devastation. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her and defiled her. The words fall like thunder. Shechem, prince, powerful, sees Dinah and takes her. He does not love her. He does not ask. He defiles her. This is not romance. It is rape. There is no consent.
No covenant.
Just conquest. And his soul clave unto Dinah the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. Now, strangely, affection follows violation. He speaks kindly, his soul clings, but affection does not erase the crime. Love without respect is still abuse. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. Shechem doesn't ask Dinah, he commands his father. Get me that girl, not with humility, but entitlement. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. Jacob hears and says nothing, no outcry, no confrontation. He waits for his sons, and his silence echoes loud. And Hamor the father of Shechem went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. The sons return, they hear, and rage ignites. Such a thing ought not to be done. They speak what Jacob did not. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her him to wife. Hamor does not speak of repentance, only desire. He longs for your daughter. Give her to him. He offers alliance, not apology. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you, and ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. Hamor offers integration, a shared economy, intermarriage, land, wealth, but no justice, no accountability. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me the damsel to wife. Shechem pleads, Name your price, but even here no confession. No acknowledgement of Dinah's trauma, only bargaining. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. Now the sons speak, but their words are cloaked in deception. They invoke circumcision not for covenant, but for strategy. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. They make an offer conditional and deadly. Circumcise every male, then will unite. But behind their offer is blood. But if ye will not hearken unto us, to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter and we will be gone. Sounds like choice, but the choice has already been made. The trap is set. And their words pleased Hamor, and Shechem Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. Shechem complies eagerly, instantly. A strange note says he was more honorable. Not morally, but perhaps in willingness. Still, it's not repentance. It's convenience. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. Hamor now convinces his city. He frames it as economic gain. Their cattle, their goods, they'll become ours. It's not unity they seek, but profit. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. They agree. The knife becomes the entrance into a false covenant. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every be yea? And it came to pass on the third day when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. The third day, while pain debilitates the men, Simeon and Levi strike. Two brothers, burning with vengeance, kill every male, not just Shechem. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. They kill father and son. They retrieve Dinah, now freed, but forever changed. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep and their oxen and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. Vengeance becomes plunder, not just death. Now loot, captives, grief multiplied. Justice is swallowed by violence. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land. And I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me. And I shall be destroyed, I and my house. Finally, Jacob speaks, but not in grief for the slain. He fears for himself. He sees danger now, not injustice. Still, no prayer.
No altar.
Just fear. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with an harlot? The brothers reply with rage. Should he treat our sister like a prostitute? It is a question that haunts the end of the chapter. Genesis 34 is the only chapter in the patriarchal story with no mention of God. No divine voice.
No caben en trinud. No prayer. No sacrifice. No altar.
Just assault, deception, murder, and silence. It is a cautionary tale of what happens when God is left out of justice. Genesis 35. And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God, that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. After the bloodshed at Shechem, the silence is shattered. God speaks again. Arise, go to Bethel. Return to the place where the promise was first whispered over your fleeing soul. Return and build me an altar. Bethel, the house of God, is calling Jacob home. Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. Jacob doesn't delay. He turns to his family with spiritual urgency. Bury your idols. Purify yourselves. Change your garments. This is more than hygiene. This consecration. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. He remembers, the God who answered me, the God who was with me in exile and return. To him I will build an altar. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. The family obeys. Idols, remnants of foreign influence, Rachel's theft, Shechem's corruption, are surrendered. And Jacob buries them under an oak tree. It is a funeral of false gods. 5 And they journeyed. And the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. Though they had spilled blood in Shechem, no one pursued them, not because of their reputation, but because God's fear went before them. Heaven protected what justice could not excuse. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because their God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. Jacob arrives. He builds the altar, this time by choice, not crisis. He names the place El Bethel, God of the house of God, not just the house, but the owner of it. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Elon Bashuth. Suddenly a death in the camp. Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, a silent matriarch, perhaps the last tie to Jacob's mother. They bury her under the oak, and the place is named Elon Bashuth, Oak of Weeping. Even amid covenant, grief is not absent. And God appeared unto Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And God said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. God appears once more, not in a dream, not in disguise, but directly, and he reaffirms Jacob's new identity. You are not Jacob, you are Israel. The deceiver is forever renamed the overcomer. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. God renews the covenant. Be fruitful, multiply, nations and kings will descend from you. This land, Canaan, is yours and your children's. This is not a new blessing, but a reaffirmed one, because sometimes the promise must be heard again. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. God ascends. The moment ends. Heaven withdraws, but leaves behind truth that cannot be forgotten. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him, Bethel. A stone stands where glory touched earth. Jacob pours oil, and also a drink offering, a symbol of being poured out in worship. He names the place Bethel again, because it will always be the house of God. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. The journey continues, but now tragedy approaches. Rachel, the beloved, goes into labor, and the pain is grave. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. Rachel gives birth and dies. With her last breath, she names the child Benoni, son of my sorrow. But Jacob, refusing sorrow to define the boy's destiny, renames him Benjamin, son of my right hand. Out of loss comes legacy. And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. She never makes it to Bethlehem alive, but her tomb becomes a monument, a prophecy. Centuries later, another mother will weep in Bethlehem, and another son will be born through Rachel's line, Jesus. And Israel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the Tower of Eder. He is no longer called Jacob. Israel journeys forward. The name has taken hold. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. Another rupture. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, commits a grave violation. He sleeps with Bilhah, his father's concubine. Israel hears, but again says nothing. Silence returns, but judgment will come later. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. The family is now 12, a full nation in embryo, 12 sons, 12 tribes, 12 pillars of a promise. They are not yet united. They are not yet holy, but they are chosen. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Finally, Jacob returns home, to Mamre, to Hebron, to Isaac. And in Isaac's final breath, the story turns sacred. Esau and Jacob bury him, together. The brothers who once warred over the blessing, now stand over the grave of their father, at peace. Genesis 35 is a chapter of closure and calling. Idols buried, names changed, wounds remembered, covenants reaffirmed. The God of Bethel is not just a moment. He is a faithful presence across lifetimes. Genesis 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. This is the story of a man not chosen, yet not forgotten. Esau, the elder brother, the one who lost the birthright, becomes a nation, and his name becomes Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah the daughter of Anna the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashemath Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth. His wives are named Canaanite women, Hittites, Ishmaelites, not the line of promise, yet still lines blessed by God. These unions would form the bedrock of a mighty people. And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Ruel, and Aholibamah bare Jush and Jalam and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. 6 sons, born not in exile but in the land of Canaan. They will grow, expand, multiply. The stage is set for generational inheritance. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. Esau moves, not out of anger, but out of abundance. There is not enough room for both him and Jacob, for their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. This echoes the separation of Abraham and Lot. Wealth forces distance, but peace is preserved. Esau and Jacob part with no strife. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Mount Seir becomes his home, a rough, mountainous terrain, later filled with fortresses, kings, and tension with Israel. But here it begins as a gifted inheritance. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Ruel the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. We are given a genealogical roll call. Every name is a seed of legacy, each generation building toward nations, kings, and even enemies of Israel. And the sons of Eliphaz were Taman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. Among these Amalek is born, from a concubine, yet he becomes the father of a tribe that will war against Israel for generations. Even outside the covenant, destinies unfold that touch the chosen people. And these are the sons of Ruel: Nahath and Zerah, Shammah and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jush and Jalam and Korah. 12 grandsons now named, each carrying blood, culture, inheritance. These are not just men. They are the roots of tribes and rulers. These were dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Taman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. Duke, a tribal leader, a chief. Esau's descendants are not wanderers. They are rulers, noble titles, structured governance, regional power. And these are the sons of Ruel, Esau's son: Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Ruel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife: Duke Jush, Duke Jalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. Each son becomes a duke. Each mother's lineage is preserved with precision. This is royal order taking shape. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan and Shobal and Zibeon and Anna, and Dishon and Ezer and Dishon. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. Esau's line merges with the Horites, original inhabitants of Seir. This intermarriage solidifies dominion. Culture mixes, authority expands. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alvan and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anna. This was that Anna that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. A footnote from history: Anna discovered mules. Even mundane moments like breeding livestock are immortalized in divine record. And the children of Anna were these: Dishon, and Aholibamah the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishon: Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Cheran. The children of Ezer are these: Bilhan, and Zavan, and Akan. The children of Dishon are these: Uzi and Aaron. Names keep pouring. Each name represents generational strength, territory, identity. God is not just the God of one line. He tracks every name, tribe, and nation. These are the dukes that came of the Horites: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anna, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishon. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. Here leadership is defined. The structure of Edom is now in place. It mirrors Israel, but without covenant. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. Key detail: Edom had kings before Israel. They had crowns, thrones, and national sovereignty, but not divine anointing. And Bela the son of Beer reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. And Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Basra reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Avith. Edom had kings who waged war, who built cities, who shaped maps. God allowed nations to rise, even without the covenant. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baalhanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead. And Baalhanan the son of Achbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. A lineage of rulers, not remembered for righteousness but remembered nonetheless, because history belongs to God. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jetheth, Duke Aholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pinion, Duke Kenas, Duke Taman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. The chapter closes as it began. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Not forgotten, not cursed, just not chosen. And yet his line rises, reigns, and records history. Genesis 36 teaches us this. God blesses even outside the line of promise. Legacy exists beyond covenant, but without eternal purpose. God remembers every name, but only one line bears his name. Esau built a kingdom. Jacob built an altar. Which shall we pursue? Genesis 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. The stage resets. Jacob, now Israel, lives where Abraham once wandered, and Isaac once sojourned. The promise now rests on the shoulders of his children. But not all of them carry it with peace. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren. And the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Here is Joseph 17, a shepherd, a dreamer, a young man full of integrity, and also a reporter of his brother's wrongs. He brings back their evil report. Already, a rift forms between the favored son and the rest. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. The favoritism is no secret. A gift, extravagant, symbolic, wraps Joseph in distinction. A coat not for labor, but for royalty. The robe becomes a target. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. Hatred festers. It isn't about the coat. It's about love withheld. They cannot even speak to Joseph without anger. The family is splintering, and Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. Joseph dreams, but his voice, full of innocence and divine wonder, feeds their fury. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For, behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and, behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. The dream is unmistakable. Joseph stands, his brothers bow. A vision of supremacy not born of pride, but of providence. Yet they do not see the divine, only threat. And his brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams, and for his words. Their jealousy deepens. Each word from Joseph becomes a dagger. Will you rule us? The answer eventually is yes. But for now, the dream only fuels division. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and, behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. He dreams again. This time the symbols are cosmic, sun, moon, and 11 stars bow before him. Not just brothers, but parents too. And he told it to his father, and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth? Jacob rebukes. Even he, the dreamer of old, is startled. Do you say your mother and I will bow to you? But Jacob doesn't dismiss it, and his brethren envied him. But his father observed the saying. The brothers stew in envy, but Jacob ponders. There is. Words echoing Abraham, echoing Isaiah, words of availability, not knowing it leads to pain. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. From Hebron, the place of fellowship, Joseph walks into the unknown. He goes to find peace, but finds betrayal. And a certain man found him, and, behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. Lost alone, Joseph looks for his brothers. He seeks them not with suspicion, but with a brother's heart. And the man said, They are departed hence. For I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. He travels further, from Hebron to Shechem to Dothan, place of betrayal, a valley where dreams seem to die. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. The sight of the coat of the dreamer ignites conspiracy. Here comes the dreamer. Their hate has matured into murder. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. It is not just Joseph they want to kill. They want to kill the dream. Let's see what becomes of his visions. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. Reuben, the eldest, intercedes, not out of full courage, but a quiet plan to save Joseph later. He buys time, but cannot stop the betrayal. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And the pit was empty, there was no water in it. They strip him, not just of cloth but of favor. They throw him into a pit, dark, dry, echoing with betrayal. The dreamer is buried alive. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and, behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. They eat while their brother suffers, and then a caravan appears, Ishmaelites, distant kin. The stage shifts from murder to profit. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother, and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Judah speaks, a voice of greed disguised as mercy. Let's sell him. He is our brother, after all. The brothers agree. Then there passed by Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. The price is low, 20 silver coins, for a dreamer's soul. Joseph is lifted from one pit, only to be dragged into another, slavery in Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit. And, behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? Reuben's heart breaks. His plan failed. The boy is gone, and now a lie must be spun. And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. They staged the scene. Blood, deception, cruel irony. The robe that once marked favor now tells a lie of death. And he knew it and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. Jacob collapses into grief. A father shattered. A family ripped apart. And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him. But he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. No words console.
No comfort suffices.
A house of weeping, a father in torment, and none confessed the truth. 36 And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, and captain of the guard. Joseph's new home, Egypt. New master, Potiphar, powerful, influential. The dream is not dead. It has only entered the furnace. Genesis 37 is the beginning of purpose through pain. The pit is not the end. The betrayal does not erase the dream. What man intends for evil, God will use for good. The robe was torn, the dreamer was sold, but the promise lives. Genesis 38. And it came to pass at that time, that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned in to a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira. The camera pans away from Joseph's captivity, and shifts to Judah. Judah, the fourth son of Jacob, the one who sold his brother into slavery. Now he leaves his brothers. He goes downward, both geographically and spiritually, into the company of Hira the Adullamite. A descent begins. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her. Judah sees. Judah takes. Judah lies with her. There is no mention of prayer, covenant, or God. Only desire and immediate gratification. And she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name Er. And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Chezib when she bare him. 3 sons are born, Onan, Shelah. Judah begins to build a house, but without righteousness. Family, but not one founded on God's direction. And Judah took a wife for Er his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. Tamar enters the story, a woman of strength and deep resolve. Judah chooses her for his son. But the divine hand is about to expose what is hidden. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. A sudden judgment. We do not know what Er did, but it was enough that God himself intervened. The Lord struck him down. A rare and fearful moment of direct divine justice. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. This is the law of levirate marriage, long before it was written. The purpose? To preserve the name of the deceased. But Onan is about to expose his heart. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. He uses Tamar for pleasure, but refuses to give her a legacy. He acts outwardly obedient, but inwardly selfish. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord. Wherefore he slew him also. Again, divine judgment falls. God sees not just action, but intention.
Onan dis.
Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. Judah blames Tamar, silently, for the deaths of his sons. He promises Shelah the youngest, but it is a lie. He sends her back, not to wait in hope, but to be forgotten in silence. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua Judah's wife died. And Judah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep-shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. Time passes, Judah's wife dies, he grieves, and then moves on, and so begins a trip to Timnath sheep-shearing season, a time of labor, and often immorality. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. Tamar hears. She knows Judah has withheld Shelah. The years have passed, the promise broken. Now she devises a plan, not out of seduction, but out of desperation and justice. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. She removes her widow's attire, the outward sign of mourning and waiting. She veils herself, positioning near the road. She takes a stand not to seduce, but to expose. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? Judah sees a veiled woman. He assumes wrongly, and without hesitation he propositions her. She speaks, but does not reveal. Tamar is not luring. She is testing. And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge, till thou send it? He offers payment, a young goat. She asks for collateral. Tamar knows the man she's dealing with. She asks for proof. 18 And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. Tamar names her price, his signet, his seal of identity, his bracelets, his symbol of authority, his staff, the emblem of his leadership. He gives all to a woman he doesn't recognize. Tamar conceives. 19 And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. She disappears silently. No drama.
No demands.
She returns to mourning, and waits. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. Judah sends his friend to retrieve his things, but there is no woman.
No praste tot.
Only whispers and questions. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said, that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. Judah shrugs it off. Let her keep it. He wants the incident buried, quietly, shame avoided. But God remembers, And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. Judah's hypocrisy ignites like fire. He was the customer, yet calls for her execution. Burn her, a sentence he would never place on himself. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are am I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet and bracelets and staff. Tamar says nothing of vengeance, just a quiet unveiling. Whose are these? The signet, the bracelets, the staff, proof of everything. And Judah acknowledged them and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son. And he knew her again no more. Judah confesses. He does not hide. She is more righteous than I. A moment of brokenness and redemption. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zara. The birth is dramatic. Zara appears first, but Pharez breaks through. A symbol of unexpected emergence, of reversal. Pharez, the line of Judah, the line that would one day bring forth King David. And one day, Jesus Christ. Genesis 38 is scandalous, raw, uncomfortable, and divinely inspired. Why? Because it shows God sees the overlooked, Tamar. God holds the powerful accountable, Judah. God redeems even through sin and shame. And from this strange, broken story comes the bloodline of the Messiah. Genesis 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt. And Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. The boy with dreams is now a slave, betrayed by blood, sold into chains. Egypt, mighty, foreign, godless, rises before Joseph like a wall. And Potiphar, a military man, captain of Pharaoh's guard, becomes his new master, from favored son to servant of strangers. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. But Joseph is not alone. The Lord was with him, not visibly, not with thunder, but with favor, wisdom, unseen guidance. Even as a slave he prospers, because when God walks with a man, no chain can choke his purpose. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. Even Potiphar sees it. This Egyptian officer, steeped in idols and palaces, recognizes divine touch. Joseph's work flourishes. His presence brings blessing. The kingdom notices when a servant walks with God. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. Joseph climbs. From the lowest rung he rises. Potiphar entrusts everything to him. A Hebrew slave becomes master of the house. But favor attracts attention, and shadows soon stir. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. Blessing radiates outward. Potiphar's house thrives, not because of Potiphar, but because of Joseph. God blesses others because of one righteous man. This is legacy through integrity. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person, and well-favored, total trust. Potiphar doesn't check accounts, doesn't manage. Joseph is in charge. He is handsome, capable, wise, trusted. but the eyes of a different master are watching. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, "Lie with me." The serpent whispers through beauty. Potiphar's wife sees Joseph and desires him. "Lie with me."
No flatei, no pretense.
Just raw temptation. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, "Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he hath to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I. Neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness, and sin against God?" Joseph doesn't just say no. He preaches truth. "I've been entrusted with everything. You are not mine to touch." This isn't just betrayal of man. It is sin against God. In the absence of witnesses, Joseph fears the unseen God. This is righteousness when no one is watching. And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. Temptation doesn't come once, comes daily. Her voice follows him like a shadow, but he remains unmoved, not just physically, but emotionally. He will not be near her. Sometimes holiness means avoiding not just sin, but the path toward it. And it came to pass about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. A day of silence. An empty house.
No witnesses.
No defense. The trap is set, and she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. This time, she grabs him. But Joseph chooses shame over sin. He flees. He leaves the garment behind, but keeps his soul. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house, and spake unto them, saying, "See, he hath brought in an Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice." Her desire turns to hatred. She flips the story. "He tried to attack me." The same mouth that whispered seduction now screams accusation. "And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out." The evidence is a garment. Truth lies deeper, but fabric will now shape fate. "And she laid up his garment by her, until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant, which thou hast brought unto us, came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out." She manipulates Potiphar with guilt and race. "This Hebrew you brought came to mock me." No trial, no evidence, just rage and lies. "And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled." Potiphar burns with anger. But is it at Joseph? Or at the truth he suspects but cannot voice? Perhaps even he sees through the lie, but cannot challenge his wife before servants. And Joseph's master took him, and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison. No death sentence, just exile. Joseph, innocent, is cast into prison. The dreamer falls even lower, from favored son to slave and now a prisoner. But the Lord was with Joseph, and shewed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. God doesn't stop the lie. He doesn't silence the injustice, but he goes with Joseph into the prison. Mercy follows Joseph in chains. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper. The prison becomes a palace. Joseph leads, organizes, and administers even in chains. The world may strip his robe, but they cannot remove his calling, because the Lord was with him. Genesis 39 reveals the core of Joseph's greatness. Integrity without applause. Obedience in the shadows. power born not from privilege, but from God's presence in pain. He lost his position, his garment, his freedom, but never lost God. Genesis 40. Joseph interprets dreams in prison. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. Time passes. Joseph, once the master of Potiphar's house, now serves behind stone walls and iron gates. Then 2 men enter the prison, Pharaoh's chief butler and chief baker, men of rank, but now fallen from favor. And Pharaoh was wroth against 2 of his officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers. The king's wrath ignites. We are not told their crimes, only their consequence. Power, even in a pagan court, can cast down in an instant. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. This isn't just any dungeon. It's the prison of the captain of the guard, Potiphar himself. Joseph remains where he was falsely condemned, yet now becomes a servant to royal prisoners. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. Joseph, though wronged, becomes their servant. He doesn't sulk in bitterness. He watches. He listens. He waits. His calling is tested in obscurity. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. In one night 2 dreams, 2 futures hidden in sleep. Each man dreams alone. Yet the timing is divine. For Joseph's gift is about to be awakened again. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and, behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? Joseph notices their sorrow. Even in chains his heart is attentive. Why are you sad? A simple question, but filled with care. And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. Here Joseph reveals his secret. Do not interpretations belong to God? He does not boast in his ability. He gives glory to God, even in prison, even to pagans. Tell me, and let God speak. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. The dream is vivid, life, blooming, restoration. The butler sees himself once more at Pharaoh's side. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days, yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place, and thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when thou wast his butler. Joseph speaks with clarity. No riddles, no hesitation. In 3 days you'll be restored. God has given Joseph the answer, and Joseph gives it away freely. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and shew kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. Joseph asks one thing, Remember me. He doesn't complain, but he tells the truth. I was stolen from my land. I am innocent. Please speak for me. Hope flickers in his heart. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and, behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of bake meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. Encouraged by the butler's good news, the baker shares his dream, but his dream is different. Where the butler serves, the baker is eaten. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. The message is hard, but Joseph does not sugarcoat it. He speaks truth even when it wounds. The same God who restores also judges. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. 3 days pass. Pharaoh holds a feast, celebrating himself. And just as Joseph foretold, both men are brought before the king. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again. And he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. The dreams come true. One lives, one dies. Joseph's words, born from God, are proven true. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgat him. And here the curtain falls. The butler forgets. Joseph is left in darkness, hope deferred. Not for a week, not a month, but 2 more years. God gave him the gift. He gave him the word. But now Joseph must again learn the hardest lesson of the called. Wait, Genesis 40 is about trust in the pit. Joseph speaks truth to power and is still forgotten. His gift works. His heart is pure. His God is near, but his reward is delayed. This is the path of those who walk with God. Dreamers are forged in darkness. Servants become kings only after years of silence. But heaven is not finished. Genesis 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. 2 years. Silence. No word from the butler. Joseph waits in prison, forgotten by man, but not by God. And then, at the appointed time, a dream is sent, not to Joseph, but to the most powerful man in the land. Destiny stirs in Pharaoh's sleep. And, behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine and fat-fleshed. And they fed in a meadow. And, behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke. A disturbing image. Cows rise from the Nile, first fat and flourishing, then gaunt and grotesque, and the thin devour the fat. Pharaoh wakes, disturbed, uneasy. Egypt's king dreams, but cannot understand. And he slept and dreamed the 2nd time. And, behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And, behold, 7 thin ears and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and, behold, it was a dream, a 2nd dream. Parallel, ominous. Grain, abundant and then withered, consumed by the weak. Pharaoh awakens again, twice disturbed, twice warned, but blind to the meaning. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream. But there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Not one of Egypt's sages can explain it. The throne trembles with uncertainty. Pharaoh has the dreams, but needs a Hebrew prisoner to unlock their purpose. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day, a spark of memory, 2 years too late, but perfect in divine timing. The butler remembers. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. The butler testifies. He speaks of Joseph, not as a victim, but as a dream interpreter, a Hebrew slave with a divine gift. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. The summons comes. Joseph rises from dungeon to court. He shaves, changes, prepares. One moment, and the prisoner becomes a prophet in the presence of kings. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee, that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. Joseph responds with humility and boldness. He deflects all glory. It is not in me. God will give the answer. Even before royalty, he remains God's servant. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. Pharaoh repeats the vision. The grotesque image, lean cattle devouring fat ones. Consumption without change. Starvation swallowing abundance. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears, withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me. Again the grain consumed. The king ends his tale, and waits. The court holds its breath. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God hath shewed Pharaoh what he is about to do. Joseph begins, not with riddles but with certainty. The dreams are one message, and that message is from God. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one dot, and the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. Joseph translates the imagery. 7 years of plenty, followed by 7 years of famine. Egypt will feast, then hunger. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What God is about to do he sheweth unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land, and the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. Joseph gives clarity. Abundance first, but famine will swallow all memory of it. A warning from heaven, a test of leadership, and for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Why 2 dreams? Because God has established it, and it will happen soon. The time for action is now. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. Joseph now offers strategy, not only prophecy, but administration. He proposes storage, taxation, organization, a divine economy to survive crisis. Pharaoh needs a wise man, and there Joseph stands, heaven's answer. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this is, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? The pagan king recognizes the divine. Can we find another in whom is the Spirit of God? He doesn't name Yahweh, but he sees his presence in Joseph. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Forasmuch as God hath shewed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. In a single breath, Joseph is elevated. From prisoner to prime minister. All of Egypt bows to a Hebrew dreamer. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. The robe returns, a royal ring, fine linen, gold chain. No longer the coat of many colors, now the garb of a ruler. The chariot rolls. Crowds bow. Bow the knee, they cry. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paneah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Joseph is renamed, married, empowered. The one rejected by his brothers now walks among pagan priests and kings as God's instrument. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt, 17 in the pit, 30 in the palace, 13 years of testing. But now Joseph walks in purpose. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea very much until he left numbering, for it was without number. The plan unfolds. Grain fills the storehouses. Wisdom feeds the nation. The dreamer becomes the provider. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bare unto him. 51. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For God, said he, hath made me forget all my toil, and all my father's house. 52. And the name of the second called he Ephraim. For God hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. 2 sons. Manasseh. God made me forget. Ephraim. God made me fruitful in affliction. Pain remembered, but now redeemed. And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended. And the 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said, and the dearth was in all lands. But in all the land of Egypt there was bread. Famine begins. Everywhere, starvation. But in Egypt, because of Joseph, there is bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, what he saith to you, do. Pharaoh points to Joseph. Go to him. The world comes, seeking grain, and finds a Hebrew savior. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all lands. Nations begin to arrive, and among them soon will come Joseph's brothers. The dream is not dead. It is only beginning. Genesis 42. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do ye look one upon another? Famine has reached Canaan. The old patriarch Jacob, worn from years of grief, sees his sons idle, staring, silent, but not moving. He speaks, frustrated and firm. Why do you just look at each other? Behind the glance of his sons lies a buried memory, one they have not spoken of in years. Joseph. And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. There is grain in Egypt, sustenance in a foreign land. Jacob commands action not for gain but for survival, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. 10 brothers go, but not all. They descend into Egypt, unaware that the land they enter is ruled by the brother they betrayed. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, lest peradventure mischief befall him. Jacob guards Benjamin, the last son of Rachel, with painful caution. He cannot endure another loss. Joseph is gone, and Jacob's heart beats only through Benjamin now. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. They blend into the crowd, common travelers, foreign buyers. But what awaits them is anything but common. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. It happens. The dream he once spoke to mocking ears comes true. They bow, faces to the ground. They don't recognize him, but he knows each one. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. He sees them. He recognizes their faces, aged but familiar. But Joseph doesn't reveal himself. He speaks harshly. A test begins. This is not revenge, but discernment. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. He sees what they cannot. His garments are Egyptian, his voice royal, his name foreign. Joseph watches as God begins to awaken their hearts. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them, Ye are spies. To see the nakedness of the land ye are come. The past rushes in. The dreams, the pit, the coat soaked in blood. He accuses them sharply. You are spies. They tremble. Truth begins to stir under pressure. And they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Thy servants are no spies. They plead innocence. We are sons of one man. We are true. They speak truth. And yet Joseph knows the truth behind the words. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. He presses again. A second accusation. Not to torment, but to test. Will they lie? Will they confess? And they said, Thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And, behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. They say it. One is not. Joseph hears his own death declared by the very mouths that caused it. One is not. Yet he stands before them. And Joseph said unto them, That is it that I spake unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your hewn. Joseph speaks with authority, not rage. He seeks truth, not vengeance. And he put them all together into ward 3 days. 3 days, a mirror of Joseph's own imprisonment, a silence that tests their hearts. And Joseph said unto them the 3rd day, This do and live, for I fear God. He reveals a glimmer. I fear God, a subtle declaration, perhaps a seed to awaken their conscience. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. The terms change. One stays, the rest go. But Benjamin must come. This is both mercy and trial. And they said one to another, We are verily guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul, when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. Conviction pierces. For the first time in years, they speak of Joseph. We saw his anguish, and did not listen. Guilt awakens. And Reuben answered them, saying, Spake I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child. And ye would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. Reuben reminds them. He tried to save Joseph. Now he sees justice unfolding. His blood is required. They do not know. Joseph hears every word. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. He listens. Every word, every regret, every sorrow. The heart of his brothers is laid bare before him. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. He cannot hold back. Tears break forth. But he returns, composed, and takes Simeon, bound before their eyes, price to pay. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way, and thus did he unto them. But Joseph's mercy flows in secret, grain for their families, money returned, kindness wrapped in mystery, and they laded their asses with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money. For, behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that God hath done unto us? Their hearts tremble. Instead of joy, fear. God is doing something, they say. They feel the weight of unseen justice. And they came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, The man, who is the Lord of the land, spake roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. They return to Jacob, not with peace, but with confession. They tell him everything, except the deepest truths. And we said unto him, We are true men. We are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. The words fall like weights. To buy food again, they must bring Benjamin. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. More money, more fear. They don't see Joseph's heart, only their own guilt. And Jacob their father said unto them, Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. Jacob laments. To him the world collapses. Joseph is gone. Simeon is gone. And now, you want Benjamin? He sees loss, not divine orchestration. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, Slay my 2 sons. If I bring him not to thee, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again. Reuben offers his sons, a vow of blood, desperate, but not enough. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in the which ye go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Jacob refuses. His grief is raw, his love for Benjamin absolute. He cannot risk another son. But the famine still deepens, and the story is far from over. Genesis 43. And the famine was sore in the land. The land groans. The famine, no longer just threat, is now hunger. The storehouses of Egypt feed nations, but Canaan withers. Jacob's household feels the pressure of the heavens. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. Jacob speaks again, hesitant, weary. Buy us a little food. He avoids the deeper issue. He speaks of grain, not of Benjamin. But famine demands decisions. And Judah spake unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. Judah steps forward. Once silent, now strong. He reminds Jacob of the unbending condition. No Benjamin, no audience. If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. Judah is clear. He doesn't argue. He sets conditions. You must let him go, or we stay. Gone is the fearful tone. In its place, resolve. And Israel said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? Israel, Jacob, speaks with sorrow and accusation. Why did you even tell him about Benjamin? Pain clouds wisdom. And they said, The man asked us straitly of our state, and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down? The brothers respond honestly. We only answered questions. We didn't know what he'd demand. They speak without deceit, slowly becoming men of truth. And Judah said unto Israel his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shalt thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever. Judah changes everything. He doesn't offer a bargain. He offers himself. I will be surety for him. Judah, who once helped sell Joseph into slavery, now offers his life for Benjamin's. Redemption begins not with words, but with sacrifice. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned the second time. Judah's final plea is plain. We've delayed long enough. Every moment wasted is another day of hunger. And their father Israel said unto them, If it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. Jacob relents, but he doesn't send Benjamin empty-handed. He sends gifts, a gesture of peace. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure it was an oversight. He also sends back the silver. Honesty is now part of this journey. No more hiding. Perhaps it was a mistake, Jacob says, but we know it was grace. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. Jacob releases Benjamin into God's hands. He invokes El Shaddai, God Almighty, and resigns. If I lose my sons, I lose them. It's a broken surrender, but it is still faith. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. The journey begins. 10 brothers return, this time with Benjamin. The scene is set. Joseph's heart stirs. The son of his mother, the brother of his soul, now stands before him. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, Bring these men home and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. Joseph reacts swiftly but with kindness. He prepares a meal, not judgment. He is moved, but still hiding his identity. This is not yet reunion. It is preparation. And the man did as Joseph bade. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house. The brothers are escorted, not to the storehouses, but to the governor's house. Tension rises. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses. Fear grips them. Guilt distorts mercy. They assume judgment. He wants to make us slaves, they say. They do not yet understand the depth of Joseph's heart. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. They confess, not when accused, but proactively. This is a new honesty. and other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. They don't blame. They don't lie. We don't know how it happened, but we've brought it back. This is the fruit of fear becoming reverence. And he said, Peace be to you, fear not. Your God and the God of your father hath given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money, and he brought Simeon out unto them. The steward speaks peace. He speaks of their God, the God of their father. He returns Simeon, a brother long bound. Restoration begins. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. They are served, not accused. Water, comfort, grain. They are not prisoners. They are guests. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. They prepare their gifts, a simple gesture of diplomacy, still unaware that their host is their brother. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. Again they bow. The dream returns, not once, but again. Fulfillment deepens. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well, the old man of whom ye spake? Is he yet alive? Joseph asks, not as a ruler, but as a son. Is my father alive? A hidden plea wrapped in formality. And they answered, Thy servant our father is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. Their answer brings peace. Jacob, his father, is alive. Another bow, another fulfillment. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me? And he said, God be gracious unto thee, my son. He sees Benjamin. His voice trembles. The words are simple. God be gracious unto you, my son. He blesses his brother, even as he hides his tears. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. Emotion overtakes him. He runs, weeps, alone, not from weakness but love long buried. And he washed his face and went out, and refrained himself, and said, Set on bread. He composes himself. The mask returns. The meal begins. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. The meal is structured by rank and race. But at that table sits a miracle, a Hebrew ruling Egypt, brothers blind to the truth, a God orchestrating reunion. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. He seats them by birth order. They are astonished. How could this Egyptian ruler know? Their hearts stir, their eyes not yet open. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. He blesses Benjamin lavishly. They eat, they drink. They do not yet know the hand that feeds them is the one they sold. Genesis 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him. And he cried, 'Cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. The moment bursts. Joseph, who has held his silence, his pain, and his plan, can hold it no more. He cries out, his voice breaking royal composure. Everyone out. Only the brothers remain. He will not share this moment with Egyptians. This is not politics. This is family. And he wept aloud. And the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. The weeping is not quiet. It is loud, uncontainable. Years of betrayal, of separation, of testing, all pour from him. Joseph, the governor, weeps like a son, like a brother. His tears are his revelation. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. At last the mask falls. "I am Joseph." The words freeze the room. The brothers are stunned. No joy, no anger. Only fear, confusion, silence. He is the man they betrayed. He is the boy they wounded. Now he is king. And Joseph said unto his brethren, "Come near to me, I pray you." And they came near. And he said, "I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt." He does not pretend. He speaks plainly, "The one you sold." But his voice is not vengeful. It is inviting. "Come near to me." Grace extends its hand before judgment even speaks. "Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For God did send me before you to preserve life." He turns their sin into God's plan, not to excuse it, but to show that divine purpose is greater than human betrayal. "Don't be angry, God sent me." Forgiveness drenched in wisdom. "For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years, in the which there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance." He reveals the divine timeline. This famine is only beginning. Joseph has been made a savior, not for himself, but for them. "God sent me to save you." This is God's story, written through Joseph's suffering. "So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt." He lifts their guilt and lays it on God's sovereignty. It was not you, but God. He doesn't ignore their sin, he transcends it. What they meant for evil, God used for glory. "Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not." He shifts quickly. This moment is not just about tears, it's about restoration. "Go to my father. Tell him, I'm alive." The son once thought dead now summons the father to life and reunion. "And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children and thy children's children, and thy flocks and thy herds, and all that thou hast. Can there will I nourish thee. For yet there are 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household, and all that thou hast, come to poverty." Provision flows, not just survival but safety, proximity, family. "You shall be near me." This is not a partial forgiveness. Joseph does not keep them at arm's length. He draws them into his abundance. "And, behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you." He confirms his identity, not through signs, not through dreams, but through love and recognition. "And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that ye have seen. And ye shall haste and bring down my father hither." He longs for his father. Years stolen, now redeemed. Tell him everything. Bring him quickly. The boy who left with dreams returns as a prince, and wants only his father's embrace. "And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him." The dam breaks, tears and kisses, no more tests, no more pretense. He begins with Benjamin, his full brother, then each of the others, even Judah who once led the betrayal. Grace flows from Joseph, and the brothers finally speak. Years of silence are undone by embrace, and the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, "Joseph's brethren are come." And it pleased Pharaoh well and his servants. News spreads. What began in a pit now echoes through palaces. Pharaoh rejoices. Even the world celebrates this divine reunion. "And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Say unto thy brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land." Pharaoh, influenced by Joseph's character, offers favor and land. The blessing spreads. God's hand moves through even Gentile rulers. Now thou art commanded, this do ye. Take you wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father and come. Wagons luxury not for warriors but for families. Women, children, the aged. This is not an exile. It is a divine invitation. Also regard not your stuff. For the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. Pharaoh says, leave behind your old life. I will give you better. This is not just rescue. It is restoration. And the children of Israel did so. And Joseph gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. Joseph clothes them. Their garments, once torn in guilt, are now renewed in grace. Benjamin, his beloved, is given more, not to divide but to honor. And to his father he sent after this manner: 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father by the way. 2. And they went up out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. They arrive. They speak the words they never thought they'd say. Joseph is alive, but Jacob's heart cannot grasp it. Grief has ruled too long. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. The wagons, evidence of grace. When Jacob sees them, something happens. The spirit of the old man revives. And Israel said, it is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. He speaks not as Jacob but as Israel. It is enough. He will see his son. The journey begins anew. Genesis 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. Joseph prepares the scene. He fills their sacks generously, not just with grain but also with their money again. But this is not only provision, it is a setup. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. The silver cup, an object of royalty, of mystery, and Joseph hides it in Benjamin's sack, his full brother, the one whom Jacob cannot bear to lose. This is the final test. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, up, follow after the men. And when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? The trap is sprung, not to destroy, but to reveal hearts. Why repay good with evil? The steward will ask. Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth? Ye have done evil in so doing. The steward gives the illusion. This cup is sacred, powerful, prophetic. In Egyptian eyes, it is more than silver. It is a symbol of insight. But Joseph knows, the power is not in the cup. It is in the truth it reveals. And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, wherefore saith my Lord these words? God forbid that thy servants should do according to this thing. The brothers are shocked. God forbid. They believe themselves innocent for the first time in years, perhaps. They are. But the test is only beginning. Behold, the money, which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of thy Lord's house silver or gold? They point to their honesty. We returned the money last time. Why would we steal now? But even their righteousness must be tested. With whomsoever of thy servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. They speak boldly, too boldly. They offer death for the thief, enslavement for the rest. They don't imagine guilt, because they don't see the trap set for grace. And he said, now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. The steward moderates, only the guilty one will stay, but the stage is set. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack, one by one, from Reuben to Benjamin. The brothers watch, and there in the youngest sack the silver glints. Horror, silence, collapse. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his ass, and returned to the city. They tear their clothes, a symbol of grief. Not one abandons Benjamin. Unlike Joseph years ago, this time they all return. This is different. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. They fall again, not just in respect, but in desperation. They do not know Joseph, but they are pleading before the one who holds their fate. And Joseph said unto them, What deed is this that ye have done? Wot ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine? He holds the mask. He questions them sternly, regally, but within his heart aches. The moment is near. And Judah said, What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we, and he also with whom the cup is found. Judah speaks. He does not defend. He does not blame. He bows not just to Joseph but to God's judgment. God has found our guilt. Judah is not only referring to the cup, but to a guilt far older. And he said, God forbid that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father. Joseph tests the deepest part. You are free. Only Benjamin stays. He recreates his own betrayal. Now will they repeat it? Then Judah came near unto him, and said, O my Lord, let thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou art even as Pharaoh. Judah steps forward. He speaks not as a schemer, but as a man transformed. He pleads, not with arrogance, but with grief and reverence. My Lord asked his servants, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one. And his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. He recounts the past. Every word is truthful, every tone sorrowful. He speaks of Joseph as dead. He speaks of Benjamin as Jacob's lifeline. And thou saidst unto thy servants, Bring him down unto me, that I may set mine eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father. For if he should leave his father would die. And thou saidst unto thy servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. Judah repeats Joseph's words accurately. There is no manipulation, only appeal. And it came to pass when we came up unto thy servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. He recounts the journey, every delay, every objection. Judah is not defending himself. He is bearing responsibility. And thy servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my wife bare me 2 sons. And the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn in pieces. And I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now the full grief of Jacob is revealed. 1 son is gone. Another might follow. Judah does not soften it. He brings Joseph's own pain to the surface, spoken by the very mouth of the one who sold him. 30 Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life. 31 It shall come to pass, when he seeth that the lad is not with us, that he will die, and thy servants shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. Judah links Benjamin with Jacob's life. If Benjamin does not return, our father will die. This is no longer negotiation. It is intercession. For thy servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Judah's vow echoes again. I took responsibility. He does not deflect. He does not plead innocence. He offers himself. Now therefore, I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad a bondman to my lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. Here it is. The moment. Judah, the one who sold Joseph, now offers his life for Benjamin. Take me, and let the boy go. The heart that once betrayed, now redeems. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father? Judah's final words are not for himself, not for Benjamin, not even for Joseph, but for Jacob. He cannot bear to break his father again. This chapter is not about a cup, but about a heart, the heart of Joseph, longing to reconcile but seeking true repentance. The heart of Judah, once guilty, now willing to suffer in place of another. The heart of God, who tests not to destroy, but to restore. Judah becomes a type of Christ, offering himself for his brother, that the innocent might go free. This is the moment Joseph's soul has longed for. The next words he speaks will break every silence. Genesis 46. And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the God of his father Isaac. The journey begins. Not just a journey of geography, but of legacy. Jacob, now called Israel, returns to a sacred place, Beersheba, where his father Isaac once called on God, where his grandfather Abraham dug wells. Before leaving the land of promise, he pauses to worship. Israel is moving, but not without God's permission. And God spake unto Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here am I. The voice breaks the darkness. Jacob, Jacob. Though he is Israel in calling, God speaks to him by his birth name. The man, the soul, the father. Here I am.
A familiar hecho.
Like Abraham before him, God calls, and Jacob responds. And he said, I am God, the God of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. God gives permission and promise. Fear not. Egypt, once a symbol of threat, will become the womb of a nation. What Jacob sees as famine, God sees as formation. I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again. And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. God promises presence. I will go with you, and he promises return, not just of body, but of destiny. And tenderly, Joseph shall close your eyes. The son Jacob thought dead will be there when his final breath comes. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. Now the movement begins.
Vagons roll.
Children laugh. Fathers lift their wives. It is a family transplanted, not by exile but by divine orchestration. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him. Everything is brought, not only their possessions, but their identity. The people of promise are now pilgrims in a foreign land. His sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Egypt, the entire nation in seed, 70 souls, from whom will rise millions. And these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt, Jacob and his sons. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn. A roll call begins. Not just a genealogy, but a testimony. God is recording names, for these are not just travelers. They are the founders of tribes. And the sons of Reuben, Hanok and Phalu and Hezron and Carmi. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin and Ohad and Jachin and Zohar. and Shaul the son of a Canaanitish woman. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Judah, Er and Onan and Shelah and Pharez and Zerah. But Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Pharez were Hezron and Hamel. And the sons of Issachar, Tola and Phuvah, and Job and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elon and Yaliel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob in Padanaram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. Leah, once unloved, now named as mother to 33. From her line will come Moses, Levi, and eventually Jesus. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Haggi, Shuni, and Esben, Eri, and Arodi, and Areli. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah, and Ishwa, and Ijui, and Beriah, and Sarah their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malchiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bare unto Jacob, even 16 souls. Zilpah's children also counted. Though born of a servant, they are part of the 12 tribes. The sons of Rachel Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath the daughter of Potiphar priest of On bare unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Becher, and Ashbel, Gera, and Naaman, Ahai, and Rosh, Muppim, and Huppim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. Rachel's sons. Rachel, the love of Jacob's life, her lineage now fills 14 souls. And Joseph's sons, born in Egypt, will soon receive the blessing of inheritance. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shillem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter, and she bare these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. The final household complete, no one left behind. All the souls that came with Jacob into Egypt, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives. All the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Egypt, were 70. 70, a small band, but in God's hands, a seed that will soon become a nation too vast to count. And he sent Judah before him unto Joseph, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. Judah, the Redeemer, the intercessor, goes first. He leads the way to Goshen, the place of rest. The Lion of the tribe of Judah guides the family again. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. Joseph comes in splendor. The son who was dead now rides in glory to meet his father. When they see each other, words collapse. They fall into each other's arms, and weep. Years of sorrow, years of silence, now broken by presence. And Israel said unto Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen thy face, because thou art yet alive. He has lived long, but now he has seen Joseph. I can die in peace, he says, because the face of grace has returned to him. And Joseph said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house, I will go up and shew Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me, and the men are shepherds, for their trade hath been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. Joseph now prepares to formally present them to Pharaoh. He explains who they are, shepherds, a low trade in Egyptian eyes. But Joseph's intention is clear, to place them where they'll be protected and distinct. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? That ye shall say, Thy servant's trade hath been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we, and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians. Joseph coaches them. Tell Pharaoh the truth that you are shepherds. Why? So you'll be given Goshen, a land separate, fertile, and safe. place to grow, a place to become God's people. Genesis 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, "My father and my brethren, and their flocks and their herds, and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen." Joseph reports the arrival. He doesn't just mention Jacob, he says, "My father." He is proud. He is prepared. This moment is not political. It is personal. Joseph honors both Pharaoh and his lineage. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, "What is your occupation?" And they said unto Pharaoh, "Thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers." The question comes as Joseph predicted. "What do you do?" And the brothers answer truthfully. Though shepherding was despised in Egypt, they speak plainly. This is not about impressing kings. This is about staying set apart. They said moreover unto Pharaoh, "For to sojourn in the land are we come. For thy servants have no pasture for their flocks. For the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray thee, let thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen." The brothers speak with humility. They ask not for riches, not for rank, but for room to survive. "We are sojourners," they say, "just as Abraham once was, just as every believer truly is." And Pharaoh spake unto Joseph, saying, "Thy father and thy brethren are come unto thee. The land of Egypt is before thee. In the best of the land make thy father and brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if thou knowest any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle." Pharaoh grants more than permission. He gives the best of Egypt. Why? Because of Joseph's integrity, because of divine favor, and he offers opportunity. "If any are skilled, let them manage my flocks." What was once despised is now entrusted. And Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Now, the patriarch stands before the king, but he does not bow in flattery. He blesses Pharaoh, a shepherd, blessing the ruler of the greatest empire on earth. In God's eyes, Jacob holds the greater position. And Pharaoh said unto Jacob, "How old art thou?" And Jacob said unto Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage." Jacob answers not just with age, but with reflection. His life, marked by struggle, sorrow, wandering, few and evil. Yet in his frailty he speaks wisdom. His story is not perfect, but it is redeemed. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. He blesses Pharaoh again. He leaves not as a beggar, but as a carrier of divine favor. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Goshen becomes their new home, not just land, but honor, safety, and provision. They do not just survive, they settle and multiply. And Joseph nourished his father, and his brethren, and all his father's household with bread, according to their families. Joseph doesn't delegate. He provides himself. He who was once sold now becomes the source of sustenance for the very ones who betrayed him. Grace feeds what guilt broke. And there was no bread in all the land. For the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. The famine worsens, not. Money flows in not through extortion but through exchange. Joseph manages not only food, but economies. Egypt's survival flows through his wisdom. And when money failed in the land of Egypt, and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, "Give us bread. For why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth." The people cry, not in rebellion but in need. And they come not to Pharaoh, but to Joseph. And Joseph said, "Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle if money fail." And they brought their cattle unto Joseph. And Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. Joseph continues with care. He creates structure, livestock for food, sustaining both sides. Egypt does not collapse. Why? Because God placed a man with a dream in charge. When that year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him, We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also hath our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Desperation deepens. All we have left is ourselves. And still, they trust Joseph, because he has not oppressed, he has preserved. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. They offer servitude not out of fear, but out of hope. They ask not only for bread, but for seed. They want to live, to plant again, to hope again. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. For the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. The land becomes state property, not seized, but purchased. Joseph centralizes to preserve. This is not tyranny. This is preparation for regrowth. And as for the people, he removed them to cities, from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end thereof. He consolidates the people, not to scatter them, but to sustain them. Joseph is not just feeding, he is organizing a nation. Only the land of the priests bought he not. For the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Even Joseph respects what Pharaoh already set aside. He honors structure. He honors others' rights, leadership with wisdom and humility. Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase, that ye shall give the 5th part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones. Joseph now restores agency. He gives seed, a symbol of future, of faith. He sets a fair tax, 20%, and lets them keep 80%. This is not slavery, it is structure with equity. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. Their response? You've saved us. They are not crushed. They are grateful, because grace governed power. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And the system lasts not for tyranny but for order and survival. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly. And now, back to the family of promise. They do not merely live, they flourish. In a foreign land, the children of Israel multiply. The seed of Abraham becomes a great people. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. 17 years. The same number Joseph lived with him in Canaan, now restored in Egypt. Full circle. Restoration complete. And the time drew nigh that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him, If now I have found grace in thy sight, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray thee, in Egypt. Death approaches. But Jacob's heart is fixed on the promise. He does not want to be buried in Egypt. His body longs for Canaan, the land God swore to his fathers. But I will lie with my fathers, and thou shalt carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as thou hast said. And he said, Swear unto me. And he sware unto him. And Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Jacob asks, and Joseph swears. And Israel bows not in weakness but in worship. Patriarch, promise, a legacy that will never die. Genesis 48. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, "Behold, thy father is sick." And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. The final days of Jacob have come. He is old, his body weak, but his spirit alert. Joseph, hearing of his father's illness, comes not alone. He brings Manasseh and Ephraim, his sons, Egyptian by birth, Hebrew by destiny. The old and the young now converge, where legacy is transferred. And one told Jacob, and said, "Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee." And Israel strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. The mention of Joseph revives Jacob. He sits up, frail bones filled with renewed resolve. He will not leave this earth without speaking life and declaring blessing. And Jacob said unto Joseph, "God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession." He does not begin with himself. He begins with God, and the promise made at Luz, Bethel. God appeared to me. He blessed me. He promised me descendants and land. Even in dying, Jacob's mind is fixed on the eternal covenant. "And now thy 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon they shall be mine." Jacob does something extraordinary. He adopts Ephraim and Manasseh as his own sons. They are no longer just Joseph's sons. They now inherit as tribal founders. Reuben and Simeon were his firstborns by Leah. Now Ephraim and Manasseh, born in Egypt, are granted the same status. Grace rewrites family lines. "And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance." If Joseph has other children, they will belong to him, but Ephraim and Manasseh are grafted directly into Jacob's legacy. This is about inheritance, about identity. The blessing passes through faith, not just flesh. "And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath, and I buried her there in the way of Ephrath. The same is Bethlehem." Jacob's voice turns tender. He remembers Rachel, Joseph's mother, the one he loved most. She died on the journey, and he buried her near Bethlehem. The place where sorrow rested would one day birth the Savior. This memory is not random. It's deeply tied to why he honors Joseph's sons now. "And Israel beheld Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, They are my sons, whom God hath given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them." The moment sharpens. Who are these? Not that Jacob didn't know, but to formally acknowledge and elevate them. Joseph affirms, "They are from God." And Israel responds, "Bring them close." Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them and embraced them. Blind eyes, just like Isaac years ago. But this time, the blindness will not deceive. Jacob draws them close, kisses them, embraces them. It is both affection and affirmation. "And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, God hath shewed me also thy seed." Emotion floods the room. Jacob never thought he'd see Joseph again. And now he sees Joseph's children. This is more than reunion, this is redemption multiplied. "And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth." Joseph, prince of Egypt, bows before his father, not out of duty but honor. This is not a throne room, but it is holy ground. "And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him." Joseph arranges them carefully. Manasseh, the firstborn, is to receive the right-hand blessing. Ephraim, the younger, on the left. All is proper. All is traditional. But heaven does not always follow tradition. "And Israel stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly. For Manasseh was the firstborn. Jacob crosses his hands. Intentionally, he knows what he is doing. The younger is blessed with the right hand, the hand of authority. This is not favoritism, it is prophecy. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Jacob lifts a blessing, not only for the boys, but for the generations. He invokes the God of Abraham and Isaac, the angel of redemption, a glimpse of Christ, the name of Israel to be placed on them. Let them grow. Let them carry our name. This is spiritual adoption sealed in blessing. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. Joseph tries to correct the moment. It makes sense, tradition demands the firstborn receive more. But grace interrupts tradition. Joseph sees disorder, Jacob sees destiny, and his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Jacob insists gently, firmly, I know, my son, Manasseh will be great, but Ephraim greater. And history confirms it. Ephraim becomes dominant among the northern tribes. Jacob's blindness does not hinder him. It magnifies his spiritual sight. And he blessed them that day, saying, In thee shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. The order is reversed, and this reversal becomes a national blessing for centuries. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh, two brothers at peace, adopted into Israel, blessed beyond birthright. And Israel said unto Joseph, Behold, I die, but God shall be with you, and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Jacob now speaks to Joseph. He says, I die, but God lives, and God will bring Joseph's line, even in Egypt, back to the land of promise. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Jacob ends with a final bequest, a double portion, which is why Joseph's line becomes two tribes. What Reuben forfeited, Joseph now receives, not because of ambition, but because of faithfulness and forgiveness. In Genesis 48, Jacob blesses not by sight, but by spirit. He crosses his hands, just as God often does, choosing the younger over the older, choosing the weak over the strong, choosing grace over order. Jacob, once the usurper, now becomes the blesser, not by manipulation, but by revelation. Genesis 49. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. This is no ordinary family meeting. Jacob is not just a father. He is a patriarch, prophet, a man standing between what was and what will be. He calls his 12 sons, and speaks not of their past, but their destiny. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. He uses both names, Jacob and Israel. One, the man of flesh, the other, the man of promise. This is a father's final will. But more than inheritance, it is identity spoken into future generations. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Then defiledst thou it. He went up to my couch. Reuben had everything, firstborn privilege, strength, promise, but he lacked character, unstable, rash. impulsive, one act of lust and the birthright passed. He is remembered not for greatness, but for what he squandered. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret. Unto their assembly, mine honor, be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. Simeon and Levi, brothers in blood, in vengeance. Jacob does not forget Shechem, where they slew a city for the sin of one. Righteousness warped by rage becomes cruelty. Their judgment, scattered, divided, without inheritance of their own. Yet, God will redeem Levi later, through priesthood. Even curses can be turned, when hearts are consecrated. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Now the tone shifts from judgment to praise. Judah, once a betrayer, has become a leader. He interceded for Benjamin. He bore the guilt. Now he is exalted. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, and as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up? Judah is likened to a lion, kingly, fearless, unchallenged. His tribe will carry power, majesty, authority. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Here is the prophecy of all prophecies. From Judah will come the king, and the scepter will remain until Shiloh, the Messiah, appears. The throne of David, the Lion of Judah, Jesus Christ. All nations will gather to him, binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Imagery of abundance, wine and milk, signs of blessing, prosperity, and peace. Judah's line will not just reign, it will flourish. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for an haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Zebulun's destiny is maritime. Though not directly coastal, his influence will reach the trade routes and harbors. Commerce, trade, prosperity. Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Issachar is strong but submissive. He chooses comfort over conquest, peace over position. And so, he becomes a laboring servant among the tribes. Strength, when not paired with vision, becomes burden. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. Dan will have judicial power. Samson will come from him, a judge. But also, Dan will become a snare, introducing idolatry to Israel. Judgment and danger mingled in one tribe. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Here Jacob interrupts himself. He cannot go further without a cry. I wait for your salvation, O Lord. Even in prophecy, his eyes look to Yeshua, salvation. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Gad's story is of struggle and eventual victory. He will face invaders, but he will not remain defeated. He is the picture of perseverance. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Asher's land will be fertile. From his portion comes abundance, provision fit for kings. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. Naphtali is poetic, free, a deer loosed, graceful, swift. And from him will come good words, eloquence, possibly prophecy. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. Now Jacob turns to Joseph, his beloved son. Joseph is fruitful, rooted, overflowing. Planted by God's provision, his life spreads beyond boundaries. Even in Egypt, Joseph bore fruit. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him, but his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. He was attacked, betrayed by brothers, assaulted by lies, but he remained strong, not because of self, but because of God's hand. The mighty God of Jacob, the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Jacob names the source of all strength. Even by the God of thy father, who shall help thee, and by the Almighty, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breasts, and of the womb. The blessings of thy father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors. Unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills, they shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. Joseph receives the overflowing blessing. Heaven above, earth below, fruitfulness, honor. Because he was separate from his brothers, he is now crowned. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. Benjamin is fierce. From him comes warriors, like Saul and the tribe of fierce defenders. He devours, he prevails, he divides the spoils. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is it that their father spake unto them, and blessed them. Every one according to his blessing he blessed them. 12 sons, 12 futures, each blessed according to their design. And he charged them, and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite, for a possession of a. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Jacob had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, and yielded up the ghost, and was gathered unto his people. He finishes speaking, he draws in his feet, and he breathes his last, not in sorrow, but in fulfillment. Jacob, Israel, finishes his race with faith. Genesis 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him, and kissed him. The final breath has passed. And the son who once wept in Egypt now weeps in Goshen, on the face of his father. He kisses Jacob not just in farewell, but in honor, a man of dreams, now overwhelmed by memory. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him. For so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. Egypt weeps. For 70 days, the empire mourns a shepherd. Why? Because Jacob, father of Joseph, carried the blessing of God. He is embalmed, not as an Egyptian, but as one worthy of royal honor. The land that once enslaved is now bowing in grief. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave which I have digged for me in the land of Canaan, there shalt thou bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray thee, and bury my father, and I will come again. Joseph honors his father's last request. Even though he holds power in Egypt, he asks permission in humility. Pharaoh is not his ultimate authority, God is. And so he says, Let me bury him in Canaan. That was his desire. And Pharaoh said, Go up, and bury thy father, according as he made thee swear. Pharaoh agrees, not out of formality but respect. He has seen Joseph's wisdom and Jacob's presence. And Joseph went up to bury his father. And with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the house of Joseph and his brethren and his father's house. Only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. This is no small procession. Egypt's elite go with Joseph. Dignitaries, officials, nobility. It is not just a funeral, it is a national declaration. The man of God is honored before the eyes of the world. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen. And it was a very great company, chariots, horsemen, not for war, but for honor. The land of Pharaoh moves in reverence for the God of Israel. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan, and there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. They arrive in Canaan, and they stop at Atad to mourn again. 7 days, complete, ceremonial, sacred. This grief is not weakness, it is worship. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, "This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians." Wherefore the name of it was called Abel-Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. Even the Canaanites see it. A funeral so massive, they rename the land the mourning of Egypt. What they do not know is that they are witnessing the burial of prophecy. Jacob's bones rest in the land that will one day belong to his sons. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite, before Mamre. The promise continues. Jacob is laid beside Abraham and Isaac. He is not buried in opulence, but in obedience. The cave of Machpelah, a tomb today, but a testimony forever. And Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father. After he had buried his father, they return. But something stirs among the brothers. A shadow from their past returns. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, "Joseph will peradventure hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him." Fear creeps in. Now that Jacob is gone, will Joseph take revenge? Guilt does not die easily, especially when it's buried beneath silence. And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, "Thy father did command before he died, saying, So shall ye say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray thee now, the trespass of thy brethren, and their sin, for they did unto thee evil. And now we pray thee, forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of thy father." And Joseph wept when they spake unto him. Joseph weeps again, not because of grief, but because they still don't know his heart. He had already forgiven them. Grace had long covered what guilt still remembered. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. And they said, "Behold, we be thy servants." They bow not in reverence but in fear. But Joseph's next words reveal a kingdom heart. And Joseph said unto them, "Fear not, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good, to bring to pass as it is this day to save much people alive." These are some of the most powerful words in all Scripture. You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. Joseph sees beyond pain to purpose. Betrayal became salvation. Slavery became leadership. He does not deny the wrong, he redeems it. "Now therefore fear ye not. I will nourish you and your little ones." And he comforted them, and spake kindly unto them. He does not just forgive them, he feeds them. He comforts them. He speaks not as a ruler, but as a brother. This is what mercy looks like. Undeserved, unconditional, unwavering. And Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the 3rd generation. The children also of Machir the son of Manasseh were brought up upon Joseph's knees. Joseph's life stretches long. He sees his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. The boy who once wept in a pit now holds generations on his knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren, "I die, and God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land unto the land which he sware to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." Now Joseph's time comes, but even as he faces death, his eyes are on the promise. God will visit you and bring you home. He knows Egypt is not forever. Canaan awaits. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence. He makes them swear, don't leave me here. Carry my bones to Canaan. Even in death he clings to the covenant. He is not an Egyptian, he is a son of promise. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. And so ends the book of Genesis. Coffin in Egypt. Not the end, but a pause. The story has not closed. It has transitioned. From the garden to the grave. From creation to covenant. From one family to a nation in waiting. The next chapter will not begin with joy, but with bondage. Yet even in a coffin, the bones of Joseph preach. God will visit you and bring you home.